message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like I've been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
And we are back, ready to go for this game. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. We do apologize for the technical delays, but we're already back into it as we do get to see Dad Shot fall to first blood as Meat and Cheesy takes the kill.
Oh no, Dad Shot! You know, he really wanted that ward on the blue buff. He got his ward. I don't know if he knew he was gonna die enough for that ward, but he got it. He got his hopes and dreams, and you know what? I respect it. I like it. Maybe you died, maybe you gave first blood, but you got your ward.
It's a small price to pay for the ward that will die in 90 seconds. Still, though, again, sticking with your guns. I do agree with that, and we'll see if it does affect the lane as Meat and Cheesy actually didn't recall. Right, so that extra gold that they were able to pick up, I do believe that's an extra, I want to say 100 to 150. I keep forgetting, my brain does not want to work right now. It's not being capitalized on. So for right now, this is still a very same lane. However, Meat and Cheesy is having a great time with that Grass of the Undying.
Yeah, he gets to farm a lot of early procs with it, and he also was obviously going to be first to lane, so he got that level 2 XP lead very early on. More importantly, though, Oxen used both of his summoner spells, was not the one able to pick up his kill, so his supposed to be lane dominant early phase is coming in here with the Corrupting Pot as well. Unfortunately, is delayed until at the very least his Ignite is back up, if not his Flash as well.
That one's not going to be too fun. You can see the lane matchup already kind of going in Volt Abyss's way. The lane, the state is great, but that's going to be a double stun into the kill lane. Link Brothers is dead. That's all you could ask for. That'll be a kill in top and mid. What about in mid lane? Volt Abyss is going to get tagged up. A 1v2 in the mid lane means Miscreant gets to show their face a bit.
That was a really nice double bomb landed there onto Link Brothers. Unfortunately, still only level 2. I don't think he had that W available for the Windwall. This little bit of a scary jungle 1v1 going on right there, but I think they're just showing off to each other and actually looking for any early kills. As that first scuttle that we talked about a little bit during Champs Select does go towards Faintest Globe, and he could almost look for a double scuttle on bot side, but I think he is pathing towards this top lane gank instead.
Pretty simple to do, as again, a nice hop out means that Meat and Cheesy is still going to be racking up that damage, and so far Dad Shot has not had a good time, right? Looking at the CS discrepancy, about a wave difference, and even with that gank, Meat and Cheesy is going to have a fantastic time, willing to try and take those fights and continue to pressure down this Darius.
Yeah, he has full control over this wave right now. He was able to shove in the first 3 and is now just kind of letting Dad Shot push in these other next 4 or 5 waves, right? So Dad Shot will be in a gank position if Miscreant was there in time. As you see, he is there in time. Unfortunately, wanted to go for a scuttle and not quite a top lane gank, but one more wave and Dad Shot would have been able to crash and would have definitely been in a volatile position. It definitely could have been in a gank spot.
Could be very, very dangerous. Volt Abyss, of course, is going to get pillared out, is going to get chunked out a bit. A good jump in, Oxen is going to try and lay down the damage. Of course, not going that electrocute means that you do actually have to auto attack to get your passive off. Oxen now is quite low under the tower, is going to throw up that Phalanx Wall, is going to get Doe behind, and is going to trade for one. Faintest Globe went quite hard for that kill, and you get one, but now you put Volt Abyss into a bit of a rough spot. That is going to be a flash from Miscreant, but the flash late from Volt Abyss. Oh, you tried to be a bit too stylish, and Miscreant makes it a 2-for-1.
Volt Abyss, he was holding the flash for so long. I think he almost had the WE available, but bot lane, right? Huey? Oh, Link. Okay, wow. Okay, bot lane, nothing happened. Don't look at bot lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, yeah, Voltibus, he held that flash for so long. He held it for just a little bit too long there. And meanwhile, bot lane, Link Brothers somehow lost both of his summoners. I have no idea how that happened.
Link Brothers did lose it, but that was because they got the kill on Sketchy Pepperoni. That was a fantastic one to have. Now Faintest Globe burns their flash as well, and this bot lane is starting to become a little bit of a song and dance. Soul's coming back, linking up with Link Brothers, watching as that low flourish will keep the second bomb from detonating and stunning. Either way, the chaos is starting to unfold here as the Cougars are at a 4-2 lead, looking like they have about an 800 gold lead. And they have the lane priority as well. Kills spread across every single priority member.
Yeah, 1 kill on each member, like you were saying. The only member not having a kill is, of course, Cillian, and he's playing support, so he can chill with a little bit less gold than the rest of these members here. As Dragon is starting to be looked towards by both of these teams. It has only just spawned on the map a minute or two ago, but both junglers kind of hovering around the spot side are looking for maybe a kill into the Dragon, or just some vision into Dragon, or just solo the Dragon, because I think both these junglers can easily solo it very early.
They could. The question, of course, is do they have the opportunity to do so? With the warding vision down, honestly, both teams have actually done very well in keeping that status up. You can see the wards sprinkled about for the side of the Cougars along that entirety. It's a trifecta of wards around the Dragon and the bushes. It gives a fair amount of vision. Ripest, though, you didn't back off as quickly as you could have and now have to lose the flash. Voltabyss is able to provide some pressure. That's going to be the draw down from Oxen as they prep for that all-important Skyfall. Starfall, if you will. Not going to be launching it first, though, as Voltabyss might be getting jumped on here.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, Oxen did not have that level 6 at the same time as Voltabyss, so he had to stay a little bit longer. I think he did just pop level 6 as Voltabyss was walking towards the bot lane, but potential mid lane gank here, maybe.
Well, they could definitely try. Faintest Globe so far has been trying to rack up their brain on how they want to prepare. And unfortunately, you just tried to recall in front of Vision, so that's going to be a difficult time. That does mean that this should be a dragon for the Cougars as they go ahead and prep up with the jungler recalling, I mean, right in front of your face. It's the surest sign that you have to go for this dragon. It'll be a mountain dragon. It'll be nice to kind of hang on to and give yourself a little bit of priority in the agency and having that extra armor and magic resist. Soul's trying to run interference is only going to take about 40% damage before having to back off.
Yeah, Soul's taken actually quite a bit of poke there from Sketchy Pepperoni with those bombs on his head, of course, right? Souls was playing the vision game. He just wanted to walk in, making sure that they were on Dragon. And once he saw it, he could have backed away, but he wanted to make sure 100% that they were on Dragon. He saw it, he took a little bit of HP for it, and then they were still able to pick up that Dragon. So now, like you were saying, it is 1-0 for Dragons. Cougars very much ahead in this early game so far.
They're up and about, and I mean, they've been doing such a good job of continuing pressure, not just in the kills, but in overall lane presence, and I really, really like that. Now we do get to see Faintest Globe put on that sense, trying to smell the blood of any sort of victim. Unfortunately, you're only level 5. You really want that infinite duress to come out, and I mean, it's just not there. You're losing. You're slipping a little bit behind. Miscreant, who is already level 6, and they're going to call the pinch. A gray boomerang to tag out, and looks like Cougars are actually wondering if they still want to try and fight this. It was a back and forth, saying maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't.
Level 6 to level 5 in terms of these junglers is very powerful of a lead here for Cougars. I think stacking up a wave here could potentially lead to a dive, but that level 6 was just popped from Faintest Globe. So the dive is going to be called off, but Faintest Globe almost looking to turn it back onto Meat and Cheesy. I think it's just a lot of showing up here in the top lane. Once again, not really any kills going on. There is a lot of healing between all 4 of these champions.
It is, but you know where there's no healing is down bot side, is that's an annihilation. Link Brothers slaughters the bottom lane and is able to pick up a double kill to lay into 3 kills total, giving King's College a little bit of an advantage.
Man, Link Brothers, he was really starting to fall behind in this early game, and now donated a double kill just before the 10-minute mark will absolutely snowball him not only back into the game, but probably slightly ahead of Ripest Kimi, but we've got a Rift Herald fight.
Into
Oh,
Globe,
no.
immediately chomped down, and
So
now
much
pulls in
healing.
for duress. That'll be a spear in, though, as Oxen comes in for the moral support. Miscreant will not only take the enemy jungler's life, but will also take the Rift Herald to start opening up the game.
I believe that this Rift Herald will most likely be dropped mid-orbital. Orbital, where is your Rift Herald prediction for lanes?
I would hope anywhere not bot lane, because at this point, Link Brothers is just having a ball all the time.
Anywhere but bot is the official prediction here. Yeah,
Please don't quote me. Please don't quote. Why'd you do this to me, Cam? Why did you do this?
All right, I think they're actually going to be dropping a bot lane. I'm gonna start putting my prediction down there. I thought that. All right. Well, my original prediction that I didn't mess up is now actually correct. Sketchy Pepperoni walking up here to mid lane as well, just making sure that Volt Abyss is missing quite a lot of XP. Gonna unfortunately have to burn that ultimate there as well. Took many tower shots.
Took a few tower shots, and then the bomb also procced a second, so Sketchy Pepperoni having to lose that ultimate, and that means the bot side is going to be killed, but look at that! Oh, the Heimerdinger takes one. Mid lane, we see a fall of the Warwick once again, and this could be a death of Volt Abyss. You do have flash up, but the bombs are going to keep you at bay. Cougars coming away with 2 for 1 as Ripest Kiwi takes a 1v2.
I am very impressed with Ripest Kiwi. He didn't have either summoner spells in that 1v2, the barrier or the flash, and he was still able to find the pick onto Link Brothers. I do believe that that was a 150 shutdown for him as well, because Link Brothers had 3 kills since his last death. So usually that does result in a small little shutdown for him. So unfortunately, Link Brothers, he was down, and then he was up, and then I think he is probably down in gold again compared to Ripest Kiwi.
It was a well-fought battle. Again, the Heimerdinger bot lane showing some strength here. And again, considering Ripest Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni did not go a heal, they went pretty much on the offensive. Barrier and Ignite means that you have a lot more dueling capabilities, is the way that I see it. So really putting that to use. Again, keeping up in the CS department, 74 versus 63. That should help out as well. Souls is going to go through, try and clear out some of those wards, and at least pick up a little extra gold there. 30 gold for that pink ward, and is now going to call for this fight. But Souls, you're getting pinched one too many ways. Good flash out means that Souls does stave off death.
Souls really wanted that ward, man. Now we know King's College, all they want in their hopes and dreams are these wards. And I very much respect that. You know, Dad Shot, he got his ward level 1. Souls, he got that ward right there at level 7. Fortunately, he did have to burn his flash. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as a death, but you know, even if he did die, still worth it. You got the ward.
Worth for 15 gold. That's what you like to see.
Absolutely.
Of course, with the second dragon coming up here, it is Infernal, so this one, you really do want to duel over King's College, trying to prep for it, but the Cougars are already there. You can see they have a pink ward inside, they have the outside warded up already, and the damage coming out of Ripest Kiwi is staving off Link Brothers from even attempting that. That ward popped up in that bush, and does get vision that Ripest Kiwi is just waiting there. So that'll be second dragon. Second dragon goes to Misericordia Cougars to go ahead and start looking for a potential soul of the ocean.
Yeah, Ocean Soul will be our soul here in Game 1. Cougars sitting 2-0 on these dragons as well. 1v1 top lane.
Great bounce over as well. It's looking like it's going to be the kill, though, as Dad Shot gets the ultimate off. Meat and Cheesy did not have the Gnar bar ready when Dad Shot takes a 1v1 kill.
I think that just looked like me and Cheesy was underestimating Dad Shot's damage, and I mean, honestly, as well as his healing, right? As you gotta watch out for that healing. You don't know when that healing is gonna come through, and especially knowing that Dad Shot has an execute on that ultimate is very scary and very hard to 1v1 if you don't know those exact damage numbers on the Darius. So this counter pick of Darius is coming through maybe a little bit later on than we expected, but it is still here.
I'd like to take a look at that, but here comes a full course meal on the bot side. Appetizer, main course, and dessert. Souls. It's a very, very thick dessert here, potentially, but not going to happen as it's only one kill. Going to have to wait later for a second. However, keeping Link Brothers down is very, very important as the Cougars take a kill on bot.
Cougars finding lots of mini leads here in the first 15 minutes of the game. It hasn't been any massive team fights. There wasn't a fight around either of the dragons or even the first Rift Trail, right? It was just one pick and then we take the objective. It wasn't like 3 or 4 kills and then we take the objective. It's just been these little micro leads that they've slowly been scaling up more and more, and now you're sitting 8-6 in kills, 2-0 in dragons, and a potential death up here at the top.
Meat and Cheesy already used that Gnar, is not going to be able to get away, immediately put under duress, and that shot cleans up with a second. The kills staying very, very close. Volt Abyss eats so much damage there as Oxen gets a fantastic trade-off.
Yeah, it was just maybe a little bit of a mispathing there from Volt Abyss. I think, I'm not actually sure if Azir can dash over that chicken wall right there, but if he can, he could have at least saved maybe half of his HP from some poke on Oxen. Oxen having a rough first level 3s, and now he is sitting really nice. 3-1 on this lane dominant Pantheon. He does need to find a couple more kills in the other lanes to start sharing his gold lead with some of his other more scaling laners.
You would hope to share, again, in a game of League of Legends, though. Sometimes being greedy is actually a good thing. Sometimes. Miscreant. Yeah. Always got to add that tagline there. Oxen, still in mid, though, is going to draw the attention of 4. This is now a 4v3 as top lane is completely left open for the side of Meat and Cheesy to try and farm up. Great tag from Oxen, though. That is going to put Volt Abyss back. They're probably going to try and empower teleport back into this lane, but I think there's an opportunity. Miscreant willing to try and take this fight. Faintest Globe pops open a little bit of that damage. They're going to jump again. Faintest Globe is quite weak. That's going to be a good flash out. Now it's teleport by. Great apprehend by Dad Shot, as that's going to be multiple members of the Cougars drawn into battle. Sketchy Pepperoni takes Dad Shot's life, and the ultimate is going to throw Leona against the wall. On the back end of the fight, that will be Oxen falling to the Azir, but the cleanup is just that much better. That's going to be Misericordia Cougars ripping away with 3 kills.
3-1 there in the favor of the Cougars, and on top of that, they get the first mid lane tower as well. That was why they was trying to play for that fight, and they absolutely nailed the fight as well as the objective control across the map. 4-1 now across the map. So well played by all 5 members on the Cougars right there.
A delayed ace is the best way to put it, and potentially a 6.
Oh, no.
As that'll be the Azir wall shoving, and can you get the big one? No, you can't. Oh, the transformation would have been enough, but Volt Abyss doesn't allow it to happen.
Man, Mean and Cheesy once again just underestimating the power and the damage on these champions. He's going for the 1v1s. He's very confident in them, absolutely. It just takes maybe a little bit more damage early on, and he could absolutely be 2 more kills and 2 less deaths than he absolutely is. It is within probably less than 100 damage on both of those kills and deaths, right? So he is... Mean and Cheesy, he is almost there. He is so close.
Sometimes close is not good enough. Painful time, but we'll see if that can be completed again. 99%, you're just 1% off of 100, and
yeah,
maybe that'll be the time. Faintest Globe is going to almost face check into a stun. And honestly, Faintest Globe really putting their own life on the line, trying to make sure that the team can find those opportunities.
Dragon number 3 spawning here in 5 seconds. Engage.
Engage to dead. Great stun over the wall and a great ulti from Sketchy Pepperoni. Gives time. Oh, that revamp. That re-engage from the Cougars. Forces multiple members out. Yes, you get a kill on Zillion, but at what cost? That'll be Volt Abyss trying to auto-attack back. Over the wall they go, but they still lose Leona. That's going to be Meat and Cheesy, wanting a bit more of the bird, but you can't get it. Triple kill for Ripus Kiwi.
Ripus Kiwi coming up big in that team fight, but even bigger was Sketchy Pepperoni starting it off with the triple bomb on top of 3 members of King's College. That was the engage, and on top of that was an engage on top of the TP coming in there as well. It tried to be a flank, and instead it was just another member within the bomb. Volt Abyss for another delayed ace will be going down. Meat and Cheesy now picking up one of his kills that he so desperately wanted earlier on.
This is feeling like the Cougars have hunted their prey. Now starting to devour. 17-11 is the score. Soul points as well as about 5.5k in the lead. This team is on a tear right now. And they even get the bump out. Link Brothers is taking quite low. The spot lane inner tower is now starting to lose quite a bit of HP. It's only a matter of time before that gold lead continues to build up.
Orbital. Did you see it? Did you notice it?
Ooh, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Did you see which lane they dropped the Rift Herald in?
All right, listen. We only bet on the first one. What we didn't bet on is what kill would happen off screen, as a Deadshot unfortunately loses her life for a fourth time.
Oh no, Voltibus almost losing his life there in the mid lane as well, being chunked out real low by Ripus Kiwi, but nicely on an ultimate.
Solar Flare keeping souls alive, and I mean only for a time being, as again these lanes, these waves are gonna be pressured in. This is gonna be an inhibitor tower taking quite low. Ripus Kiwi, a single sneeze on that tower is gonna cause a lot of problems. A slam into the wall though delays that tower being taken, as Meat and Cheesy takes a solo kill onto the Samira. Now a collapse coming in from King's College, but only to run out the Cougars. This is a 3-1-1 being put into great effect by the 3-0 squad.
Yeah, this isn't even an objective-taking type of team comp that Cougars is running. This is entirely poke comp, which means it is very hard to be trying to stop them from taking these objectives. You're constantly having bombs being thrown at you. You have Ripus Kiwi trying to poke out with this Leandre's very fit Hybridinger that he's been playing, and of course just Gnar throwing some boomerangs occasionally. He's mostly here to help taking these towers before potentially nice bomb once again.
This is going to be a good bomb. Can Link Brothers do anything? Nope.
Oh, no.
Absolutely nothing as the Cougars storm the base. Double bomb again, securing the Emperor's life. Nope. Azir does get out, but the damage is done. An Apprehend draws in Ripus Kiwi, but only for a small time longer, as Misericordia is looking to try and break open even more. They wisely back off, though, as a rejuvenated King's College say you aren't going to take more than an inhibitor.
Every single health bar on all 5 members of King's College there, I believe, dropped to less than 50 HP in that team fight right there underneath their Nexus towers, and they all managed to live. By some miracle, they all lived, and the game will go on slightly longer, and Void
that's going to be the catch, but again, that rewind is there, well held by the Chrono Shift. Miscreant is allowed to follow up, as Oxen is going to try and jump to the back line. Is Volt going to die? Yes, they do. Miscreant with that Subjugate is going to seal so much HP, so much MR and armor, and Souls is going to fall next. You got nothing in the tank. You're just going to try and walk away. That will be another 4 kills, as it's 24-14. And Misericordia Esports are willing to push the envelope and how much they get.
It looked so good for King's College right there. They had both of the important picks that they needed. They had Miscreant dead. They had Ripus Kiwi dead. But then Oxen just, he came out of nowhere, man. He pressed R and he got a triple kill. And he just turned the entire fight back around. Unfortunately, they were not able to translate that into one of the Nexus towers. But they got 2 inhibs taken out from King's College now. That makes the next dragon essentially free and uncontested, which is, of course, Ocean's Soul now for the Cougars. And if they do contest it, they're absolutely going to be losing at least 1 Nexus tower.
Easily.
Yeah.
That is the unfortunate scenario that they're kind of working against, and you can see it's because the Cougars were able to lay down such an impressive mid-game showing. Now into the late game, you can see the items are starting to scale out of control. Trinity Force on both Miscreant and Meat and Cheesy. The Eclipse on Oxen running through so many HP bars. Ripus Kiwi sitting on that mask, the Leandre's there. Then the fall through with the Shirelias from Sketchy. Everyone is so fast, and on the flip side, I mean, King's College, they're going to try their best. They're going to try and prep. They're going to try and hold on. But what can they do? Meat and Cheesy with Mega Gnar. Don't want to get caught in that wallet.
There's so much poke, once again, from the team comp on Cougars. You have to either just 5-man straight full-on engage, or exactly like Dadshot just showed, you're going to get poked down, and then you can't even go in for an engage anymore. Now you have fallen. Both of your Nexus towers are exposed, and 3 members plus Shirelia's up on Sketchy Pepperoni. They can just run down the base at this point.
I mean, there's no other real objectives. You don't need Baron to finish it off. You just picked up the soul. And at this point, any fight that's taken, there is no real heal cut on the side of King's College. This is going to be a one last ditch attempt. They're going to try and go in. Link Brothers has not gotten a successful ultimate off once, and it's not going to happen anyways. That'll be the slam. That'll be the kill. Warwick is taken out. Souls is soon to follow. Down goes the Azir, and the towers will not save you. Misericordia Cougars take game number 1 in style.
absolutely beautiful game one there from the Cougars. It was so well played by all 5 members. I think everyone on the Cougars got at least one shining moment in a team fight. There was the triple bomb from, of course, the Zillion, and then Heimerdinger got his triple. I think everyone got a triple kill except for Zillion. That was really impressive.
It was extremely so, and I can't wait to see if they can continue to do so over the course of the next game. Again, both teams are ready and waiting, so we'll go ahead, go to a short break, make sure that the sides are swapped, the players are ready, and the champions are ready to get banned out or picked up. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back with some more League of Legends action.
Friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm. Oh, I know I'm. Holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know why. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. say you wanna dance, and you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm like a sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, but the feeling all I still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
And welcome back. We are ready to go for game number 2. We're going to have a very exciting time, hopefully, here with Misericordia Cougars looking for their second win, potential series sweep versus King's College. Of course, King's College is going to try their best to run it back and maybe push it to a game 3, but only time will tell. CamCom, how you feeling?
That was a very exciting game one. Like we got to see a little bit, or say a little bit after the game. It was a shining star for all 5 members of the Cougars. Every single one of them played so well, contributing so much to that first win in this best of 3. That, once again, they are still completely undefeated. They haven't dropped a single game or a single series. We are in week 4, so that is 7 games now that they have gone undefeated. Now coming into their 8th, King's College was also undefeated, only dropping, I believe, their very first game here in the season. So unfortunately, taking that second loss now, and could be the 3rd loss if it goes like it did in game 1.
It was, and the chance is very much there, as again, the Cougars look on point. From their top and early game to just their mid to late game domination, it seemed like they had a very good grasp of what was going on, not just over the lane phase, but also over the global objectives. I mean, if you were King's College, if you were to be in their shoes, CamCom, where would you try and attack? What is the current weak point of this Cougar squad?
I think that every mid lane play that they had was actually going more in the favor of King's College. I think at the very least they were always going 1 for 1 with everything that was happening around the mid lane. If not, they were actually coming out 1-0, maybe even 2-1 in King's College's favor. It was just all focused around the mid lane for them, and then top side and bot side were much more in the Cougars' favor.
So maybe playing around that mid lane, finding an opportunity. And again, I think I have to agree with that one. So hopefully we get underway with that draft and get a bit of idea of where they want to go. Again, with that Pantheon mid lane, it was quite difficult for them to work around, but the later game ultimates were very, very good. So yes, if you continue kind of squashing down that mid lane, it might be a chance. On the bot side, though, we saw some shining light from Link Brothers, but that Samira, unfortunately, mid to late game did not have as much impact as you were hoping for. I don't think we saw any sort of ultimate come out even once. Unfortunately, Link died too quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Samira is very similar to that of a Draven. She is just much shorter range, and she is the type of champion that there's no such thing as being even. You're either ahead or behind. So Link, he started off behind very early on, dying, I believe it was 2nd on his team. So then he was just set so far behind on a champion that was supposed to win lane, especially against a scaler such as a Heimerdinger, right? And then once you're behind, you gotta get 3, even 4, maybe even 5 kills to get into that same ahead state that you needed to start in to be able to make your champion as useful as you picked it to be in draft. So once he did get a double kill. To be fair, he did get a couple double kills in lane that set him up a little bit, but if you're even, then you're actually behind on champions like Samira.
What that quote? If you're not ahead, you're neutral. If you're neutral, you're behind. If you're behind, you already lost the game. Is that the proper phrasing? I hope it is. Good Lord, I don't know where I heard that one, but gotta agree, right?
Makes
the Samira
sense,
is one. Yeah, it's perfect. Use that one however you want. Don't trip over your words like I did. The idea though of the Samira was, I think, good. Right, you go into a lane, you get to block a lot of those abilities. So looking forward, do we hope to see something of the same, or we already have the draft in and ready to go, so it looks like the teams already did. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
All right.
Drastic changes everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, they have swapped sides. So the Cougars were on blue side, now they are on red side, and of course, King's College now taken on the blue side. It was a B1 thresh here for King's College. So Souls, he knew from the get-go, I am picking my support B1, whether that be Thresh, whether that be someone else, and that is immediately going to be counterpicked by that Blitzcrank. And a Heimerdinger, once again, made it through the ban phase, going to be picked very early for the Cougars.
Of course, paired with a very different support coming in here, so I'm expecting a lot of pulls, a lot of craziness. But let's zoom straight to that mid lane. You pointed out that you wanted to see a little bit of a difference there. Voltibus had a good time, and Oxen had a little bit more difficult chance. However, what's different is that Voltibus actually opted for the face-to-face matchup, whereas Oxen was granted the ability to play the Talon, the one that was banned out in game 1, So it's not the Cougars that have decided to change things up. It's actually King's College. What do you think of that one? I mean, for a team that their mid lane was one of their good points.
Well, first of all, in draft order here, the Talon was picked on R3, and then the Yasuo was picked on B4. So they are seeing this Yasuo as, at the very least, a counter pick into this Talon. And first of all, we're assuming that it is Talon. So they can't swap anymore. I was gonna say they could be still swapping champions, but no, it is past the swapping second there. So it is that Talon versus Yasuo mid lane. I think this is going to be a very aggressive mid lane, and I think the players agree with me because they both took Ignite. Usually you do see at least one, if not both, of the mid laners taking teleport. So again, lots of solo kills, lots of pre-level 6, and especially at level 6 kills for both of these players.
That's so scary. Imagine a rack up of like, what, 5-6 kills in about 10 minutes. You're just like, this is out of control.
It's the Yasuo way, man.
Yasuo way is 0-10 or 10-0, and that's
exactly.
the scary part. If we start seeing all the deaths roll in, oh boy, it's the Yasuo. Of course, to help them out in the jungle, we're looking at the Poppy and the Kayn. You were talking about when we saw this in the pre-draft about the Graves maybe going in there, but you were very sure the Graves is top. The Graves is top. So we got to look at that. Yeah, I was horribly wrong. I thought the Poppy was going to go top, and I was like, yeah, I like Poppy top.
I thought Poppy was going to go mid and Talon was jungle and Graves was top. So it was all over the place.
the love of the randomness. But we got to talk about it a little bit. So the Graves versus Gragas matchup here, I mean, different runes here as well as probably different ways to play the lane.
Futures market on Graves is something that I personally really like on the champion. Usually you do see very similar runes that we saw on the Pantheon last game, where you go the very lane dominant biscuits plus the one that makes biscuits better as well. The name is currently escaping me, but instead we're going for the 20-minute rune is what I like to typically call Q Futures Market. You have to know how to use it, and typically it starts getting you money around the 20-minute mark. So it's not a lane rune at all. It's much more, I'm going to get my mythic first, and then after my mythic, I can start looking for plays.
That's the way to do it. And for the jungle, we can already see where they're aiming towards. With that Kayn, it does look like we're going to be running the Ross form, a little bit more aggressive. With that Conqueror, a little bit more up front. With the Poppy, it's the Predator build. I have not seen this in quite some time. Very much trying to chase people down.
And she's got the go fast runes. I love the go fast runes. It's the celerity plus water walking, man. Like, you're playing for Scuttles. Scuttles, obviously the best objective in the game, and they're right next to the most powerful objective in the game, that being the Baron. Now, mid laner runes here. You got the lethal tempo picked up here for the Yasuo, bone plating as well. Very lane 1v1 type of secondary rune there, and the electrocute, of course, for Talon.
It's going to be burst versus sustain, and any time that the burst doesn't fully kill, well, you can assume that the Yasuo is going to get away with a lot of free damage here. Looking at the rest, I think we are going to take a look at that bot lane next. We got to take a look at what they're trying to run here, and the Caitlyn is the one that they did opt for. Again, a Caitlyn is very different than a Samira. Great range predictions, and very, very nice to kind of keep everyone at arm's length. The problem is that Blitzcrank may or may not close that distance very quickly.
Yeah, Link went from playing one of the shortest, if not the shortest range AD carry to playing the longest range AD carry. So it is a very different playstyle for him between these two games. Gonna be trying to poke out a Hyperdinger who is also very high. I believe his Q range is slightly higher than Caitlyn Q range, so maybe could win out on some very short poke trades, but I do believe extended poke trades do go in the favor of Caitlyn if you are able to cut it out correctly.
And the two champions that are hoping to make it a lot more difficult were the ones that you saw briefly. It was going to be that Thresh in the Blitzcrank, and already we can see, as Blitzcranks do, the invade charge. Sketchy Pepperoni looks like they were able to walk in. Of course, the Caitlyn doesn't have any items, so Link Brothers and Souls were willing to kind of wait it out and not chase into that jungle just yet.
Oh no, he forgot to buy items. It's okay. He'll remember here in a second. Someone on his team is gonna be like, "Hey Link, my friend, I think you might have forgotten to buy items." But he'll remember it either on the first wave or the next wave, and when he's realizing he's not doing as much damage as he wants to.
Now, I will say, because I do see, I do believe we do see the ward.
Oh no!
I am curious because there was a bug. I want to say a patch or two ago. I don't know if they patched it out, but there have been bugs where in the spectator you don't actually see the items. So That's my only thing is there is a chance that the item was bought. We just don't see it in the inventory right now. If that is the
No.
case, then you know they did right. They did right. The only information I have for that, most people would purchase the rest of stuff and not the ward. So that's what I'm kind of curious about that. Top lane, of course, Meat and Cheesy getting a visit by Faintest Globe very early on.
It's definitely not that because we can see the stopwatch ticking down and we can see the cookies that everyone just got. So it is not the bug, as potentially they are crashing in here. Oh, really nice.
Oh, the prediction is too
Wait,
good.
is he gonna make it out?
Souls
Okay.
is going to take that one, and that'll be first blood. You do have flash up and available, and you're going to get out without losing your life. So that is a huge punish on the miscreant early on.
Souls with the huge flash, or not flash hook, just hook prediction over the wall, completely blind, absolutely does deserve that first blood for himself. Of course, gold-wise, would have been nicer to have it on Link Brothers, and if they actually were able to, if Miscreant was actually able to make it out of that one, okay. You know, Yasuo things. Yasuo ways going on in the mid lane here. I was just gonna say, if Miscreant actually was able to make it out of that one, I think that would have been the point that Link Brothers realizes he doesn't have items.
Not just that bot lane, we saw a trade go back, so kills all around. It was not exactly in that mid lane. It is just going to be all over the place, right? This is the bot lane getting out of control as well. Sketchy Pepperoni and Ripest Kiwi were able to pull one in. In the mid lane, of course, Voltabyss, as you were saying, is going to start getting out of control. Now we see the items bought by Link Brothers as well on the bot side, so everyone's starting to get their piece of the pie.
Yeah, Link Brothers with an early recall there nicely is able to at least close the item gap. Maybe a little bit, does finally get to start the lane now with Boots. A little bit of extra gold in his pocket from that first assist. Volt Abyss, he did pop, I do believe, that level 3 before Oxen. That was how he was able to play for the first solo kill. Ignites pop by both mid laners, both of them still holding on to those flashes just in case there are any early ganks by either of these junglers or even support.
Want to try and do the most that you can, but of course the fight in means that the ADC and APC of the bot sides are going to be very, very not healthy. And for Link Brothers, who only has 7 CS to their name, that is not where you want to be. Faintest Globe are going to try and alleviate some of that pressure soon.
Hey, maybe Link Brothers doesn't have as much CS, but you know what he does have over Ripest Kiwi right now at least is Boots. And boots on his feet are going to make him poke harder. I am a believer in that one. You see on your mini-map here now, Scuttles actually both went to Miscreant. So he died early on, but able to trade it for both Scuttles. Maybe they don't give a whole lot of XP or gold anymore, but that's just a mental lead right there.
It's good as well, right? Because the junglers also started into the vertical jungling aspect. That is something that we weren't really able to talk about. I think that was initiated by Faintest Globe, who again charged up top. And then of course we did talk about Miscreant getting caught out, but vertical jungling tends to cause a little bit of a difference. It causes a shift in where the junglers go. So it's very interesting watching these players kind of jockey for position and really try and figure things out. It did lead to, of course, Miscreant getting 2, but is still behind in the camp level. Faintest Globe sitting with a very slight lead in the levels and econ value.
Yeah, Faintest Globe deciding to vertical jungle on that top side does mean that he is trying to protect PMC at least a little bit. I don't think he was actually trying to play for any ganks on the top side, which just means he's trying to prevent ganks from Miscreant on the top side. Of course, that does mean if you're not getting any ganks on the top side, you are going to be losing that first dragon. Vertical jungling on the top side does typically mean you are trading all dragons for Rift Heralds, but first dragon being taken at before even the 6-minute mark here. If they're able to pop before the 6-minute mark for the Cougars. Nicely done in the early game for them.
Just feels real good to be able to pick that one up. Again, an early Ocean just helps with the sustain. It really ensures that you can take some of those trades, some of those dangerous ones, especially ones that don't stick as well, like in this top side, right? Or Meat and Cheesy, these small barrels, these casts that sometimes go out from the Gragas, you can maintain and kind of heal through it later on. That is going to be explosive, though. Bouncing Meat and Cheesy all the way back, and now realizing that you're kind of stuck in that scenario. It's a 1v1 that turned into a 1v2. Good barrel to slow him down. That'll be a tower shot to finish it off because Faintest Globe will go ahead and reap that life.
Faintest Glow picking up some orbs that he was so desperately hoping for on that top side. Like you did say in Champ Select, he is trying to play towards that red cane, so ganking anyone here that is not bot lane will be getting him closer to those red orbs. As yeah, I do believe that he gets red orbs off Graves, right?
Yes, red orbs are
Yeah.
for melee, blue orbs are for range, and Link Brothers at this point, that is, you're just watching Ripus Kiwi as well. Those are the only real people that you can get. Link Brothers, though, is now getting poked out. Ripus Kiwi is going to watch us. That's a great hook again. Souls ignited, have to burn the heal. Link Brothers is going to try and bounce back with a bit of damage. One more W isn't going to land as Sketchy Pepperoni tries to stave off a potential death on the support. Screen looking with that Predator, hoping to get a bit of damage down, but Voltibus is ready to go. It's going to be a 3-on-4. The re-engage of re-engage of re-engage, as that's the turrets annihilating the back line. Ripus Kiwi says, hey, you chased too far. That's going to be an execute from Thresh, as that'll be a kill back. Voltibus able to get at least one. That is two. But it is dire straits. A 4v3 turned into a 2-for-2. Oxen wants to make it a bit more. Yeah, this is going to be a very dangerous point to be. Miscreant's actually trying to pinch against the wall, is able to make it happen, but the dash around through is shut down. And the Talon gets a shutdown here as a bloody brawl works into Cougar's favor.
300 shutdown, or 300 gold shutdown will be going to Oxen's pockets now as well. That was his first kill. That absolutely puts him back into this game with an ICS lead over Voltibus. But of course, it was a double kill for Voltibus for, I believe, a triple kill for Ripus Kiwi. So lots more gold being funneled towards the Cougars there, as much as it did look like an even fight. A little bit of a gold lead is coming out now, just 1,000 in the favor of the Cougars. First dragon for them here as well. Next coming up in 2.5 minutes. We'll absolutely see a fight for that one. Another nice hook, though.
It's just that easy. Ripus Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni saying, hey, the food wins. I'm sorry. Brothers have nothing over food. So Ripus Kiwi is able to make a 4th kill here. Is now going to be excessively up. 40 CS up now in this lane matchup.
Oh, man. That is a rough time for Link Brothers. Once again, he is supposed to be the one doing the poking, doing the shoving, and unfortunately he is the one being poked and being shoved out of the lane just constantly. He is not allowed to play League of Legends whatsoever here in this game. Meat and Cheese could be ganked up here.
They could, but that's going to be a nice out. Meat and Cheesy going to try and back up again with a Graves. It's a little bit difficult to get out, but there's not much damage behind PMC and Faintest Globe at the current moment, so you're pretty much okay. Graves able to save off death and continue building up a CS lead of their own at 81 versus 62.
Yeah, some pretty large CS lanes across the board right now. The only even CS lane currently is actually not even a lane. It is between the two junglers, as we do get some gold leads coming through here as well. Slight gold lead right now for Faintest Globe, of course, being even in CS, but slightly ahead with that one kill, whereas Miscreant only has that one assist. Gives him a little bit of a lead in this mid lane. Meanwhile, mid lane gold is actually just completely even thanks to the 600 that Oxen got. 1v1. Oh, no.
Oxen able to beat out every piece of utility that Voltibus threw down and takes a very, very clean solo kill.
First Rift Herald will be traded here for that first dragon. It is just a very delayed trade here, of course, as like I did mention a little bit early on, typically when you do vertical jungle, you trade Rift Heralds for dragons, and even if it is very delayed, they were still able to finally complete that trade.
Finally able to. It took him a while. But
yes.
it
4
works.
minutes.
4 minutes. Well, you know what happens here is Link Brothers is now going to have to wander into what seems like a very dangerous tower at this point. That is going to be Ripus Kiwi almost popping the ultimate, but a good note to be had is the ultimate of Heimerdinger. You can always turn it off and on. It's only when you actually use another ability that you lose that timer.
Link Brothers sitting underneath that tower was very terrifying. He is very much behind in XP with how much he's been zoned. As you see, he is still unfortunately sitting level 5 to Ripus Kiwi level 8. That is the power of just being zoned out of this lane. Link Brothers, I said it earlier, man, he has not been allowed to even walk up to this lane, let alone touch Ripus Kiwi. As second dragon now, Infernal, being started up by the Cougars. They are trying to pull off a bit here now, as not knowing exactly where Faintest Globe is, it makes it very terrifying to start when you know he can pop over the wall, steal it, pop right back out.
Well, you know what? They can't pop out if they're dead. That'll be the Humble Trespass being used, but again, drawn to the other side of the rift means Faintest Globe will die pinched against a wall. The follow-up is going to be brought around as Oxen slaughters one. A tower shot over the wall means Link Brothers is going to survive, but the talent is hot on the chase.
Come on, Link.
I mean,
you
you're
got
a Caitlyn. There's only so much you can do. You can hope, you can pray, but it has
Level
forward
5 to
seals
level
the
10.
deal.
Oh my gosh. Level 5 to level 10, that's so not okay.
And that's the power that Ripest Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni have had, I think.
Yeah, if you could absolutely measure the spot lane power in any number, it is the number that Link Brothers is still sitting level 5 at 13 minutes. Almost to no fault of his own either. It is all just Ripest Kiwi and Sketchy Pepperoni playing this early game so well between these two champions. And two champions, by the way, that we really don't get to see a whole lot. Heimerdinger with the barrier. Typically, it is a very aggressive rune, like you did say, and he has been making it work so well in both games 1 and game 2. Leander's completed before the 13-minute mark.
PMC definitely smells something in the water, says, I don't want to deal with it, but you took the bait. And that's going to be a charge over the wall, flash by Miscreant, and then a charge right back to secure that kill. The bait was too good to pass up for PMC.
Faintest Globe could be caught out here as well if Sketchy Pepperoni is able to land a hook onto him, but I do believe that the wave there will at least save his life now for my favorite minigame, Orbital. You already know. Where is this Rift Trail being dropped?
Oh man, that's a difficult one. I want to say bot lane this time around. Or maybe top. Okay, so I forgot who actually had it. Faintest Globe has it, and so I would say it's either mid or top actually, because you try and drop it on bot side, and I mean, no one's really going to get any value out of it, because Link Brothers is already dead again, right? Your ADC is unfortunately dead in the water.
Oh no. Wait, I didn't see, did he pop the level 6 yet? Oh my goodness, he hit level 6!
Oh.
Everyone celebrate! I'm so proud of you, Link Brothers. You did it. Don't worry about your CS, man. Don't worry about anything else. You got that level 6, and now you can start clicking out. Congratulations, Link Brothers.
At this point, it'd be one of those times where I'm just like, why don't you just go and you know, try and fight somewhere else and maybe just go straight for that kill to, you know, the assassin Caitlyn build. Of course, the Talon just says, well, I'll show you a real assassin here. Might pick up a double kill. Is going to look for that triple. Faintest going to jump into that Blitzcrank, and it's only going to delay the timer for a little bit. Miscreant picks up a kill there, and it's now 15-5 in kill count.
We'll take a second to remember here. Oxen lost the first level 1 because he was down a level. Or first 1v1 even because he was down a level. And then all of a sudden, he hasn't died since. And has since picked up 7 kills and a 700 shutdown on his head. Oxen, he just turned the whole game around completely on his own. Of course, with the help of Blitzcrank, his Sketchy Pepperoni. He's been hitting some crazy hooks here. But Oxen, he is playing out of his mind here in game 2.
Too good. Too good is all we can say, and this is the power that you have if you give this player the Talon, right? It was banned away in game number 1. Oxen's one of Oxen's most played champions, and it really proving why. The Talon has had a fantastic time, coupled with that aggression from the other sides, as you said, the Blitzkrieg and this Poppy. It just gets too hot to handle. The rest of the team is going to come in, though. This is going to be the side of King's College trying to fight back here. They might be able to get a Miscreant, is dueling out against Faceless Globe, who still hasn't been able to transform, is finally going to get the last slice, and that puts it at 2 kills for the Kane. Kiwi has to flash over the wall. Hook goes a little bit wide. And now look at the burst. Oxen is going to force the Kane to bleed to death. And now the follow through on the other side. A little bit of a stun grenade takes the life of the Caitlyn. And a flip over the wall means it's a triple kill for Oxen.
Ding, 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 Oxen's arrived. You thought you were going to win that team fight, and in actuality, you are absolutely not Oxen, almost picking up a quadra kill for himself there. His second triple of this game, almost his first quadra of the series right there. Oxen just, once again, the name, the face, the team of Cougars is sitting on his back. If the 700 shutdown does get picked up by really anyone on the side of King's College, it will absolutely turn the game and probably turn that very same team fight as well. As 1,000 gold into anyone, especially Link Brothers, could put them straight back into the game.
It's the little things in life as we charge down into the 17th of minute. 2 dragons over to the side of Misericordia. They're sitting at a 1-0, everything working in their favor, and at this point, nothing feels like they'll be able to stop them. PMC still in this top side, trying to duel out against Meat and Cheesy. Souls and Link Brother, these two have not had the best time. 1-11 between the two of them in the bot side. Now that lead is going to extend into other areas as the hook is drawn back, and PMC gets a great barrel to disengage all over the place, but you jump right into the waiting arms of Ripest Kiwi, who is the ripest Kiwi to ever hit Summoner's Rift.
Oh yes, of course. I have never seen a riper Kiwi in my life, and oh my gosh, Oxen is dead. Oh no. What do we do now, guys?
Oh.
1,000 gold going over to Faintest Glove now, sitting at a 1,000 gold lead just on his own over Miscreant. They do have objective baddies now on the map for King's College. They could pick it up off of this dragon here potentially, but it is still so terrifying to fight, as of course the rest of the members here of the Cougars are still very powerful and scary to fight.
It's the gold lead has spread now. It's not the other lanes got ahead and it's only Oxen that's the strong one, right? It's not like Link Brothers, Faintest Globe, and PMC are all crazy off the charts as well. It's been even in the other areas, and I'd even say heavily handed into this side. Ripest Kiwi saying, look, I'm going to catch up to you, Oxen. I'm going to get more kills too. This is a race to see who gets MVP, and Sketchy Pepperoni wants a bit as well.
Hey man, Sketchy Pepperoni, he has been hitting some really crazy hooks. Miscreant flashing in there as well, looking for this pick onto Faintest Globe. And it's just who gets the last auto attack. Meat Cheesy is the one able to pick up that one for himself. All eyes turning towards the tower in the mid lane here. 3v3, really only a 3v2 as one member is of course recalling PMC up close. And pretty low, but very pretty up there in the top.
I'm going to try and make it pretty, but the mid lane is going to be pushed down here. Misericordia, they're going to go ahead and try and look for their fourth tower, as the bot side will be Ripest Kiwi pushing on their own. That'll be the fourth actually down there, and this 3-1 setup here is very, very entertaining. Oxen still has yet to respond, and that'll be probably the 1-3-1. A little bit of a Hex Tech flash. A Sketchy Pepperoni is quite sketchy on those hooks right now.
It is currently a 8,000 gold lead in the favor of the Cougars. They have only lost one tower, that being that mid lane tower that I do believe that was Rift Herald that they dropped. I don't remember if I predicted where the Rift Herald was going, but let's say I predicted mid lane. Let's go 2-0 on the first Rift Herald. 5 members collapsing currently on the bot lane from the Cougars here.
All 5 down, and they might lose 1 on the back end. Thankfully, the Dark Passage is there to keep Yasuo alive. Of course, Miscreant with that Predator has been so effective, as well with the Divine Sunder. Becomes so painful.
Oh, no.
PMC took the wrong path, and unfortunately is going to draw the rest of King's College into a fight that they did not want. The obliteration, the decimation, the complete domination is coming out here. Yes, you lose the Poppy, but you take everyone else. That'll be Misericordia. Cougars taking the ace.
20-minute ace for the Cougars. I mean, all of them are just playing out of their minds in this whole series. Oxen was the one that set it all up in the first 10 minutes, and now transitioning all of his gold beautifully to Ripest Kiwi, now getting to be the star of the show, coming into the past of the 20-minute mark, taking this inhibitor tower mid lane, or bot lane even, and potentially the mid lane inhibitor tower here as well, just with the help of the minion Souls walking in a little bit too close there.
Souls is certainly tanky. Souls wants to fight it out. Ripest Kiwi is now going to get caught out, and this should be the turnaround. Good flash out to slow everyone down, but I mean, it's going to be enough. Faintest Globe does get a tag, looking for one more. Smite goes down, and now Meat and Cheesy is going to try and fire right back. He is able to trade it into a 1v1 for 1. You get drawn in. The flay is good, and you're not going to get over the wall, unfortunately. Shut down for Link Brothers as they collect their first kill of the game.
Let's go, Link Brothers! He got his first kill. I'm so proud of him. Oh no. Don't worry about that. They just go. He's fine. He's got a lantern there to help him out. Link Brothers, man. I'm gonna cheer for him when he hits 6. I'm gonna cheer for him when he gets his first kill. Let's go. Now they are 2-14 between the two of them, but that is a lot better than 0-14.
It feels so much better as well. Now you have a bit more gold to work with. Yes, you're still about 5k behind, but who's counting, right? I don't think anyone is. That should help complete. I want to say, yeah, you just got the Gale Force and finish that one up. You got tier 2 boots, and now you have a double longsword in your itemization. You're going to be able to outmaneuver a bit better as well. So now maybe you have a chance at dodging out against, say, that stun grenade, say those rockets coming at your face.
We have a very fancy overview of the whole map coming on right now. And potentially very fancy overview of PMC going to be caught out here. Oxen, he's holding his breath, he's waiting, he's being very patient. As that Banshee's popped by an Everfrost. Souls could be landing a hook here, of course, no Banshees. But Oxen is actually secretly just holding them off, as now we actually get to see they are baiting a Baron, and they will absolutely be able to take this Baron.
It'll be probably the final nail in the coffin. You can see the rest of King's College now scrambling to try and get position. Hook lands. Oh, that's a priority member. Great grab onto the jungler. And now they can try and fight for a bit more. Sketch of Pepperoni should have the hook up in just a few seconds, and it's going to be looking for a second. You got a main priority member. Oxen is now going to try and slow them down. Slow, and the hook of the wall grabs the threat. You try and flash back to your team, but you only get so far. Baron goes down as Ripest Kiwi is able to take that one. Meat and Cheesy is going to come around the edge. A great wind ball slows it down, but the collateral damage does way more. Once again, it feels like it's going to be another ace. Down goes Meat and Cheesy, but the damage has been done. A 4-for-1 as the base is getting pushed here. The inhibitor did respawn on the bot side, but it'll fall just as quickly as it'll be the mid and bot lane that are cracked open against King's College.
4 members strong from the Cougars now get to wear their purple cloaks around Summoner's Rift, like you said, taking this mid lane inhibitor, and most likely following it up with that bot lane inhibitor. PMC, the only member that was able to keep them, at the very least, off the Nexus towers. He was not quite able to keep them off the Baron, and Mountain Soul here picked up as well. 8-0 in this series on Dragons for Cougars so far. Very, very impressive.
Done and done. Dragon falls. That is the soul for Misericordia. They will take that Mountain Soul. That one hurts a little bit more, right? Because now not only do you have players that are excessively far ahead, that are really, really strong, now they're unkillable. Now they have an extra shield on top of it. They get extra armor and magic resist because they've had 2 of those mountain dragons in their pocket. It's a very painful thing to go up against.
I wish I could play League of Legends like this. Just watching all 3 lanes. We can see everything going on the map. Maybe you would get picked off because you're looking at top lane, but you know what? We don't need to look at top lane. Top lane was actually by far the quietest lane in this game too here. Nothing really happened, and then PMC started getting caught out just because of the jungle pressure from Oxen, of course. At that point, you couldn't be walking up past your inner turrets. He still thought he could walk up to his outer turret, and he was hooked quite a bit. Very excellent hook there onto Link Brothers. Very unfortunate for him, though.
Link Brothers did not enjoy that one at all. As now going to watch the rest of his team get run down. That'll be explosive, kind of knocking up 2, so you get 2 caught up. But again, the flashes are good. Ripest Kiwi goes into the stasis. Is going to get knocked up. Is going to get punished, and they get destroyed. But look, again, the collateral damage is just too strong. Meat and Cheesy said it was quiet on the top side. It's not quiet here in bot, as that is the 3rd ace of the game. Triple kill for Meat and Cheesy, as it will be the Cougars slicing through and chewing into their 2-0 series on the week.
Still remaining undefeated, 8-0, the Cougars. I almost said cookies. No, the Cougars taking the series 2-0, and that was a very dominant performance. I lost count of the amount of triples and quadras that we see. Honestly, they could rename it the triple kill team. They got so many of them on almost all 5 members. The only one missing out being the support.
It was so good and well fought. Again, we are seeing why this squad is a favorite to go ahead and take the first spot all the way through the regular season. Again, this is week number 4. There are 4 more weeks to play after this, and that will really be the time to shine. We can see here the stats breakdown. You can see
Oh.
that gold swing go directly their favor. And in that mid lane, Oxen, 26.6k damage. Really ramped it up against the opponents.
26,000 damage in, I believe, a 26-minute game there. Yeah, 25 minutes and 32 seconds was the final game length. So that was more than 1,000 damage a minute from the mid lane assassin Talon. He was... I came into that draft thinking that it was going to be a Talon jungle, and boy, did Oxen prove me very, very wrong. Oxen, or Talon mid still being very powerful, at least as a comfort pick for him.
It works out so well, and again, it led them to another game victory. And with that, they'll go ahead and move to the 4-0 record. Of course, King's College will try their best for a win later, as they are currently 2-1. They'll be looking to play their rescheduled match at a later date, and we have more League of Legends coming to you here shortly as well, as our next match of the evening will be Ithaca College Gold versus NJCU Gothic Knights, a squad that is currently looking for their first series victory as well. So please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back here on the main channel with our second series of the evening.
I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking, will you love
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boosley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boosley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Welcome back into the NECC second game of the night here. Fish and Orbital calling all of the action. We're about to hop into a Navigator's Yellow game orbital between two teams On opposite sides of the spectrum right now, we got Ithaca College sitting at 2-0, taking on the NJCU Gothic Knights, who are at 0-3, desperate for a win. And again, these Ithaca, you're happy, you're 2-0, you keep winning, you're good to go. NJCU, they really need a win to be able to get back in that playoff push as we head into the second half of the season.
It is so true. And again, for Ithaca College Gold, it's not like it was a simple 2-0. And week 3, of course, they did have to reschedule. That's why they're sitting at 2-0, not 3-0 or 2-1. However, their wins that came by seemed a little bit distracted, to say the least. This is one of the few times that I see a 2-0 team win both of their series 2-1, meaning that there were some shakeups there. It's not the cream of the crop top where it's 2-0s across the board, flat all the way through and everything like that. On the flip side, though, again, NJCU gonna be working with a lot here. They're struggling right now, 3-0, haven't picked up a single game, and that to me signals either two things. Number one is they're having a bit of roster management, still trying to figure out what pieces work together and kind of tossing in and out. Or two, just maybe not feeling confident in their own gameplay. Again, the Navigators yellow, we just saw a match earlier. We saw it very competitive there at the top, and they actually recently lost to Misericordia Cougars just last week. So definitely up against some of the stiffer competition, and maybe now they have a bit of time to kind of reorient themselves and start working their way up the ladder.
I think the one thing that's interesting, as you point out for Ithaca, because again, it hasn't been a smooth 2-0 start, is they're the team that really, I think, has the big roster question for me, despite the record, because you just look, they don't have a natural AD carry player, and AD carry is a very pivotal role in a team play. It is miserable in solo queue. I think anyone will admit that, because basically you feel like all the pressure is on you. And I'm really curious if they're keeping with the same AD carry they've had, if they're mixing it up, because that was my one question kind of looking at this roster is, okay, who is going to be your AD carry player? Because again, it's such a pivotal role. I'm very curious to see how that goes as we hop into the draft. And I also have to say, Ithaca, they must hate the bot lane. You're going to see, because they've already done the pro draft, we just get to see everything how it went. We're going to see 4 support bans orbital from Ithaca. They do not like whatever's cooking in that NJCU bot lane, despite the 0-3 record.
And I mean, going back to your point about, having an ADC, we just watched as Misericordia won their series with a Heimerdinger in the bot lane in both games as well. So, the whole joke, ADC 2020 and above, lol, it's very, very real. ADC right now is not really your main priority. It's keeping a steady hypercarry in the bot lane. That's actually what you're looking for. And if you can make the kill lanes work, go for it. That's what we say. However, an ADC is the surest way, as you were saying, to still give yourself a lot of power. And to cut out that power, like you were saying, ban away a bunch of those supports. On the flip side, for NJCU, I do like that they are managing between the top and the mid. And even though the Akshan could technically go in the top lane as well, I think it's a fair split between all their bans.
I think an interesting thing here for Ithaca is we've seen the pro draft. They had a really interesting draft that involved Graves and a Kennen and another mid laner that I think is going to be in the mid lane. And so I'm very curious if this is Graves' jungle and how you play. Because, Graves used to be a jungler way back in the day, but he's now been a top laner. He runs Hullbreaker. He just shoves. I'm very curious if Halachu is going to lock in this Graves jungle that I'm expecting, how it will play against something like the Hecarim that Neon Sonic is playing, top tier. This could be a very big discrepancy in that jungle that could give NJCU their first victory, because I really favor a Hecarim over kind of like a meme Graves jungle pick, honestly.
It is, and the reason for that is Hecarim now, you'll almost always see it run Phase Rush. Now, there has been some contemplation. I believe there was a tweet out, and some people have already been messing with it in kind of, those test phases, that Hecarim doesn't have to run the Trinity Force all the time. If you're looking just to get the gank off and repositioning, and you can run Phase Rush, Cindy's Balmy Cinder actually does the same thing. It does proc that Phase Rush. It does give you that boost of move speed. So a lot of different ways that you can flex between it, and I have to agree, Hecarim, in terms of overall team comparison, gives a larger share than the Graves. However, if you're going for damage, if you're going for outright burst, the Graves will actually lend itself much earlier on and with fewer components than I would say the Hecarim would need.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup. I also like this mid lane matchup. Crisis, Yone. I mean, he's told us in our player notes, all he does is lock Yone. He doesn't care what position it is. He locks Yone. That's all he's done. I think he said for the whole last season. But I think the Lysandra is a great counter, because they actually did end up wanting the Yone, if you're curious how the pro draft went. I love Lysandra pick here. You got a lot of disengage. You've got a lot of defensive with the Ring of Frost. you can shut down a Yone player from popping off. And if you can irritate a Yone player, they can start to get aggressive. They're looking for kills. They're trying to make that Yone play. So I love that Lissandra pick into the Yone. I'm curious, as we see here, the bot lane's fleshed out. MF Karma, I think a very strong comp. Samira, Nautilus, these two teams are very, very interesting. There's a lot of damage orbital on the left, and there's a lot of CC on the right.
I would hazard a guess that we'll also possibly see a tank Lissandra come out here. That is a possible fallback that you could go to. Now, tank Lissandra, granted, this is me as a play-by-play digging into the recesses of my mind. Tank Lissandra has not been around for quite some time. That was back, I think, in 2019 or so. It was very, very popular. You ran Aftershock, you go full tank, you just be a CC bot. Probably won't see that here. Dipping into the tank area, though, wouldn't be a bad idea, right? The whole reason that you take the Lissandra is not to win against Yone. You will not win against a Yone. Hands down, you don't really have that kill potential. What you're looking for is a CC. The one thing that can keep Yone in his spirit form close to you is hard CC, and he doesn't get to snap back. He won't be able to snap back right away. You get a few more moments where he's stuck in the middle of the team fight, and you can beat him down. That's why the Lissandra was picked up, or at least that's the way I see it. You lock down the Yone, maybe even go Everfrost. It's about 6 seconds of hard CC. Your team gets to be there and start rocking the fight with you. So you're not looking to win. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Seeker's Arm Guard to come out very early on, especially if you're losing out and then build into that Everfrost. But if Crisis is as big of a Yone player as he says, I wouldn't be surprised if he already has an answer, already has that kind of game plan worked up for himself.
He's got the cleanse, which, I mean, is kind of that first step. I mean, you very rarely see cleanse Yone. So that's the first step. I think that's the other thing. That's the brilliance of this NJCU team is, let's say it's Halucha who gets ahead, or it's Runes who gets ahead on the Kennen. There's just all of this CC with the Lissandra who can shut down who's ever fed on the enemy team. Then Hecarim can come in with the Onslaught of Shadows, get the Fear. You have the depth charge. There is such a perfect CC chain here for NJCU that I really am a fan. I'm worried they might not have enough damage depending on how tanky Lissandra goes, as you were talking about, depending on how tanky the Hecarim goes, as you were alluding to. But they have so much perfect CC that it really kind of counters Ithaca. Like, we're just going to try and blow you up, and Karma will throw some Bontra shields on everyone so that we can kind of live long enough. I think they kind of counterpicked Ithaca almost perfectly here on paper, but they still have to win those matchups because all the tankiness of the world won't stop someone if that Graves or that Yone gets 10 plus kills ahead of everyone on the map. He'll just kill you regardless of what you have.
And the other one that will do that as well is that Kennen. The one that you see on your screen right now, this Kennen didn't go for the poke heavy. Sometimes we do see the summon area coming out. This is electrocute, and this means that you're not really playing into the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is well known as being a very nice tank with the health, with the steal away, with the Realm of Shadows. So you're looking to burst out the likes of the Samira and the Lissandra. That's what you're praying for. So the Kennen is also one to be very, very scared of, and we can see here, Hecarim is not running the phase rush. I have some residual doubts about this. I would have preferred to see the phase rush, personally, just to be able to follow up on the chase. But if you're willing to duel, that will give you the opportunity to fight back against Graves, who, of course, did go the fleet footwork.
Yeah, I think the Conqueror, Hecarim, I see UI, maybe going to take long, extended fights. I think the other thing, we talked a lot about the Kennen. Look at Papa Princess there on the Mordekaiser. Let's say that Mordekaiser gets ahead. Every time there's a Mordekaiser in the game, you have to look. When do you want to start looking for a QSS so that you could get out of the Shadow Realm? There's also, I've been told, a very interesting interaction with Yone. If he just double casts his E, he's just ripped out of the death realm. Doesn't matter if he precast it, he just gets taken out right away. So you can no longer just say, all right, Yone's ahead, all Crisis, assuming Crisis knows that. That basically counters Mordekaiser. So Mordekaiser has to be careful. He doesn't say, I've got the fed Yone, and then Yone's just going to say, all right, EE, all right, we're back in the fight, doesn't even matter. So I'm curious if there'll be any QSSs, and I'm curious if Papa Princess knows about that Yone interaction, because that could waste an entire ult of Mordekaiser. So that could be team fight losing, potentially.
It easily could be, and especially if the first time it's tested is at like 30 minutes, that's going to be bad. 100% that's going to be bad. What you're looking at, though, is I think the Mordekaiser will have to focus that Kennen, 100%. The rest of the team actually has enough to lock down. You have a Nautilus, you have the Hecarim, and you have the Lissandra. All three of those can shut down most of the front line that's going to be coming in from the Ithaca squad. So your main priority is keep eyes on where that Kennen is. Mainly, watch where the wards are being placed. Are there any roaming teleports coming in? Where is that Kennen coming from? Because that is actually what's going to destroy the Samiras, destroy everyone on the flank. Not really the Yone, in my opinion. I granted, I say that with all bias in the world. The Yone will do damage. However, when a Yone ults as a single target, it hits once and then that's about it. The follow-up damage is where it is. With a Kennen, as soon as the Slicing Maelstrom is on, it's on for the entire duration that Kennen is alive. You cannot allow that to get to your back line. Either you kill him early, you lock him out so he doesn't have any damage, or you get ready to ult him pretty much every single team fight.
I'm also curious what the Graves will do, because the last time I've seen Graves jungle, there's usually one path you go, which is just you just farm, right? You don't really gank. You try and gank here and there, but you're basically farming. You sometimes even steal your own laners camps because you just want to get ahead, because Graves is ahead to do a ton of damage. So I'm curious if we'll even see this Graves. Or if it's like, look, I'm going to power clear. Maybe I try and answer Neon Sonic when I see him and I'm in position. But this could be a one-sided jungle map where Graves is just simply saying, I am here to farm every single camp in existence. Don't bother me until 35 minutes when I'm fully built and no one else is caught up. As we hop into game number 1, Ithaca College, taking on NJCU, Navigators Yellow, week 4. We'll see if NJCU can get their first win, even their first map win, or if Ithaca can move to 3-0 with Fish and Orbital here. As we hop on the Rift and we see everybody just kind of staring at each other, Orbital. Not a whole lot going on to start this game up.
No one wants to challenge the other person, and I'm actually quite surprised at that. NJCU do have a pretty solid early game set of damage. The Nautilus is the prevailing factor. I think if you're looking for invades with the supports, you're looking at Nautilus, I want to say Blitzcrank, of course, the Thresh, and the Braum are the top 4 that you could probably invade with. Morgana on the back end as well, but I will say Morgana's a little bit squishy. You get the binding, you don't know how many other people are in there. But they don't want to test it, right? Again, NJCU are the squad that are currently on a lose streak. You can't really... it's hard to have confidence in an early game invade just like that, so wisely setting up those battle lines and allowing the junglers to slowly prep up with those red buff starts.
Said double red buff. So I think the interesting thing to me is that Rosehawk opted not to buy a health potion, just the support item. Maybe hoping to have a quick back. I'll keep an eye on what that Karma wants to do with their first back. As you see, they have quite a bit of gold, almost as much gold as the jungler, because they opted to not buy that health potion. I'm very curious what Rosehawk has up their sleeve, Orbital. You've got to have something in mind when you do that. You're thinking, maybe I get an early back, and I'm really curious what Rosehawk wants to do, because they already get a ton of damage onto the 6th. Oh, Misfortune already in a world of hurt.
It pains me to see that. And of course, they are going to hit level 2 first, so maybe they can follow up. But the 6th... Oh... If you're starting the engage, heads up to anyone, don't lead with the ADC. That's 25% HP.
And the other thing that you know, I was going to talk about is the 6th brought the exhaust instead of the heal. That's exactly what they did. They dove in and immediately exhausted Misfortune. They're like, all right. Okay, but as you said, Orbital, you can't lead the charge with your ADCs at 25%. You have the dredge line on that Nautilus. That feels like maybe I'm really not sure, maybe like a calculated mistake. Maybe they thought, okay, we'll hit 2, and they predicted to get a bit more healing. I'm not really sure what NJCU was looking for in that play in particular, but yeah, regardless, it puts Ithaca ahead. They get that first blood. I will say, though, Crisis struggling a bit here in this mid lane, getting shoved out. This is exactly what I was scared of, that this Lissandra's just going to bully this Yone, now forcing a reset already with the wave push. That's just more CS for this Lissandra.
Even though the bullying did work, I will say it's not going to have that much of an effect, right? The reason for this is because Crisis has pretty good built-in sustain later on. The early damage won't stick unless you're going for kill potential in the early stages. This is why I was kind of curious. We can't even talk about mid. Bot lane's the answer.
Oh, this time they found Misfortune. Antarctica is going to run away. Rosehawk is able to kite Neon Sonic, but this Misfortune is just simply dead. The passive won't kick in. The 6th gets a kill and revenge. We didn't quite see how it started, but a great job by Neon Sonic coming down. And it feels like, despite that early death Orbital, the 6 and Frisk, they just want to fight the whole time here. They want to just shove in this bot lane and maybe take advantage of the fact, as we talked in the pregame, that Ithaca doesn't have a solid AD carry player, and they're trying to exploit that advantage. As now we see Graves is going to get found out here potentially.
Chance, but of course go in the opposite direction. Going and talking about that bot lane, though, I think another reason is because if Christus and the 6th don't fight, their lane gets poked out, right? You're looking at a Misfortune and a Karma. This is one of the great bully lanes currently in the game, so you really do have to be worried for them if they don't engage.
Chu is going to get found out in the jungle. Papa Princess will get some damage, but Graves will just simply dash over the wall. And everything is back to being even here. Gold's almost dead even. CS basically across the board is even. Both AD carries have a kill and a death. 5 minutes in Orbital. Feels like the game just started. There's really not an advantage either way besides a minor CS lead in the top lane for Papa Princess.
And if this early game continues on as it is, and it's fairly quiet, I would actually give a lot of pressure over to NJCU, right? This is a composition that you're okay taking a little bit of time. Crisis isn't getting out of control. It's not this super heavily fed Yone, and you're absolutely okay with it. You're okay not giving a whole lot of kills over. The problem is you don't have a great scaler on your side either, right? You don't have, I would say, a fantastic hypercarry. The Samira can, but it's going to be matched, and your Mordekaiser, depending on the build that they go, may or may not bring a whole lot of damage. So it's okay for NJCU. For the side of Ithaca, though, you want to see them get a little bit more aggressive, have a little bit more fun in this overall game.
On with the Samira as well, with how just the style works, you're going to have to be close range. That is something a Kennen will absolutely eat up. As we do get a shove here, we see Olachu did walk down, and they're probably going to set up around this dragon, though Neon Sonic is coming down from his blue buff. This is going to be a contested dragon. He'll hit the scrying orb to let them know that this is not a free dragon. Force the disengage, but a ton of cleave damage is going on to Rosehawk and Halachu. The Infernal Dragon scaring everybody off here as the mid laners hit level 6. So we'll see if Graves potentially wants to look for the gank onto the Lysandra. We see level 6 as well for Rune, but of course with those teleport changes, Orbital, he will not be able to join any early dragon fight. He'll have to pick and choose when he wants to teleport to lane, or maybe he even tries to teleport to the bot turret. That takes a while for that Kennen to get from the bot turret to the dragon.
Too long is the best way to think about it. Now, Manan, wondering how this is going to play out, and again, the early status of this entire game lends itself to a tense feeling now as well, and that's a kill on the bot side.
Get another kill onto the 6th, and I mean, we saw it earlier, and I would assume the story's repeating itself. Rosehawk is doing a great job on this Karma, just absolutely bullying with that inner flame, with the Mantra inner flame, onto the 6 with the Samira, you know, kind of that range melee hybrid, taking a ton of damage in that bot lane. I will say Rosehawk is probably doing more damage than Antarctican is right now. Orbitals, we see here some trading in the mid lane, but Crisis knows there's no way you can dive a Lysandra here with that frozen tube, so they'll just walk away, and they'll stay pretty even in CS, and that's exactly what I think NJC want to do. Keep that Yone in check, get a bit of a counter jungle here, and this Graves is going to get that red buff basically for free.
It is good, and again, keeping Crisis off those kills. The problem, of course, is still the Yone is farming up. That's going to be the downside to all of this. It's still going to be a farm-heavy Crisis who is going to walk back, pick up those items very quickly. Of course, Tier 2 boots, I think, is the standard in grabbing the itemization, so is going to have really good damage coming out here with the empowered attack speed. What I want to see, though, is Neon Sonic has only ganked the bot lane so far, whereas the rest of the lanes are pressing up pretty heavily. Instead, he's going for the invade, and now it's caught off on the wrong side of the map.
Should be able to get this blast cone to safety. Instead, he tries to. He's gonna get the back off. Crisis gave up. Crisis thought he hit the blast cone. Neon Sonic just gets out for free. We are gonna get a dive in the top lane, however. Papa Princess will go down. They did use the Death Realm, I would assume, on Tarun, but unfortunately weren't quite able to survive the 2-man dive. And really, that starts 2 minutes ago, Orbital, when Halachu steals Neon Sonic's red. He feels like he has to go in, and then he gets caught out, has to back. He just basically uses top laner on an island.
At this point, this early game, as much as I don't want to say it, that early balance has been broken by the power of Ithaca, right? They got the early kills. It's going to be 2 kills on Antarctican, and then follow through on Halachu. These two now have power to control the rest of the game, and you can see here this dragon is being started up, but on the other side we get to see an ult.
Seal's gonna land on an Amaran, does have the frozen tube, but won't even be able to get it off. A kill traded for a dragon. Crisis picks up the kill, had to use the cleanse and the flash, but At the same time, at least NJCU get something out of that orbital. They get the Infernal Dragon, and while, yes, you don't want to give a Yone kill over for a Dragon, at least they didn't just fully disengage. So I like the fact they just stuck to the objective. It was a great punish by Crisis, predicting that Namaran was going to want to run over there. And they really, Ithaca played that perfectly, playing like the 2-0 team we kind of expected coming into this series.
Picking up early kills and going on the aggressive is going to lend themselves to a higher lead. Again, 2K in their favor. That should bolster up this bot lane and this mid lane significantly here. You can see it 3.3 for the Misfortune and 3.1 for the Yone. Compared to the counterparts, right? Yes, it seems like it's only a little bit, but in the mid lane, having a 4K lead is the difference between about 5 extra damage or a little bit extra attack speed, and that means Crisis gets free kill potential as long as you're waiting and hopefully got the ultimate up.
I think the biggest goal discrepancy is one that I was kind of worried about there. Is Crisis is going to go in right on top of this Lissandra, the Ring of Frost. We'll get the CC, but you see the damage. It's 1,000 gold lead for Haltachu in that jungle, and I was worried about the Graves pick. It's been a while. He's more of a top laner now. This Graves is just having so much more of an impact than the Hecarim. He's going to have a ton of damage late game, and it becomes that damage versus full tank as Rune looking to go in on Papa Princess. Does not quite have the slicing dust from their last dive, but it should be up soon. If he wants to pull it off, has the flash, has basically everything. I think this should be a reset for Papa Princess because he's probably dead next wave to this Kennen.
It would be such an easy dive, right? This is the perfect prep that we're seeing from Runes, who has done an immaculate job of containing this Mordekaiser. No matter what, you have to be worried, and even drawing up Neon Sonic I don't think would change anything here. So it's an all-around pressuring from Ithaca, as it doesn't feel like they have like an amazing game plan, right? It's the composition doesn't really work too well with each other. It's just 4 individual lanes and the jungle, or 3 individual lanes in the jungle, overpowering the opponent. This is win lane, win game to the truest extent of the form.
See the ping come out onto Runes. Potentially Neon Sonic is going to move up there for really a stop at a dive, if anything. You can see that Hecarim hanging out top of the map there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, looking for a play. Meanwhile, Haltachu did pick up the Rift Herald, by the way. I would assume just wants to throw this in the mid lane. Here we go. Rune's going to get caught out there. The charge from Neon Sonic is going to land. The devastating charge. Do they have the Onslaught of Shadows? They do, but they're holding on to it. Will the Slicing Maelstrom be proc? The Grasp of Death will just miss. And meanwhile, they're going to go Fate Sealed. Bam! Right onto Lissandra. That's the second time, unfortunately, Amaranth has been burst down orbital before they can even get the Frozen Tomb off to stay alive.
That combination is so good. This is why I was a little bit worried, right? Namranan opted for the damage trades and is now being punished accordingly. With that mid lane broken open, this is going to allow Crisis to really rotate around, really make an impact on the rest of the lanes. I wouldn't even be surprised if you actually toss Runes into that mid lane or bot lane and rotate Misfortune and Karma into the mid, and then you take your own sweet time topside, because you can start punishing that Mordekaiser as well. It's out of control. Crisis and Haltachu are going to be making amazing plays around the rest of the map.
Speaking of Haltachu, you see a very aggressive position here, potentially looking for a tower dive onto Christes and the 6, though Neon Sonic is there as well, going to dash over the wall. They are going to land on top of a ward. That will be enough to send the NJCU bot lane running away. A great standard bot lane ward for the NJCU bot side. Keeps them alive. I will say the one thing about Crisis is he's picked his summoner spells for the laning phase, right? He picked the cleanse for the Lissandra. If he had teleport, I would say this game's probably over. Now he can't go top and then TP bot for a dragon fight, or go bot and TP top for a Baron fight in 10 minutes. I am a little worried that Yone is going to get punished late game for having cleanse more than he was really popping off with it. He only got 1 kill. I guess 1 kill, 1 assist with that cleanse in the early game.
You're not too worried about it, honestly. We talk about only 1 kill, sure, that's fine. You're still very strong, right? You got tier 2 boots. When you go back, you should have the Immortal Shield Bow ready to go. And you don't. And for the team, Ithaca aren't really worried about dragons in the early stages. It's there, right? It's nice to have, but your goal is to build up a very large set of econ with that gold swing, and with the Inferno already down and an Ocean ready to pop up here. I don't think dragons are your primary coverage, right? You don't have to go for this. Although it is obviously very, very nice and you do want it, if you don't pick up these ones, I feel like Ithaca are saying, well, we know we're going to get the next ones after the initial 2 because we have more gold. I think that's what it's going to come down to, is leave 2 dragons, build up that gold a little bit more, and then rotate for later whenever you can actually just clean the clocks of NJCU.
I'd have it fight over this dragon. There are 3 mythics on the board for Ithaca College. There's only 1 for NJCU. That is the Immortal Shield board for the 6th. No one else has one. You have the Rocket Belt for Runes. You have the Kraken Slayer for Antarctican. And you have the Eclipse for Halachu as well. I think smartly NJC realizes this is not a fight we can win, at least for now. They will disengage off the dragon. This is going to be a 5-on-4 unless Papa Princess decides to teleport in. The Ocean Dragon will go over. Antarctican is going to pop the bullet time. Nice deflect there by the 6th. Barely staying alive. Thought that was an easy pick, but instead they just back away. They give the dragon. It's a Cloud Soul. Papa Princess is going to push some towers. Though Runes is coming right back looking for some vengeance.
Well played by Ithaca. They ensure that they get the second dragon of the game. They don't allow the dragon second to come up, and that means it's a complete territorial win, right? They're winning in the dragon count. They're winning in the tower count as well, and everything falling Ithaca's way right now. Runes feeling like they could even take a little bit of chance with the Proto Belt up. It could bring a lot of damage. That's going to be a little bit of a jump in for the juicy fight.
That's going to pop the Realm of Death onto Runes, so Halachu can simply just wait and watch. Slicing Maelstrom going to go out. It's going to provide a ton of damage as soon as the Realm of Death fades. It's death for the Mordekaiser. They play that gank perfectly. And speaking of death, here comes Crisis. Namoran has to run away just to survive. And Ithaca has really just taken that last dragon, kind of showed you the state of the game, Orbital. NGCU just simply has to give Ithaca anything they want because they're not winning anything right now.
It's a slow bleed out to death, and normally this is a good thing to do. It's normally okay because you basically say, well, we'll turtle until we feel a little bit more confident. Problem, of course, being that if you're turtling, you want to try and soak up that gold. You're not getting as much as you could probably want. Neon, though, is going to try their best and try and take down Runes here.
It's a 2-level lead for the Ken, and as we do see, the ult's going to come through. The fear will land. Runes just simply going to walk away. He puffs the onslaught of shadows just to watch Runes walk away in his face, Orbital. There's the slow bleed right in front of your face.
Pretty much. That is not a good signal to have. That is not fun to watch and basically say, well, crap, we can't even punish some of these overextensions. This is going to continue for the next couple minutes, and I don't think there's any end in sight. Bot side, Chris and the 6th are not allowed to even play forward. Chris could try and throw a depth charge, but, I mean, who are you really going to kill? The shields are just too strong right now, and, I mean, you're trying your best, but the rest of the map has fallen already, and against Artishan is going to try.
The exhaust going to come out. Bullet time will be used. The great block there by the Nautilus, and they barely pick up the kill as the Sonic comes racing in, will block the inner flame as well. Once again, the 6th and company engagement. Here comes Crisis to pick it up. Fate Seal already going to pick off 1. Unfortunately, we'll get teleported back, but still, a 1-for-1 trade. I don't think exactly what you were looking for. Plus, the tower will go down as the second Riptail, which is going to be dropped here by Halachu, who's making a huge difference in the jump.
That one, I mean, that was pretty good. And again, the 6th forcing that engage, saying we have to try something, we have to go for something, and being able to find at least 1, but you still lose the tower, so it might not be worth. In the mid lane, though, Runes is able to flash away. Oh no, that was Papa Princess tried to showboat a bit and now loses out on that kill.
Meanwhile, it looks like Rift Herald ended up getting not 1, but 2 towers in the bot side. They trade 2 towers for nothing in just the last 4 minutes. Really, nothing has gone right for NJCU. I like the aggression from the 6th. We did see Namaranan did pick up the Everfrost as well, so that 6-second CC that you're talking about, Orbital, is going to eventually be online. When it will be able to be pulled off is an entirely another question. When you see the Yon at 2-0-1, the Graves at 3-0-0, as we see Antarctican is going to maybe punish Papa Princess here, unfortunately. Not enough damage, but the CC is coming together. But I don't know if NJCU can survive Ithaca's just full out, I want to say press W, but you can't really do that in League of Legends, but just dive onto you and throw all of your damage at them. I don't know if they can survive that.
I don't think so either. We have yet to even see a full 5v5 team fight. I think I've been playing on 3 different fronts, right? They send out a solo lane Crisis. They go ahead and fight it off. Runes goes ahead and tries to do a lot whoever's trying to split push on the side of NJCU. And bot lane does its own thing, right? Graze is just kind of floating between all 3 and allowing the team to do their own thing. And that is, you know, the highest level of confidence that you can have as a jungler, just saying, well, my team doesn't really need me, so I'm going to try and mess with the opponent. It's such a, I almost want to say basic and primitive way to play the game, but it's so good if you have good laners, if you have strong laners that aren't worried about trying to fight as a team. They have done it so well. Ithaca have found their own magical composition, and they're going to stick with it over and over again.
Cloud Dragon of the game will spawn here. It is going to be a Cloud Soul. There is a lot of great vision, I will say, from NJCU. You can see all of the red wards. They have that pit lit up like a Christmas tree. They know the movement of Crisis in Arctican. They know where Halachu is at all times. They have great vision, so they won't be caught off guard. The question is, will that even matter? Crisis could probably just pop Soul Unbound into Fate Sealed at any moment and look for a pick. As we kind of get a game of chicken here, Orbital. They dance around. The vision will start to be cleared up by Ithaca. This will put them really in full control. Though there is a ward on the backside of the Dragon Pit that they're not going to find. See if this is our first team fight of the game, but it looks like it's just going to be a disengage here. NJCU, now they're opting to run in. The Dragon will fall. Runes is going to charge in. There's Anaran. Going to drop the Frozen to immediately pop the stopwatch, but it's Halachu who picks up the first kill. The Slicing Maelstrom is slicing the team apart. This is the damage we were worried about. Orbital, they just simply stand on top of NJCU, and it's an ace for Ithaca, and they only lose the support.
Oh, the 5v5 stat check works so well. Ithaca annihilate the opponent, and it worked again. Crisis getting that ultimate off so clean. And at this stage of the game, right, Crisis is the engage tool. You go in with that ultimate, you catch everyone in sight. Runes came around the corner, and Papa Princess was not quick enough on that ultimate. So the Slicing Maelstrom not only did so much damage, stunned people up, caused people to not be able to do anything, and then the follow through. It was just a cascade of illumination. The bright colors of the abilities ripping NJCU to death. That's going to be one team fight. And if that's the precursor to the rest of it, I'm very worried about the rest of this game.
I'm hugely worried about the rest of this game because when you look at the score, I mean, all of the kills right now for NJCU are on the 6th, which usually, okay, at least your AD carries playing well, you're feeling better. Unfortunately, Inferno Trigger requires you to be in melee range, Orbital, and I don't think you want to go in popping Inferno Trigger into a Fate Sealed, into a collateral damage, into a Slicing Maelstrom. It's going to be so hard for the 6 to find time to do damage with that ultimate. Samira really feels like maybe the worst ADC you could have picked into this comp just because of where she has to stand and do damage. She's never going to be able to stand there because she'll just die.
Painful way to figure out that maybe we need to go back to the drawing board, but I mean, as long as you're still in the game, you still have a chance, even if the chance is only 0.01%. 9k difference is giving Ithaca a massive field to work with, and already seeing those items come out here as well. Infinity Edge there in the mid lane, Crisis with 2. The Lord Dom's Regards for Halachu is starting to ramp up as well, and you can see Halachu having a fantastic time with almost 10k under his belt. Ithaca, really at this point, they could group up and just push down mid lane and probably be fine, but they want to take it a little bit slower because then he can get the catches just like that. Namranan falls to the 2v1.
It looked like for a moment Papa Princess, Neon Sonic were all going to go up and at least try and make that even. They still might do that. They are going to jump right onto Crisis. Papa Princess might not even live long enough. Unfortunately, the Fate Sealed will miss, but it's not going to matter. Crisis picks up 1. Neon Sonic is there, but the Immortal Shield Bow is just simply too much. The Onslaught of Shadows to run away, and that is the worst thing that could happen. You lose 1v2 in the bot lane. Here comes the Antarctican. They're looking for the kill onto the Nautilus. They should be able to run them down. Halachu will say, hey, what's up? How's it going? But it's Antarctican that picks up the kill. And Ithaca, now I think you're at the Orbital where they basically can just pick when they want to end the game. and they probably will be able to do it, as they are going to be able to basically split push. They get another tower, the inhibitor bot lane tower, the tier 2 top tower is going to go down shortly as well. This is Ithaca's game to win. They have to pick when they want to win it at this point.
And I would say they just keep taking it slow, right? They have no reason to really worry about anything, and doing a 1-3-1 is perfectly acceptable, and now rotating to a 1-4. With the flash up as well, Runes is probably looking for a flash under tower, try and get some damage there, and getting killed. The 6, you can see a single shuriken knocking out almost a quarter of HP out of the Samira. And while they wait top lane, still getting pressure down, Crisis at this point can easily 1v2, 1v3 anyone that comes into his path.
Once that Immortal Shield Bow comes up, Crisis really becomes almost a 1v9 machine with that Yone at 4-0-3, but they'll choose to 5-man siege the mid lane. They'll take down the mid inhibitor turret. Now the mid inhibitor is next. Papa Princess doesn't even get to exist on the map. Immediately sent back to spawn. Got caught out there by the Yone. The mid inhibitor will go down. Looks like the bot inhibitor is the next choice. Easily could be game Orbital if they're able to pick up a kill. As you said, Runes, basically everyone for Ithaca has everything except for Flash on Crisis in our Arctic team, but it's almost up. They're looking for another fight, but instead, they'll choose to disengage and they'll just pick up Cloud Soul points.
This is the slow strangle of death. Ithaca, they could have kept pushing. They honestly could have gone top and I think taken all of the inhibitors and just forced the Baron afterwards, but you don't have to, right? You're going to dance a little bit. Runes is going to have a bit of fun and just kind of have a blast here. With the dragon starting up, like you said, it's going to be soul point, and NJCU can't even try and have a rebuttal or an answer with this Baron. They have to fight for their own territories inside of the jungle. They have to take it slow, and now they get that push, right? A lot of gold is still in Ithaca's pockets. Reminder of that one. They still will go back and probably sell, or not sell, buy up about, I want to say 1,000 to 1,500 worth of items for each person.
And the one thing I like about Ithaca, because you could look at this and say, look, you have a 13k gold lead, you could just easily end. With the new objective bounty system, Orbital, there's a much easier way for teams in NJCU's position to come back. You win one fight because maybe they get a little bit reckless and tower dive you. You pick up the Baron, that's an extra 700 gold for your team. You pick up that mid turret in the tier 1 mid turret that's basically one shot. That's another 350 gold. There's ways to shrink this gold lead that they're used not to be in League of Legends, and I think it really is making Ithaca say, look, we don't want to lose this game on a fluke fight. We want to just basically win more our way into the ground. They might find an opportunity. Fate Seal gonna land onto Namor and can't even get away with the Glacial Path. It's another kill for this Yone, and that could be the trigger to start just running down the Death March in the mid lane, or potentially pick up an uncontested there. Neon Sonic waiting there, looking for an opportunity to maybe pick up a miracle team fight win as Papa Princess has to run away. The only thing that will save him is Crisis has to reset, but he doesn't even live long enough for the E to make him reset. Now this is when they'll start running him down. Holochu and company are just going to straight dive. There's Ruin, slicing Maelstrom onto 3-man stun, plus the bullet time. It is GG Orbital. All that remains is those Nexus turrets, and they're not going to last for long.
It's just that easy. It's just that easy, Ithaca say. We don't even have to worry about anything. They take a commanding game. And yeah, game one going their way. Ithaca looking so strong.
Gonna add a couple kills to the record there. It's a double killer for Holochu as he ends at 8-0-6. Crisis at 8-0-4 as well. But Ithaca Solid picks up the game one win here in this Navigators Yellow Showdown. And I mean, Orbital, we talked about this pregame. We kind of thought this series was leaning Ithaca's way. There was a couple of questions that I had. I thought the AD carry, it played fine. Antarctican really kind of benefited off the 6th aggression more than anything else. And that jungle matchup I was worried about, Graves just did what Graves does. Absolutely power farm, put himself ahead. And look at the damage. Look at Crisis and Runes. Might have more damage individually than the entire NJCU team combined, or if not close enough to the point where it just goes to show you how dominant that game was.
That is a ridiculous spread, and it has to be said again, Crisis had a fantastic time. So did the Kennen on the top lane. It was a well thought out battle, and they played it well again, never really allowing the side of NJCU to ever group up on their own either. We never got to see NJCU's team fight, and I think that encapsulated it all, right? Don't let the opponent do what they want to do best. take over the game on our side and run it up now at 1-0. They're feeling real comfortable moving into the next.
I really want to see for NJCU. I want to see them play a traditional hyper carry like the Jinx, maybe like the Aphelios. Pair it with something like a Thresh, because they obviously want to engage in the bot lane, and I think they have an advantage in the bot lane. They are trading even, but the Samira just doesn't work, especially into the Yone, into the Kennen, into the Grave. So I think if you pick a more standard AD carry like the Jinx, like the Aphelios, whatever you feel the 6 is comfortable on, maybe NJCU has a way back in. Remember, Ithaca might be undefeated. They've gone to a game 3 every single time. Can NJCU make it 3 for 3? Or will Ithaca finally get a sweep and move to 3-0? We'll take a break. We'll come back with game 2 right after this.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me from more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking, will you love me?
can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. just know there it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up, no time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Welcome back into the NECC, getting ready to kick off game number 2 in our Navigators Yellow Series here with Ithaca College taking on NJCU. Ithaca won game number 1, Fish and Orbital here, calling all of the action in Orbital as we get ready to hop into game 2 to see if NJCU could get us to a game 3, to see if Ithaca can remain undefeated. We actually have some swaps, we're being told, by Ithaca of all teams. Holichu's going to go down to the AD carry role, and Artikian is going to go to support. Rosehawk will sub out, and Cameridian will come in as the new jungler. So some interesting changes here, especially moving Holichu, who kind of dominated game 1 on that jungle role, down to the AD carry role. Again, we talked about, though, Ithaca doesn't really seem to have a true AD carry, so I kind of like them messing around with that format. I'm curious to see how these players will play in their new roles, because all of those players, Holichu and Artikian, popped off in game number 1, and I thought Rosehawk did a great job as well as they sub out. I'm curious how this new lineup will look.
I think it's going to be a nice little swap up, because if you're swapping around, if you're subbing in and out as well as doing role swaps, it brings with it a very different dynamic. The idea that maybe now the bot lane is going to be a heavy focus for the jungler, if that mid lane is still going to stay static or not, that top lane or anything like that. Most notably, though, we are going to see a big swap either way in the bot lane, right? When you change out the support, it brings with it a certain distinct difference. It gets very haywire down there. The champion pool for support is so diverse in terms of whether you want to go engage or utility, that fully swapping out your support player means that that bot lane can either get a lot more brutal for Chris and the 6th, or it could be a lot less brutal, and you could see a lot more versatility or leeway granted over to the side of NJCU.
Kick off the draft here. Again, they've just finished up the pro draft, so we're just seeing it here on screen. And I do think for NJCU, they did pick the blue side coming off of the loss, which I do like, especially if they have a power pick, maybe for that B1. But I like these bans, right? They keep the action band away from Crisis, who played it basically as the only other champion he played besides the Yone. But then they also take the Yone away as well. So I'm curious to see what Crisis will play in the mid lane. I would assume for Ithaca, they're probably going to stick with, they're going to ban Soraka, Seraphine. Wouldn't shock me if it's an Annie ban as well. They're just going to stick with their standard support ban. But I like what NJCU is doing, banning out what was strong against them. The Hecarim, though, kind of interesting. I wonder if they were scared either Cameridian was going to play it, or maybe I'm curious what that was about, because I don't think Neon Sonic was bad on it, but I don't think it's something Ithaca was going to play in particular.
It's not, and I think it just means that they have a different idea of what they want to first pick, right? Of what was going in there. And of course, taking that one away, saying, hey, we played it to decent efficiency, so we can't allow you to take it as well. And now taking a look, as again, we did have a pro draft already completed, I believe. So champions as they roll in are a little bit different here. I do believe that was actually all the way at B5 for NJCU, so drastically different setup there. Taking a look at the Rammus too, this is a very all-in composition here. From the side of NJCU, this is a go forward and never come back until you've done what you need to do.
I like this comp. Speaking of the B1, we'll actually see it in the AD carry role. And I think it is exactly what NGCU needed to do was put the sixth on something that they could still be aggressive on, but it's something that isn't a really honestly the Samira because the Samira's play style I think was just too punishing. The one thing I'm scared of though is that Runes has got that Camille. And while I know Papa Princess can just build all the armor that they want, they can pop the unstoppable force. Camille is an absolute menace in that top lane. And to go over to Ithaca there, that's going to be a very scary process for Runes. As it looks like there was maybe a mispick there on the draft, so we'll reset it. But I think most of those picks will still stay. But that Camille is going to be scary. Cannon's bad. Camille could be a heck of a lot worse for your AD carry because they will just solo lock you down, and there's not a Lee Sin to cancel the ult from the Camille.
It is a little bit crazy, right? The Camille is nice. The difference between the two is that Camille's damage is very center focused. There's only one certain target that you can really lock down on. So to take away the cannon, or to not pick up the cannon, actually leans in favor of NJCU. Follow that up with the fact that now, even if she ults or anything like that, you don't have to worry about the residual damage afterwards. You have to worry about the lockdown, right? The Hextech ultimatum coming down. The lock-in of the Malphite and the Rammus gives me an idea that NJC are going to try and punish that top side. Because even though the cannon had great effectiveness, the player themselves, Cheesy, was fairly diveable. There were multiple times where they were able to almost stick on that cannon, and the cannon was very squishy. Granted, with a Malphite and Rammus, it's probably a lot easier to lock down a target this time around, but I do see it as them seeing that Camille and immediately saying, well, we want to try and target focus that lane. We'll lock in champions that completely deny the Camille of doing anything necessary.
I'm worried once again about the jungle matchup, and I know last time I was totally wrong, so maybe I'll be wrong again here. But last time I was like, okay, I really like the Hecarim going into the Graves. I'm curious what the Graves will do. This time, I mean, I like what the Rammus is doing on paper, Brian. They want to dive runes, just as you said, Orbital. Kane is going to farm so much faster than a Rammus. Kane can easily go in and punish the Rammus, steal camps early when Rammus really can never fight the Kane. It really is more of just a late game counter. I'm curious to see what Neon Sonic can do on this Rammus because it's kind of like budget Hecarim in a lot of the things that Hecarim can do. It's just a bit more tanky. And I'm scared that it's not going to work out. But this mid lane matchup also is kind of out there. Talia versus Azir. I don't even know what season we're in anymore, Orbital, with these two champions on the ring.
It's that's an old school one. 100% that's an old school one. I want to say it's still back. 2018, 2019 is where we saw it pop off. Talia was also in the jungle at that time as well. So flexing in between of whether or not it's a good pick. It's weird to see it here nowadays as well. NJCU kind of digging deep into their comfort pick zone. And I mean, if it works, it works. That wall can cause a lot of problems, but it can also cause a lot of problems for your own team, right? You're looking at the Rammus and the Leona. If that Weaver's wall comes up, you're blocking your own team from actually getting to the damage sources, considering the Camille, the Kane, the Azir, and the Jinx all have ways around that wall. It might not be as effective as you think it would be.
I do really like this bot lane that you were talking about, though, for NJCU. I love that they first picked the Aphelios. They put the sixth on something that can absolutely pop off. I really am a big fan of that. Meanwhile, for Ithaca, Halucha, who looks like is going to be the AD carry, got the Jinx. And we basically get our two hyper carry ADCs that you see a lot of the plays and pro play when they're allowed through. And I'm curious to see how Halucha will do in that ADC role. And this is either work really, really well for NJCU that they got the Aphelios, or Halucha's just going to pop off and fed Jinx, fed Graves. They're both menaces, and it's going to look a lot like game one. Halucha will just be in a slightly different role, but doing almost as much damage as he did on the Graves.
100%. It is a champion that is well known to pop off. The difference is you know where the Jinx is always going to be. The Jinx is very obviously going to be in that bottom lane for the first 15 to 16 minutes unless it pops off very early on, and then it'll be in whatever lane the Morgana goes to, right? Or wherever the matchup is most notably going to be at. The problem on the flip side, NJCU really locked it down, is not only will this Malphite and the Rammus really work for the Camille, it also works for the Jinx, right? There's a term that is used very often that I think recently has started to crop back up, which is called vein spawning. It's a well-known fact that if you have an ADC that is very aggressive, that loves to hypercarry, you are going to spot them out and take them out every chance you can get. Malphite and Rammus, probably the two best champions to do it on, and the Jinx is just as scary, so why not go vein spotting, why not go ADC hunting, and work your way from there. It'll be the task of the Morgana as well as that Kane to kind of cause some interferences there. And the reason I say the Kayn is you want to disrupt the opponent's backline as well. Try and get on that Aphelios and that Talia.
You called it perfectly. Really, it's the Morgana, in my opinion. Arctican really has to pick what CC are you going to use your Black Shield on? Is it the Leona Zenith Blade? Is it the Shield of the Daybreak? Is it the Rammus Taunt? Is it to try and stop the Unstoppable Force knockup? Where are you going to put your Black Shield? Of course, we did see the Cleanse is also brought by Halachu, so he's going to have a little bit more agency to kind of pick and choose, but of course they have to communicate. If you cleanse when that Black Shield went out, you're in a world of hurt. I will say the one thing I do like about that Morgana, though, it completely will lock down Leona early game, and that is a spot where Halachu could pop off. Really, a Leona can't do anything against Morgana. There's the Dark Binding if you try to go in with the Zenith Blade. You have the Black Shield if you even do land a Zenith Blade to stop the stun. I'm very concerned with how aggressive we saw this NJCU bot lane orbital, that they're going to say, we want to fight, and they got counterpicked, and Morgana shuts down fighting from a Leona.
The good news is, and I'll always say the good news first, is the fact that we won't see the Aphelios eating into the opponent. With Aphelios, there is no dash forward. You are not kind of ulting yourself forward. What we can see is a little bit of a speed boost forward that you weren't expecting. In the Leona this time around, I am expecting to be that leading charge. If the Aphelios somehow gets into range when the Leona is not there, that is a crucial overstep that NJCU will have had. The safety net is much larger this time around for NJCU, right? The Samira doesn't have to get as close, or the Aphelios doesn't have to get as close. You're going to be sitting in the backline. If you have the right guns, you're good to go. The question is, will the Leona actually be willing to go forward? In the game previously, in game number 1, we did see the problem of the fact that the Nautilus was not allowed to play at their own pace. Barely ever saw the dredge line come out, barely saw the depth charge. The same thing can be said about Leona, right? If you're not willing to go in, your lane is pretty much dead in the water. And in this instance, in this specific instance, against the Jinx, against the Morgana, you cannot hesitate. You have to be willing to take that risk, go in, sacrifice your life in the hopes of getting your Aphelios ahead.
I'm curious to see if NJCU will try and maybe look at this bot lane instead and try and get them ahead. Because, of course, if you hit 6 first, you have so much CC on the Leona, there's only so much they can stop. But I think you're totally right. As you said, we didn't see much from the Nautilus. I can't even remember off the top of my head if we even saw a depth charge once. You have to start Solar Flare. I mean, honestly, Solar Flare is kind of that ult. You just got to ship it. When it's off cooldown, you see an opportunity, go for it. If you miss, oh well, it's a short cooldown. If you hit, you could potentially win a fight. As we take a look here at the champions, we saw the runes. We also see kind of the selection there for the summoner spells. The interesting one to me is that runes going with really what's not standard anymore. It's just the teleport flash. Most Camille's run teleport ignite, which tells me he's maybe not looking to win lane as hard as he maybe wanted to, or maybe just doesn't feel comfortable without flash. It's always one of those risky things. When you get rid of flash, you're a lot more vulnerable to ganks. So I'm curious to see if they are able to punish runes as often now that this Camille is going to have a lot more mobility with the flash that you rarely see her have.
It's the idea that, hey, I picked this up. I know exactly why you're picking these against me, and I'm gonna deny you that chance, right? The Ignite is useful if you are gonna have a 1v1 against the Malphite top lane, which you will win if you're a Camille very early on. Malphite doesn't get strong, I think, until you probably pick up the Bramble Vest or the Balmy Cinder. I personally tend to go for that Bramble Vest very early, or the Bramble Vest. I like to go for it first because it gives a lot of good training potential. It takes away a lot of the healing. Papa Princess and Neon, though, were probably willing to take the level 2, level 3 trades very early on, and if Camille didn't have Flash, you're dead, 100%. So, rightly so, recognizing that they are being the focal point here, Runes has opted to play more for the backline, play for the team. Mid to late game, that Flash is going to be so important to stay out of CC, and to also get on the Talia, to get onto the Aphelios that may or may not be running away.
As we're about to hop into game 2, I am also curious if Ithaca, if they really want to, and I don't think this is necessary, but if they really wanted to just start out with we're going to win, I'd love to just see them punish the Rammus with an early invade. I mean, you could see Ithaca's actually the ones more scared of an invade themselves as we look at this, but I'm curious because the Rammus is so weak early on Orbital. I'd love to see Ithaca go in and just try and slam down that Rammus with an early invade if they could get there. As it looks like we might have had a bit of a spectator bug there, but I don't know if they have the rest of the CC. Maybe if Morgana goes Dark Binding, you can look for something, but I'm curious. But I would love to see him just say, go in, shut down Neon Sonic, a Rammus behind. It basically, you might as well have a cannon minion juggling at that point because he's not going to do anything ever.
I would agree with that. Just go in, start messing around, because the Rammus, the whole point is you get 2 or 3 camps, you know you're already going to fall behind the enemy jungler. You're looking to keep yourself healthy is what you want. You want to stay healthy. Oh no.
No. Oh, the 6th walks right into it. First blood goes over to Antarctican on that Morgana. Now the Dark Binding perfectly landed. They wanted the invade. This is their red buff now. There is a ward down. They did not end up opting for a sweeper, so I'm curious if they'll stay. That is exactly what they wanted. They didn't kill the Rammus orbital, but they did basically secure that this could be a 3 buff start for the new jungle Cameridian if he wants to take it, unless NJCU tries to counter punish with their red buff steal of their own.
Not going for the buff. They're going for the kill. Cameridian is able to run out Papa Princess and Namanon. And that should give a bit of leeway and understanding, because Cameridian does almost, most Canes like to start on those chickens and allow themselves up a quick farm. It also means that they don't have to worry about that hold, about that leash. And Halachu and Artican willing to try and sit in that bush, try and go for that early pick once again.
Already saw it happen once, and I think Antarctican has one here onto the 6 if they want to take it. They have the whole way pushing. It's going to land actually onto Christus, but unfortunately, there's just no damage, but a full wave picked up there for Halachu. Nothing for the 6th, who's already down 1 kill. As another Dark Binding lands. Who knew Antarctica was so good at basically playing anything in the bot lanes orbital? He's been a menace on the MF and now a menace on the Morgana, and we're only 2 minutes into the game.
And not just that, keep in mind, Halachu got great value out of those rockets. Remember, the splash damage is so good. And when the enemy bot lane links up like that, they sit beside each other. You get double damage, meaning both the 6 and Chris were eating those rockets. That is going to give so much precedence to Ithaca in this bot lane. They're willing to recall now. Actually, they're going to recall, give Antarctican a chance to buy up, which will most likely be boots, I would assume. Pick up the boots, make sure that you're good to go for the fights, and really good chase down.
Talked about a level 2 gank. It's actually a level 2 gank for the top lane of Ithaca. Papa Princess tried to flash away, but Runes played the hook shot perfectly, landed the stuns post flash, and that is the downside. I think Rammus was scared he might not have a red buff, so he's not able to go up for the level 2 Gs, and Cameridian and Runes played that perfectly orbital. They called NGC's bluff and beat him at their own attempt of like ganking level 2 in the top lane.
Yeah, before you actually pick up armor, Malphite is actually fairly squishy. You do not want to get into elongated trades because you don't usually have that extra armor that's built up over your passive and the W's and all that stuff. You're very, very squishy, and to punish it early means that Runes is going to be able to start stacking up, probably pick up early long swords and really punish hard, but Cameridian joining every single lane.
Forcing a flash already from Namaron in the mid lane. Really outplaying Neon Sonic, but Neon Sonic's on the way on the Rammus. So we are going to see Cameridian is going to get caught by the Seismic there. Gives a Dark Harvest stack, too, over to the Talia. I thought that was an interesting choice, but will be already picking up 1 stack here, but unfortunately Neon Sonic can't do anything about it, and it's just going to basically watch that came back.
A little bit of a rough time, of course, and still trying to work their magic as NJCU are getting punished on all rounds, but here we go. This is going to be a gank.
Oh, unfortunately, Crisis just dashes away on the Azir. That's the one thing that I really hate for Neon Sonic is where do you go to gank orbital? You have the hook shot you have to deal with, and now the flash for Camille. You have the dash for Crisis that we just saw. Now you have the Morgana who can just simply Dark Binding you as you're rolling in. There's going to be very limited opportunities for Neon Sonic unless his own laners can blow splash from mid or top in a solo scenario.
This would be one of those rounds that I would actually say Neon Sonic probably could have gone for the Ghost and gotten away with it. The Ghost is actually going to give you a lot more mobility with a lower CD to get around these bindings, like you were saying, right? Get around the traps, get around all of these abilities, and try and run down the opponent. So it's an unfortunate choice. We'll see how well they're able to contain, because, again, Neon Sonic actually went Red Smite, which is quite surprising. Normally you would have Blue Smite, and it'd give you a bit easier slowing power, but going for the challenging Smite and saying, I want a dual one. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be.
They did barely see this dragon started with the Rift Scuttle. The vision faded as it was leashed by Ithaca. Meridian dropping low, and they're going to be forced to reset there. If they had waited, honestly, Orbital, 3 more seconds, that was a free dragon. They just got a little bit greedy. look like we will have a pause come through here, but I will say, Ithaca has tried that multiple times in game one, where they tried to pull a dragon, and NJCU was right there. Neon Sonic, despite being out ganked and out farmed, has really had a great jungle IQ. He knows where he needs to be. He just unfortunately hasn't been on a champion that's been able to execute what he needs to do to be able to outplay the other jungle.
Yeah, you're looking at maybe like a J4 would allow you a bit more access. It's a bit easier with the flag and drag, and is also still very prominent in the current meta. I want to say sitting on S- tier, fading in between A and S. Is not the primary choice, but in these situations, I think it affords you a bit better opportunity. But I do like the direction that they're going for, right? Saying the Rammus, well, we do need to engage. Let's grab an engaged champion. Unfortunately, Sejuani's out of the meta, but Rammus is still good. And especially with the choices that have been made so far, you're like, okay, well, we'll focus down someone and try and at least taunt someone into a fight. So I like the idea. It's just the execution, because I believe they picked that Rammus in the latter stages. They saw a few other ones, and it's going to be a little bit of a painful time. Level 6 is where this team is going to come online. NJCU is going to try and fly together pretty much. They're going to probably start sacking some of the towers and just look for kills. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually starts occurring.
Yeah, I think level 6 is that first power spike, as you mentioned. You get the unstoppable force, you have the Weaver's Wall, as you were mentioning for the Talia, where you can kind of cut off a part of the map. I am very curious to see. The problem is are they going to still be in the game by that point? I mean, we already saw Camille pick up the solo kill in the top lane, or I guess the kill in the top lane with the help from their jungler. We're seeing a great shove in the bot lane from the side of Ithaca. I'm curious when we hit level 6 if there'll be sort of the same issue we ran into last time, where it was, who do we go attack? Because you see right here, Runes could easily pick up a solo kill on a Papa Princess before that Malphite is level 6. And Malphite, if he hits level 6, is probably going to have to use Unstoppable Force in a defensive manner to create space as the first level 6 come in across the board. It's actually the Talia that hits it first. NGCU just might run out of targets, unfortunately, Orbital.
That would suck, right? You're just like, well, we had this. Oh, no, we removed that target. Oh, well, we have another. No. And you can see it here, right? Papa Princess, this is a very difficult spot to be in, especially since you went the Grassland and Dying, you're not getting that much value out of your Keystone. And that's allowing Runes to punish over and over again. It's just so easy. And now being forced to recall and teleport back in does mean this chance is going to be an opportunity to dive.
There's no Unstoppable Force. That is an easy kill. They do force the flash from Camrian, and Runes actually has the flash as well. So the tower dive mismanaged, but luckily Camille has flash. So did the Kane, so they will both survive. But a lot scary Orbital, and I thought that looked like a point-blank easy kill. Ended up being a lot harder, and nearly was a double kill for NJCU, but they just are able to manage that. And now Camille 1-0-2, the Kane 1-0-2. This is not what you wanted 7 minutes into the game.
Not at all. Absolutely not at all. Papa Princess was actually about 2 minions off of hitting level 6, and that could have easily turned the fight now. However, Runes is, I believe, going for the Divine Sunder. If that Divine Sunder is gotten, it's going to be such a painful time. But again, Cameridian is living in the opponent's jungle, so not only has his top lane pressure granted a couple kills, it's granted complete control, and Neon Sonic is only level 4. Still very far behind as they go again.
Hextech Ultimatum's going to land. The Unstoppable Force did land, but unfortunately could not get out. It was popped a little bit too early. The Hextech Ultimatum walls trapped them in. And Meridian goes from the opponent's blue up into the top lane. And you talked about in the draft, it looked like, all right, Malphite, Rammus, we're going to punish you, Runes. Instead, Meridian and Runes have said, we're going to be the ones punishing you, NJCU, not the other way around.
It's just too good to pass up, right? Just too good to pass up. You know what the Malphite wants to do, and before the Malphite can get to that point, you just chunk him out. Malphite actually having and being forced to go those steel-plated boot caps early, and that's about the most you can afford, right? You could have gone for the Bramble Vest, but at this point, it's really not going to do too much for you. Papa Princess is living on life support, unfortunately, so we're going to have to wait and see if the mid to late game can be hit, if that can be kind of charged up. Ithaca, of course, going for this first dragon. They attempted it last time, and this time maybe have a better chance at picking it up.
Findings on cooldown, so Neon Sonic could get in if he wants. Instead, he will just hand that over to the opposing team. The Hextech Dragon will go over to the side of Ithaca. Thought it was a great attempt there, as now Papa Princess has to just run away from runes at any chance he gets. I will say, you look at this mid lane though, and you would not expect that these are the same two players that played last game. Of course, I mean, the Yones take it away, but this is a dead even matchup here, Orbital. Namaron actually has a slight lead on Crisis. It really just goes to show that without that Yone, Crisis is not the aggressive player that he looked like in game number 1.
I still think Crisis is fairly good at this. The reason being is, again, with this type of lane matchup, you're not expected to win the match outright. To even stay even with how much pressure has been laid down, I think it gives a large benefit of the doubt. Crisis, I think, is going to pop off very, very quickly if those fights start breaking out. Namranon, I don't think has been farming up those stacks as much as they would probably like, meaning Crisis has done a great job of mitigating those circumstances in the mid lane. Still 200 gold up, yes, able to kind of work with that. And again, sitting on about 1,400 apiece means that they're going to be into a big fight, but now that's going to be unstoppable force.
Unstoppable pop the blast cone over, have to unstoppable force away. Now Namaron, as you almost like you called it, Crisis going to dive right on top of him. Here comes Neon Sonic, but the top lane and the jungler are right behind you. You have to be careful. Taunt's going to land onto the Azir. Runes is there as well, has the Hextech ultimatum, but they'll just choose to disengage. Current shots do land onto the Camille. Luckily, everyone stays alive. Meanwhile, we did miss a kill in the bot lane. Chris did get picked off by an Artican. The second kill for that Morgana. Didn't see how it happened, but once again, the Ithaca bot lane really showing up here is now Cameron and Neon Sonic get into a fight. Crisis is there. The wall won't land. The Emperor's Divide completely whiffs, and that is why Neon Sonic is still alive.
The Emperor's Divide, as much as you want to try and use it for the damage, which, yes, you can, it's almost always a defensive tool. There's almost no time unless you get the shuffle off. You will never be able to actually get any damage down, and Crisis, working on so little HP, is not able to kind of save the jungler from their own mistakes. So well fought, well played, and that's going to be a Zapper. That should actually be finishing. Another rocket to finish it off as Halachu will fall. It's an execute, though. Being able to take the kill without giving one back, huge win for the bot lane.
Halachu did have to burn Flash, had the ult. It must have been out of mana because I was waiting for the Super Mega Death Rocket. I think he was too. Realized he didn't have enough mana and ended up having to flash forward to kill the 6th. But I think, as you said, just getting that suicide into the tower, that is a trade you will take. So really, it's 1-0-2 on the Jinx, as no one picked up anything for that death. And this is kind of what I was curious to see, how Halachu would do in that 80 carry role. He's got about a 20 CS lead. He's got a kill and 2 assists now over the 6th, who really has just been bullied by the Morgana, if nothing else. And this is a scary spot for NJCU as their lanes are starting to fall apart. You see the amount of damage Runes is doing on a Papa Princess. Despite those steel-plated boot caps, despite that cloth armor, it's really only Namaron who's even, I would say, in lane.
And that's Aaliyah, as much as it's nice to see, is not going to scale up as well as an Azir, right? There's a reason Talia has kind of fallen out of the meta. It's just, it doesn't provide as much power if you're not roaming at level 6. You're just not as useful, and it's going to continue. I have no other words for it. This Talia, as much as I really like it, needs to start roaming out, needs to start using that Weaver's Wall to a good extent, try and find a lane to help out. And at this point, it really could be bot lane, unless you're going to try and do a 3-man gank to the top side and help out Papa Princess to get back on track.
The gold discrepancy there. It's 1,300 gold difference in the top lane. It's 1,200 gold difference in the bot lane. Is Caridian going to get caught out by the unstoppable force? They will trade, unfortunately, 1-for-1, as this Kane should be a target there as soon as that taunt lands. Unfortunately, while that was going on, Halachu picks up a double kill in the bot lane. And that is exactly the worst case scenario. The good thing in Ben Orbital, at least the Morgana was getting the kills, but now that Jinx is 3-1-2 is going to get an entire set of plates, hopefully after this next minion wave. And now Halachu is once again incredibly far ahead, this time in the 80 carry role.
It hurts. It hurts. I was curious how it was going to play out, and Halachu says, yeah, any lane that I go to turns into the carry lane. I love it so much. Ithaca showing that they have the diversity to work with. They can work with just about any composition. They can make it their own as we get Runes. Runes knows something's up, and they're going to try and chase. The hook lands, and Neon went the opposite direction, so it should be Runes being very, very okay.
That does land. Doesn't look like we have a fight in the mid lane as well. Namaranon is running away. We catch the final blow from Camridian. Also, off that Rift Herald, that is going to be a couple of plates given over to Crisis. I don't think, unfortunately, he'll be able to pick up another one before the timer falls. Great awareness by Camridian, making sure getting that Rift Herald down so that she can get the charge off before plates fall. That's really the whole purpose of picking up an early Rift Herald, is those plates. They pick up another dragon as well, and it will be an Infernal Soul this game over, which is another bad thing for NJCU, because if they fall behind, they're already 2 dragons down. That's just more damage that Ithaca can pump out.
This time, I think NJCU might try and challenge. Again, Chris, she is trying her best to walk in front, get that Solar Flare down, because now at level 7, you can launch that ultimate, and this is the time, right? Now with the bottom lane broken open, we are going to see the jostling for position. This is where NJCU need to start making their move. Their bot lane is enabled. That leaves Leona to move around. You can start utilizing that CC chain, try and get a single kill. And if Aphelios is allowed to get back into this game, if Aphelios is allowed to pick up a single kill, it could be the start of a comeback. Because again, out of all ADCs, Aphelios has some of the best potential to match a Jinx in terms of kind of raw upfront burst damage.
Especially if maybe the 6 is able to get a kill onto the Morgana or onto the Jinx. You get that bonus shutdown gold as well. The objective bounties are alive, but it will be another tower for the side of Ithaca. The 6 going to stay a little bit too long. Knocked up in the air by Camridian. Will the Super Mega Death Rocket be what gets the kill? Instead, it'll just be an auto attack from Holochu. And unfortunately, this Jinx is getting out of control. Already has the Kraken Slayer. First Mythic in the game for the side of Ithaca. They also have the Leander and Arctic as well. So a ton of damage is going to come out from that support role. That's exactly what I think Ithaca was missing. With the Azir, you don't have the same burst as the Yone, so Morgana says, why not? I'll just add to that AP damage total. Pick up an early lead.
Might as well. You don't feel like you have to go for that stopwatch right away. You haven't been jumped on too much, so you're free to do that raw damage, right? The Leandris is also going to burn heavily, and this is very, very important considering Crisis is still trying to work on it. Usually, if you're going poke build, you do go Leandris into maybe Nashor's Tooth, or you go full poke outright. So the constant burn is going to be really, really good. And with top lane falling as well, that puts it at a 3-tower advantage to 0. It is Ithaca continuously dominating every single aspect of the laning phase thus far, and no chance at an answer right now. The 6th and Chris sitting in the mid lane. However, this could be the option as Chris took a weird little path there.
Fortunately, Neon, Sonic, and Namaron are just going to have to disengage, and they see why. Camridian is the first one there. The rest of the team on their way. Knockup going to land on a Neon Sonic. The taunt will come out as well. Will we get the Stream of Shuffle? We will, right on top of Neon Sonic, who is able to Soaring Slam and Flash out of range just barely. They are able to stay alive. Holochu does have Super Mega Death Rocket. Here it comes, but the block will be made by Namaron. But unfortunately, they are going to have to give up this tier 2 bot lane tower. They cannot contest. Meanwhile, tier 2 top almost goes down solo as Papa Princess is not able to hold on. Arc Binding not going to land a Flash Rocket. The auto attack nearly killed Neon Sonic, but he did get the mountain. Start activating in time. Tolifla is going to land 2-man stun. Nice cleanse by Holochu and knock back in with the seismic shove onto Crisis, but they're not quite able to find a kill. Antarctican is Christos is going to be the next target as Holochu picks up one more. Meridian is going to go in, will die to the tower plus taunt. Another tower kill onto Antarctican. And now with the unstoppable force flash, they stop Crisis mid-dash. They're going to pick up a triple kill as Ithaca, unlike Game 1 Orbital, overstays and gets aggressive.
As much as I want to say that that's game-changing, I'm not sure it will be. It's a great pickup, though. Again, grabbing the support, grabbing the jungler, grabbing the mid, and getting some gold back in your pocket without breaking those objective bounties feels great for the side of NJCU, right? They pick up the kills, they get it onto the Rammus, unfortunately, as well as Papa Princess. It's not the greatest people to have it on. It's still gold back in, right? You are looking at I want to say a 9k difference. No, a little bit more than that. Sorry, it's about no, it is 9k. My brain does not want to work. 9k difference right now. That was about 10k before the kills came through. Now you have to worry about the fact that you don't have a flash on Papa Princess, you don't have the Unstoppable Force, and you don't have the Moonlight Vigils. So NJCU, they grab 3 kills, but at the cost of potentially stopping this Infernal Drake going down.
And this was interesting because Ithaca last game was so reserved, Orbital. There were so many times they could end the game potentially, and this time they get over aggressive. Halachu almost gets caught out, but a great spot onto the Rammus. They immediately throw down the Black Shield. That is a disengage from Neon Sonic. Now Cabridian is here, going to get the knock up in onto that Rammus. Will the rest of the team join? There's a Solar Flare available for the Leona if they choose to use it. Could be the difference. Might even have to use it as a disengage. Instead, Chris will just go down without being able to use it. Black Shield's going to go into Cabridian. Great stream of shuffle onto Neon Sonic, who's going to get caught really in every form of CC. The exhaust slows down Papa Princess. Hook shot flash will pick up one more.
Whoa.
Moonlight Vigil from the 6, at least able to get a shutdown kill. Now Namaron is the only one left. Will use stopwatch. That is all they're going to get. It is an ace for Ithaca, and this Ithaca team now once again in command. That gold lead up to 11k now.
It was so easy. They make it look so simple with the chase down, and that started off with a pick, a solid pick onto Chris, one of the tankiest members of the game. Neon Sonic, of course, got flushed back into the opponent, and that made Papa Princess unfortunately have to scurry away. Well fought by the entirety of Ithaca, who are now sitting on Soul Point, and honestly could go straight for the Baron here. I don't think that NJCU have an answer here. I think that they're still a little bit worried about what's to happen, and it could just be a complete collapse of the global objectives. Ithaca at that point could just storm up mid and bot lane, or wherever they want to send the Camille, and from there just close out the game. This is Ithaca's game to lose.
I would assume Ithaca, after that tower dive, going to play a lot safer. I will say, you can still say this Ithaca team has some hiccups. I mean, they popped the Shurima shuffle onto Neon Sonic, who was already trapped in the Hextech ultimatum for runes. He wasn't going anywhere. He kind of got actually pinned on the wall between the Emperor's Divide and the wall of the Hextech ultimatum. And imagine if that Hextech ultimatum had gone somewhere else, as we see Neon Sonic has to run away. We just see the amount of damage Ithaca has. I'm with you, Orbital. I think they could have forced the Baron, probably just won the game off of that. Instead, Dark Binding's going to land. Chris potentially going to get caught again. Nothing this Leona can do, despite all of the armor, all of the bigness. Dark Binding barely misses. A great dodge from Neon Sonic there on multiple abilities, at least able to survive. They're just finding Chris, and unfortunately, Leona's just being the sacrificial lamb for all of these targeted dives from Ithaca.
I love the fact that Antarctican unfortunately got bounced the wrong way and is now stuck on the wrong side of the tower here. None of the teammates are going to help here, but you can walk away just fine. And surprisingly enough, the Rammus is actually fairly tanky, and the way that that works, and the reason that it is, because Halachu didn't go for that Lord Dom's regard, so you aren't shredding any armor yet. Instead, you went for the raw damage. Instead, you went just for Tower Breaker, because you know the opponent can't really do anything. Oh, this is probably going to be death.
Dark Binding Cabridian actually comes in to steal, and we're going to see the Blades Reach get the knock-up onto Chris. And, I mean, this is why Kane was always so strong as the Red Bull, right? The Blades Reach with the knock-up orbital. Just, there's nothing you could do on a Leona. You only have Flash. If you get caught in Blades Reach with the rest of CC, you're just dead. We get the 4-1 shove. The mid inhibitor turret goes down. The mid inhibitor should fall. If Surprise Rune ends up backing off. They just maybe want to end this game. There's another knockoff onto the Celia. Will die, unfortunately, to the tormented foe. Moonlight Vigil will land multiple roots, but I think that's all the 6 is going to get. The Emperor's Divide will come through. It is an ace. Should be GG. I don't think there's much this Leona can do, but unfortunately, the minion wave is the only thing holding Ithaca back, and that might cause them to disengage. Papa Princess, this is your moment. Look at those low health bars. You have the Unstoppable Force. Just ship it, my friend. There it is. Picks up a kill. Unfortunately, we'll have to trade 1-for-1. The tower trying to help out as well as Papa Princess will go down, and that will officially be game. Ithaca will win their first series 2-0, and they'll move to 3-0 on the season, Arm.
Just so good, and again, off the back of some fantastic play by Halachu, a lane swap into the crushing kills. Fortunately, I'm not sure if they can fully finish it. They should be able to. Again, it's multiple members still up. There we go. It's finally done, and Ithaca show off why they are currently undefeated. Again, they didn't drop a single game this time, and I have to give huge props again to the side of Halachu. I was saying it at the very end, but they play fantastic, right? In the jungle as well as ADC, those are two very different roles to work with. And to bring about so much damage both times gives so much credence to the squad and their reign over here in the Navigator's Yellow Division.
I thought, I mean, not only Halachi with that role swap, I thought Antarctican as well with the role swap from AD carry to support. Those dark bindings absolutely nullified that Leona pick. Got really set up a ton of great picks for Ithaca. And this team really seems like they have a lot of power to maybe move Halachu around depending on matchups, move Antarctican around. I thought Rosehawk was also fantastic in the lone game they played earlier today in game number 1. Ithaca showing why there's 3-0. Looks like to be one of the better teams in the top of that Navigator's Yellow Division. And I want to say, Orbital, in that 2-game series, I don't think they lost a single tower. That was a phenomenal effort put together by Ithaca to really say, we're still at the top. As you said at the top of the program, they did have a reschedule. That's why they're not 4-0, despite us being in week 4. But this looks like a very strong team. Meanwhile, for NJCU, I think they have some bright spots. I don't think that Talia was the right pick, but it was played well. Crisis was really the member struggling. You saw the damage. Almost got doubled by a Talia. So I think there's some bright spots here. Papa Princess probably and the jungler just need to figure out some picks, but I think there are some bright spots for NGCU as they look to turn the corner and pick up their first win later down the line next week.
I would want to see them look to solidify the basics as well. A lot of the complications that came through were specifically laning errors, right? Taking a look, it felt a little bit weak, especially in the top side, which granted, Pop, like that was pain. Just watching the Malphite, it always leaves yourself open, so not much you could do up there. Shore up the laning phase a little bit, right? Figure out ways to counteract some of these fights. If you have to play safe, go ahead, play safe, whatever you want to do. But if the laning is actually cleaned up, I think a lot of the issues that NJCU were running into actually fall away. You don't have to worry about that massive cold lead in the early stages. You don't have to worry about all those plates going down as quickly. But it gives you more time to scale up because I think their mid to late game, if they had more damage, had potential to turn it around, right? So shore up the basics, go back to the drawing board, practice 3 or 4 champions each, and really power through that. From there, you get to that point of being much better at figuring out how you want to regress in the mid.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Papa Princess, and I think for Neon Sonic, and I already said it for Nameron, find your favorite tier list, find your favorite whatever, pick those S tier, A tier champions. I think you'll perform a lot better because they have the skills. But when you put yourself on something like a Talia, put yourself on something like a Rammus, you're already handicapping yourself, and they just didn't have the ability to handicap themselves and still come out with a win. But I think this NJCU team can figure things out. Meanwhile, though, as we said, Ithaca, a very scary team. Well, we are not done here by the end for the NECC. We've got another matchup coming up after this week. Concordia, Wisconsin, taking on Valpo Esports. We'll take a break. We'll come back with our next match of the night here on the NECC right after this break.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, this ain't love, no, this ain't love, no, this is artificial. This ain't love, no, this ain't love, no, this is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me.
me deeper, just
Sinking, will you love me?
It's cold, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost. ghost inside my head.
Welcome back into the NECC here. Third game of the night about to kick off in the Emergent Navy Division. We've got Concordia, Wisconsin taking on Valpo Esports. Fish here back once again with IRL Psyduck to call all of the action. Psyduck, we've got teams that are looking to turn their season around. Concordia, Wisconsin comes in at 1-1. Valpo Esports comes in at 0-2. So as we enter that halfway point of the season, looking to turn things around, looking to make that playoff push. Both these teams are trying to figure out what went wrong early on in the season to fix it so they have enough time to make maybe a late playoff push.
Yeah, absolutely. It's shaping up to be a great match here. We've got one team looking to get that first win. We've got another looking to make sure they get into that positive win rate. That's where everyone wants to be. They're both going to be going at it pretty hard, I'm sure. But I'm not sure about you, but my favorite thing to look at with these matches is the jungle. I think the jungle decides a lot of things, especially this season in this meta. The jungle is going to be really, really important. So I'm going to be paying special attention to that jungle matchup. See if we're going early, we're going scaling. If I were either of these teams, I'd be looking for that early game jungle pressure. Maybe you want to stay off the Olaf. Olaf's not doing so hot right now. But I think the name of the game here is going to be that early game pressure.
I think for me, when seeing these teams for the first time, Psyduck, the other thing, because I think you're right. I think the jungle is it's basically the jungle will determine whether or not your team is successful. I also like just to take a look at the OPGGs, kind of look to see where the carries might be. And if you're keeping an eye on both these teams, it's going to be maybe the top lane for Concordia. They've got a diamond player up there, but he's a gangplank one trick. So I'm curious if he'll have much of an impact when they can ban him out. Meanwhile, 80 carry for the side of Valpo sitting in that high platinum range. Those two seem to be the guys that can maybe pop off on paper. But I think you're right. The jungle is going to be very interesting. But right now, they don't care about the jungle side. They care about the bot lane. Jinx, Zeri, Senna, all banned away. They do not want any of those strong 80 carries in our game number 1. Finally, we get a jungle ban there with the Hecarim.
Yeah, absolutely. Zeri, ever since her release, has been a force to be reckoned with, let's say. Akshan as well, also getting taken off, another very strong 80 carry. Both of those champions, ever since their release, they've gotten some minor tweaks here and there, some buffs, some nerfs. But Zeri specifically has been looking really, really strong. Sort of like a 2022 version of Ezreal, complete with all of the crazy gimmicks that come with new champions. So she's definitely one to look out for.
Get the Malphite pick. Of course, they have already in the pro draft, so we'll just see them picked in order. Malphite in the order to the top lane. This is kind of what I expect with League of Legends. I know with the teleport changes, we've seen sometimes a little bit more of the hyper carries, but you get two tanks who are just going to slap each other around. Of course, the Ornn will have those upgraded items for his team. We actually see a Shyvana jungle Psyduck. I don't know the last time I've actually seen a Shyvana jungle in a real game like this. I'm going to be very curious to see what Battle is going to do on that Shyvana.
That's definitely a curious pick for sure. But I think if they end up going the AP build, there's some pick potential from range once you have that dragon form. The E does a lot of damage. Honestly, with this team composition, what I've seen so far, we're probably going to be looking for the AD Bruiser Shyvana, maybe looking for a little bit of percent health damage to chunk down that Ornn and the Warwick, who can also get pretty tanky later into the game. And Jin Zhao is going to get taken down here, one of those early game junglers I was talking about. Ever since that mini rework he got late last season, he's been doing very, very well. Been a force to be reckoned with in professional play. Poppy as well, and Nunu and Willem going to be the final bans.
Ezreal there for Concordia, and that's the interesting one because, again, as I said, that Thonk Senpai, kind of the player I thought to pop up. I think maybe you want to put him on like an Ophelio, something that could really do damage. The Ezreal more safer. Ezreal Lulu going to be playing against Caitlyn Pantheon. Again, maybe the Ezreal was a response to the Pantheon. It's hard to say because we didn't see the pro draft order particularly. That's why we had jungle bans after jungles were picked. But I still think you could have got away with something a bit more aggressive than the Ezreal.
Yeah, maybe so, but it looks like they're going to be playing for the later stages of the game here. You don't lock in Ornn if you want to win early. That's just not something that you do. But we can see that reflected in their mid lane as well. Victor doing very, very, very well ever since the release of Arcane. I'm sure that's an accident. Him as well as the Ezreal, definitely going to be looking for the late game scaling. Morgana, also a pretty solid pick at pretty much all stages of the game with that binding. Gets up to about 3 seconds when it's fully ranked up. A lot of crowd control. But if you're looking at the other side here, a little bit more early to mid-game pressure with the Caitlyn, with the Ahri. Pantheon's going to be really, really strong in lane. Going to fall off later. So if you're Valpo here, you're looking to win this early. If this game goes beyond 25-ish minutes, you're in trouble. And I think at that point, it's really not up to you to win. I think the other team is going to have to start making some mistakes in order for you to have a shot.
Yeah, and I think the big question for me is actually the team's flipped there. So is Concordia on the left that you were talking about is with the new Ari, of course. We talk a lot about the Spirit Rush. You get a kill, you get a reset. You look at the side of Valpo, there's not a lot of champions you're going to prey on for easy resets. Victor has some innate tankiness, especially with the shield he gets from his Q. Morgana's going to be able to black shield if you try and dive in on the Ezreal. Warwick and Ornn speak for themselves. I'm curious if Jupe's going to get any value on this Ari, if it's just going to be, almost like we're watching pre-rework Ari, where she's going to get 3 dashes, and that's about it. I'm curious if that Ari will work, but that Shyvana, I think, is the real question mark, right? We don't know if it's AP. We don't know if it's AD. We'll get a chance to look at the runes here in a second. Maybe that'll shed some light. But if it's AP, I feel a little bit more comfortable. I like the Bruiser pick you're talking about, but it just feels like if you're not AP Shyvana, you're kind of hinting at the point that your current state is with the grasp. I think you're right, Psyduck. I think it is the AD Bruiser.
Yeah, I think it absolutely, with that rune set, is going to be the AD Bruiser. Malphite looks like he's going to be playing for the laning phase, though. He did have the Arcane Comet. Kind of a curious pick into Ornn, I would say. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to really chunk him out of lane the way that Malphite's looking to do, unless he does go full AP. Since you do have the Bruiser Shyvana, that is an option that you have available to you. You can go the full AP Malphite, though if you do that, your front line's going to be looking a little weak. Shyvana is not really what we would call a main tank per se, more of a bruiser type character, usually between 3,000 to 3,500 HP with some resistances, really, towards the later stages of the game. Going up against the Warwick with the press the attack is going to be pretty tricky, really all stages of the game if you're going that tankier style build. That press the attack exposure damage on a champion like Warwick, really, really difficult to deal with, especially for those squishier targets who can't get away from him with that Q follow. Even Ezreal's going to have a hard time, if he ends up going that way, getting away. So,
and I think speaking of resistances for Shyvana, I'm really curious how Valpo is going to handle, because anytime there's a Shyvana, it sends a message to everyone like, we want early dragons, because of course make Shyvana slightly more tankier with their passive. So will we see a lot of warding around that dragon? Will we try and see Valpo set up to prevent any dragon? Of course, being on that red side, they have a little bit of that extra, ability to block off the pit. I'm curious to see how well that Shyvana is going to be able to make it in, because if you deny Shyvana early dragons, she loses a little of that innate bruiserness that we were talking about. So I'm very curious to see if they say, let's force early dragons. Let's try and maybe do a cheesy level 2 gank in that bot lane to put Perseus ahead on this Caitlyn. I think it'd be very interesting to see if they kind of int for that Shyvana passive, or if they just see it like, hey, it's a nice bonus. I'm very curious, because it's been so long since I've seen Shyvana. I really don't know what to expect about it. This isn't Jin Zhao, Lee Sin, Jarvan that you're used to seeing at the top level. It's Warwick versus Shyvana.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a low elo solo queue match in terms of the juggle matchup for sure. But I do think that there is a clear plan for Concordia, and here's my theory based on what I've seen. You've got Pantheon, you've got Caitlyn. Caitlyn's going to be able to poke out the Morgana, the Ezreal, if she plays her cards right? You say in the minion wave, use that range, you can poke them out of lane. They get too close, Pantheon can jump in. It's going to be easy for them to secure the lane state for the Shyvana if they want to go for early dragons. Because she can solo dragons as early as level 4. The problem is that Warwick can do the same thing. I do think that Warwick does have the weaker bot lane to work with early, so it really is going to be Concordia's early game to lose, I think, on the bot side of the map. And like you said, if Shyvana doesn't get those dragons, if the enemy team ends up getting more of those dragons, or God forbid, even the soul, she really doesn't have a passive at that point. So if she doesn't get those, she's maybe 75% of a champion. So I'm almost positive that is going to be Concordia's game plan here with the Pantheon pick.
Concordia's team comp, I feel a lot better if they just had the red side, right? Psyduck, if you have the red side, you have the innate dragon control because the pit's easier for you to get into. I love this comp. But as you said, now that if you deny all those dragons from here on battle, if you're the side of Valpo, if Zach's able to sort of play that Warwick, right? The fact that he's starting on the bottom side of the map is very interesting to me, because I don't see you going up to gank a Malphite with an Ornn laner. So I'm curious why this Warwick starting bottom side, because I think he wants to be bot side of the map, level 4, as you said. So this is going to be a very interesting jungle start for this Warwick, and I'm curious what he does with it, because I don't think ganking top with red and blue buff is really going to net you much.
Yeah, no, I don't think so for sure. It is kind of curious that he's starting the blue side on the Warwick, since you do have a tank v tank top lane matchup. Typically, what you would want to do is start red, blue, Gromp if you want to try to get your bot lane ahead, which is going to be important if you want to counter the Caitlyn Pantheon's early aggression, because you know they're going to be going for it. So you can get that early numbers advantage, try to give your scaler carry a lead. Or alternatively, what you could do as a champion like Warwick is deny some farm on the other side of the map from the Shyvana. I don't think that's necessarily the right play. I would go with the more aggressive approach, since Shyvana's looking to scale a little bit more than Warwick is. But we'll see how they end up playing this jungle matchup out. It could go a couple different ways. I'm thinking the aggression for the Warwick is what we're going to see. Maybe a little bit more passive farming till 6 from the Shyvana.
Junglers ended up starting on the bottom side of the map. We did see a little bit of that chunk that you were talking about onto that Ezreal, as One Star is running him down, but he's got to be careful. As soon as this Morgana hits level 2, she has the Dark Binding, she has the Black Shield. One Star's job becomes so much infinitely harder to dodge a Dark Binding and a Black Shield. As you see right there, he hit level 2, now he can't do anything, and he has taken a ton of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the line that you have to walk when you choose to play Pantheon as a support. Does he have a lot of kill pressure? Yes, absolutely. Especially when he has the Mortal Will bonus plus press the attack, a lot of early damage. You pair him with an early ADC, maybe like a Misfortune, Draven, something like that, a lot of kill pressure. But it looks like we're going to have a jungle invade going on the top side here. The Warwick going for some of that aggression I was referring to earlier. Going to force your own battle off of the blue buff, leaving a ward there. Ahri's going to roll up to try and defend, but don't think much else is going to come from that just yet. Oh, right as I say that, Commentator's Curse, your own battle is going to be forced off again. We're going to have a flash with the Q follow-up, just like we were saying in Champ Select, and that's going to be the first kill going the way of the Warwick. The battle is still going on here. Just when you think it's over, it continues, and it looks like the Ahri is going to pick up another kill there. Malphite rolling down to help avenge his jungler.
That looked like a great start there for Zach. Unfortunately, those 2 tower shots are really what doomed it, but that was a perfect ward on that blue buff side, because we have to stop that. They're getting more fights at the bot lane here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Percy is just going to back off a little bit here. One Star is starting to get a little bit low. Unfortunately, Pantheon is falling victim to this poke game, not being able to stay in the wave probably as much as he's looking to do. But the mid lane, pretty much going the way you expect. It's kind of just a farm fest. But that early aggression from Warwick... Oh, and right as we say that, the bot lane pops off. Bonk Senpai getting a kill on the Ezreal early. That is going to be huge for Valpo going forward, because they're playing the long game. So if they're winning early, it does not look good for Concordia. They are going to have to really turn up the aggression before that Ezreal gets out of hand.
And now with the kill onto the Shyvana, unfortunately Ju picked up a kill, though he hasn't yet back for that extra gold. And with that kill onto the bot lane, this is a free dragon. This is the first dragon in the game. Shyvana's not even close. She's just now walking past her mid-tier 1 tower. It's a free dragon. This is played perfectly by Valpo. They get the kill bot lane. They get all the priority. Will they get the smite? They should. And that's perfect. You deny the first part of Shyvana, which is getting early resistances from an early dragon. Fantastic play by the bot lane plus the jungle combo for Valpo.
Absolutely. Not to mention that the Warwick has the kill. Shyvana has an assist, even on CS at the moment, with an objective lead. Valpo shaping up to have a really strong early game, which is surprising given the composition and does not bode well for Concordia. So if I'm Concordia here, I'm going to start focusing the bot lane here. You have to. Your mid lane is going to be, until that Ahri backs, not going to have a lot to offer. She's getting pretty low on mana. Going to be difficult to get a kill topside, just the nature of the champions. It's not impossible, but since you're Shyvana and 2 tanks, it's going to be kind of tricky. You're going to have to use that Pantheon while he's still relevant. If you wait too long, you wait till 10, 15 minutes to start working in the bot lane, there's a good chance that Pantheon is not going to be able to do anything. You have to take advantage of that pick while it's still relevant.
And looking back at the pro draft, just because I was curious, they locked at the Pantheon V3. The R3 was the Morgana, so it was a great little counter there by Valpo to basically shut down that Pantheon. As you said, he's running into issues already if they don't get assistance from maybe Jupe on that Ari, from Huron Battle on that Shyvana. I think these two tanks are basically going to sit up here until Unleashed Teleport comes out, and then we'll see them across the rest of the map. But it's so hard to gank on a Shyvana because your Pantheon has to land the CC side. There is no CC on the Shyvana like there is on the Warwick. Your ganks are a lot more dependent on your laners than the Valpo has to worry about. Valpo's just like, Warwick's going to ult in, he's going to use that Infinite Duress, and he's going to CC down a target.
And it looks like the Malphite could be in some trouble here. The Ornn coming in, uses the Unstoppable to dodge the CC, but it does not matter. He's going to fall. The Warwick is going to make his way up there. Excellent play to turn that around by the top laner and jungler for Valpo. Dreadful and Zach winning the 2v2 with ease.
I thought for a moment there, the fact that Dreadful picked up that solo kill before Zach was able to pick up an assist was actually going to doom them, because that assist would have leveled Zach up to 6. He would have had the Infinite Duress. Jupe would have just fallen over. But because Dreadful got that kill, it was a lot spicier than it had to be. The Valpo played that perfectly. They pick up 2 kills. The fact that Ornn is already out-trading Malphite when Ornn has so much more late-game benefits to his team with his improved items means its top lane is already a very bad spot here for Concordia, which means, where do they win this game now, Psyduck? Mid lane is a little bit even, but bot and top lane are all Valpo, including the jungle. I'd say are all Valpo right now.
Yeah, they're really starting to lose sight of their win condition, and we're only 8 minutes into the game. They're an objective down. Overall, they're at about 1.5, 1.4k gold deficit, which is by no means insurmountable. But my main concern really comes down to the supports more than anything else. You've got Morgana versus Pantheon. Morgana only becomes better and better as the game goes on, especially in the hands of a good player. That Black Shield can deny so much just by itself, and that's to say nothing of her 3-second binding, the Soul Shackles, nothing else, just her E alone. If you're looking at the CC that Concordia has here, they have Malphite ult, they technically have his Q, but if we're really looking at hard CC, really only have the Charm from Ahri, you have the ult from Malphite. And, well, speaking of the ult from Malphite, looks like it's going up top lane there. Another flash follow by the Warwick, followed by the Infinite Duress underneath the tower. The Shyvana's going to be there to counter gank, and she is going to make that into a 1v1. Huron Battle is going to continue chasing down Dreadful. Ahri is coming to join him. Jupe looking to get himself on the board once again, but it looks like Huron Battle's going to pick up another kill instead. Really, really good heads-up awareness from Huron Battle, sensing that tower dive coming and being able to turn that around into a 2v1 for his team.
Really, I don't know if a great flash or just unfortunate for Zach. It's hard to say, because Zach had landed the Jaws of the Beast onto that Malphite, but when Dior had flashed, it brought that Warwick under tower range. I'm a little confused why Zach ended up ulting underneath the tower. That's really what spelled his demise. They get another fight over Rift Herald.
Yeah, it looks like Rift Herald is going to be another source of contention here going for. The Ornn comes in, picks off of Jupe, and then the Victor rolling up to get another kill. That's 2 more going the way of Valpo. It is now 7-2-3, and that gold lead increases by 2.5k, and the objective lead is now doubled. Fish, what do they do from here? Everything is starting to show up Valpo. Is there a way back?
Even despite that kill, Psyduck, 5 seconds ago, I would have told you yes, because Perseus was out farming Thonk Senpai. The problem was the poke from the Caitlyn Morgana forced a reset from the bot lane, and now that CS is even. There's no more advantage anywhere on the map. We're going to see a second dragon picked up here for Valpo, so continuing to deny that Shyvana passive. And it's looking bleak, but I will say, I think the thing that sticks is Caitlyn is the better hyper carry late game. We talked about the range, the Cloud Soul. It's nice for Jupe to have a little bit more ability, nice for Huron Battle as well. I think Perseus has to be the solo carry. They need to support him, Psyduck. They need to get kills onto that Caitlyn, because that is their way back in. No other lane, unfortunately, right now has a great way to get back in this game. This plate is a great way to start, though, for Perseus, keeping him in that game, keeping him even with Thonk Senpai in the bot lane. You see less than 100 gold difference between the 280 carry.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the Caitlyn is going to be their only real path back into this. The only thing I'm afraid of about having that Caitlyn as the centerpiece of this composition is if we're looking at Peel, right, which is going to be the key to keeping her alive. But we'll talk about that in 1 second here. Looks like the bot lane is going to be in trouble for Concordia here. The Soul Shackles coming out, get both targets. Pantheon tries to flash away, does get out of the Soul Shackles, but he's still going to get feared by the Warwick. Warwick will also fall, though. Jupe really paying a lot of attention to the map here. Despite his team being down here, Jupe is still making plays around the map, and that might be their saving grace for now, though my issues with the composition still remain. That Caitlyn is going to have some trouble getting away from the dives, just like Dreadful is here. Shyvana going topside with a counter gank, and she's going to pick up another kill there. Huron Battle not going to be denied everything by this Warwick just yet.
That's a great gank by Huron Battle using the Dragon form. Even walked over a wall, and it looks like we'll pick up the Iceborne Gauntlet. So a bit of a scary one as we see One Star wants to re-engage.
Yes, he is. Grant Starfall going to come in, and that's going to be a free kill once again for the Ari. Jupe is trying to make a name for himself here and says, hey, stop talking about Caitlyn. Start talking about me. I am the carry now. Ari is definitely going to have to be on her A game here. I do think that Spirit Rush gives her the opportunity to become that carry because she doesn't have as much of a problem as Caitlyn does getting away from dives, but it is on an ultimate. Caitlyn does have her 90 caliber net, and that's a basic ability, so a much shorter cooldown, but not as effective. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to get away from all of the dive that Valpo has, but it's better than having a carry like Jin, for example, who has actually no mobility really whatsoever, or Varus. So that will be tricky, but it is good. It's a good sign for Concordia that Jupe is playing as well as he is.
My one big concern for Valpo, and it showed up in that bot lane fight, is we actually might get another skirmish here.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be another one popping off in the bot lane here. Shyvana going to be using the ult. Another big Soul Shackles with the stopwatch coming out right now, though the Morgana is going to fall either way, though she does get the Ezreal out there. Ex-Ordinal really making a bold sacrifice, I would say.
Not sure why Jupe teleported there.
It looks like we're going to find out here. He's going to be giving a little bit of harass to the Warwick, keeping him out of the jungle, trying to get some more golden experience for the Shyvana. Huron Battle level 8, Zach level 9. Definitely not something you really want to see ever as a scaling jungler. Typically you want to have that XP lead, but ever since the XP changes to the jungle last season and this season especially, the farming style of jungling has just not been as strong as it used to be. And there's going to be another fight in the top lane here. The Chaos Storm going to come out for the victor, but the Unstoppable Force also going to be used. So Malphite gets away to safety.
The fact that Jupe teleported right before Unleashed Teleport actually came off was kind of interesting, though Jakimbo had also used Teleport, so I guess it evens out. But the one thing that's starting to concern me for Valpo, and they are giving away a couple of picks as well, Zach has had some very poor decisions when he's picking who to ult Psyduck. He ulted that tower dive we saw earlier in that bot lane skirmish. He could have easily ulted Perseus, picked up the kill onto Caitlyn, and One Star probably would have been dead, but he ults One Star and allows Perseus to basically shoot them from range. These infinite duress targets, I think, have to be better for Valpo because they've already given up a sizable chunk of that kill lead. The gold lead still sits at just under 3K. But if Zach starts ulting guys like the Malphite or ulting the Pantheon in team fights instead of Jupe or Perseus, that is a big cause for concern. I want to see in this next Dragon fight in 15 seconds who Zach ults onto. If it's Perseus or Jupe, they probably win. If it's One Star or Huron Battle, Valpo probably loses this fight.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to make here, but it looks like One Star is going to face check the Pixel Bush. He is going to lose his life here. So far, it's looking like it could go Valpo's way, but they're starting to disengage a little bit. Jupe throwing out that Q there, looking to get a pick, but looks like both teams are going to back off. They're going to have a little do-si-do going on here around the Dragon Pit. It is a Cloud Drake. It is a Cloud Soul. Jupe looking for a cheeky pick with the Spirit Rush and the Charm. Not going to find it, but he is going to flash out of the Ezreal. Ezreal is going to get away. I think this is going to be just a reset on the Dragon, at least for now. Zach with the Blood Hunt up. Who will he choose? Looks like he may be going for Jupe here. The Charm misses. Jupe will fall. MF Jakimbo going to be picking up that kill. setting his team up to possibly get the dragon here, but there is going to be a teleport coming in, and it's Malphite. Ornn still pushing in the top lane here, really just square dancing here. But looks like One Star is going to be ulting in once again. Tower falls top, and all the while, Malphite getting a double kill in the bottom side jungle. Cloud Drake is going to be secured.
I felt like Concordia's constant was pushing too hard just because it would have been soul point, just because they have a Shyvana, but it ends up working out, as you said. Dio ran able to get a great unstoppable force into the double kill. I was expecting, and I think that Dreadful's plan was I'll teleport in as soon as I pick up this tower, but he greeds it for too long. But again, Psyduck, Zach is really making me nervous. He was standing next to Jupe and Perseus and ult back onto Huron battle, and they couldn't even kill that Shyvana because she's not even going bruiser build. She's going core tank with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Already has the first components of Pension Thornmail as well. I'm very concerned that this Warwick is just going to ult the wrong target repeatedly. It looks like Dreadful might be caught here.
Yeah, Dreadful is definitely getting caught out a little bit here, though he is an Ornn. Game has gone on a little bit longer. He's going to be much, much more difficult to take down now thanks to that Ornn passive. Though he does take a little bit of damage, is going to have to burn that flash. Rift Herald secured for Huron battle. They're starting to get some of those objectives. Cloud Soul with 4 Cloud Drakes is, it's a little better than just a Cloud Soul and 2 random Drakes. So Concordia does have that to look forward to, potentially. Shyvana getting a little bit of use out of that passive finally. But I do think you're right about the target selection from the Warwick. It is worrisome. Even though Valpo has a pretty good amount of CC with the Ornn, with the Warwick, even the Victor, Stunfield, Morgana's everything, basically. The target selection on that Infinite Duress is just so important because suppressions are very, very difficult for carries to survive with proper follow-up. So if he's not using those Infinite Duresses properly, basically giving at least one of those carries, either Perseus or Jupe, basically a free pass to just continue doing whatever they were doing in the fight, and I'm not sure if they can afford that going forward.
As we take a look at the gold, the crazy thing to me is we've been singing Jupe's praises, and rightfully so, but because of the fact that Jakimbo did the little things right, Psyduck, you see there's no mid lane turret. All 5 plays went over to Jakimbo. That's a 1,300 gold lead for the mid laner of Valpo. There's also a pretty big gold lead for Zach in that jungle. But for as much as we've seen Jupe do all of the big things right, get the flashy kills, the flashy rotates, Jakimbo's just playing this game solid enough on this Victor that he has a sizable advantage. As this Rift Herald's going to get popped in the mid, and with the Morgana, as long as the Dark Binding's not on cooldown, she should not get a charge off, but the Dark Binding misses, so they will get a charge on that mid lane tower.
Yeah, and I do think it's a really good point to make on that Victor. He is playing exactly the way he's supposed to be playing, but there's going to be a teleport in from the Ornn here. Team fight breaking out. Jakimbo, as you were just saying, picking up another kill. Dreadful following suit there, and that is 2-0 in favor of Valpo, and they are starting to get their momentum back here. Though they do have to be careful that Shyvana still does decent damage. And it looks like Dreadful barely going to miss that one. Ignite ticking down on it, but shouldn't be too bad for the Ornn to deal with.
Fortunately, there's no objective. Jupe, what are you doing, Jupe?
Oh, no, wait, the Infinite Duress could actually turn out to be a good move here. Yes, it is. He gives his life for the cause, but it's 2 more kills for the side of Valpo, 1 for Concordia. I think you definitely take that trade every day of the week. Solid heads-up play by Zach, hopefully to dispel a little bit of your your fears, I'm thinking.
My only problem, Psyduck, is if Zach doesn't die, this is a free Baron, right? Because you already have Jupe dead, you have 1 star dead. If they get that pick onto Jupe and walk away, Warwick has enough lifesteal, you might have been able to force the Baron. You don't have a lot of damage, but potentially, maybe could have got it. But that was a much better one. Now, unfortunately, speaking of good, this is bad for Dreadful. He is totally caught out.
Yeah, Dreadful absolutely going to get caught out here. Stays a little bit too long. Tries to go for a cheeky recall in the enemy jungle. He's going to fall for that. The true damage on that return is just, tanks hate it. They absolutely hate that true damage. So Jupe is going to pick up another kill. And I do want to talk a little bit about Victor because you made a good point earlier. It's easy to call out the mid laner who does the flashy thing, the roaming thing. Victor is playing to his win con. He's playing for the late game. He's not necessarily playing for the early game. Now we're in the mid game. He's really starting to do damage. He has that Luden's Echo. He has the Shadow Flame. Really starting to do some damage. That gold lead is really starting to show up in a big way. And even though he didn't have as much lane pressure as Juke did, the money that he got from those plates, as you pointed out, is really starting to pay dividends.
Getting into this next fight, Dragon's up in 10 seconds. If you're Concordia, Wisconsin, I don't know who your shot caller is, but whoever it is, they need to track that Black Shield. Ordinal just wasted it on the Seismic Shard from Malphite. You can punish that. If Black Shield's wasted on another small ability, go in. As they're going to start this Dragon, keep an eye on this Malphite.
And it looks like Jupe is going to get picked off early. That Black Shield going to come in to help. And there's going to be a steal coming in from Zach. And a really, really big unstoppable force as they just get wiped. Valpo showing up in a huge way, wiping Concordia off the map, stealing the Dragon. They are now one off from the Dragon Soul. And this is going to be a Baron secured for free from Valpo. Amazingly played, and honestly, this might be Curtain's Fish.
You talked about it. You talked about the power of the Morgana all the way back at Champ Select Psyduck. That fight was won because Ordinal lands a 3-second Dark Binding on a Juke, and there is nothing the Ari can do, even with the Flash, even with the Spirit Rush. You just have to sit there and accept your fate. There's no stopwatch. You haven't even started building towards that stopwatch yet, which I think if you're Juke, you have to, so you at least have a chance to get away.
Yeah,
I'm not going
absolutely.
so sure, Psyduck, about it being game. I feel like it should be, but this game is, I feel like every time Valpo's gotten ahead, Concordia struck back with a huge team fight win. When Concordia looks like they're back in the game, Valpo pulls the Ace, the Dragon Steel, and the Baron. I'm not quite sold yet that Valpo will be able to finish this game out cleanly, but we'll have to see.
I think you've got a good point. I think on paper, this should be a done deal. I think just in terms of composition, the amount of objectives, the fact that they now have Baron buff going for them, Valpo's going to have to play this clean and really just try to take fights in the waves. Because if they take a fight in a Baron wave with the state that they're in right now, no Zonias on the Ari, no Guardian Angel, no stopwatch on the Caitlyn. If they get a pick on one of those carries, they get a CC, like one CC move on either of them, it's curtains for them. But I think from that point, they can move forward because Concordia just won't have the wave clear to stop them. But it looks like there's going to be a fight going on up top right here, and Malphite's going to flash to safety. But no, it's not going to be safety. He's going to use the Unstoppable Force just to get a little bit of damage off before he dies. But that is full tank Malphite, despite the fact that he went Arcane Comet, which I guess is better than going full AP at this stage of the game. But yeah, not a whole lot of synergy with the Keystone.
One thing I did like about that play, I mean, as much as you can like someone dying, this Baron buff's just being wasted, Psyduck. They're not getting any, they actually lost a tower. I think Baron power play, they're barely holding even because Juke gets the tower. 1 star does survive. They're not pushing with this Baron, though. This Baron's just being used to run around the map and have a cool purple swirl underneath.
At this point, I think they're just funneling gold into Concordia at this point. Honestly, if I'm Concordia, I'm thankful that this is going the way that it is. Until right now, the Orn Horde going to come in. Another huge Dark Binding from X-Ordinal is going to seal that double kill. I cannot wrap my brain around how this composition has failed so much in the early game. They should have been winning this early. They didn't. Now they're paying the price. Valpo, I think, is going to be able to, if they can win this fight, they may be able to seal the deal here. Juke on the flank, looking to pick off a carry. Misses that charm, but a huge unstoppable force coming in from Diarad. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Juke is going to fall. It's not going to be enough. Another ace for the side of Valpo. Fish, there's no way you can tell me that this game isn't going to end within the next few minutes now. I don't believe you.
No, I have to see. After you land a 4-man unstoppable force and you still lose, and Juke was on the flank, I'm with you, Psyduck. This is game as long as they don't throw in the face here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Pantheon's barely going to escape. He does have that E still available with the Flash. Caitlyn is going to burn Flash as well. Can they pick off the Ezreal? No, they cannot. 1 star is going to fall instead. Zach gets that pick. Percy is burning. Flash there is going to be very, very problematic for the next 5 minutes. Concordia is going to have to do everything right from now on. Valpo has been giving them little windows here and there to get back into the game. It's up to Concordia to capitalize. That Baron should have been the end of them. That should have been their doom, in theory. it wasn't. Now they can set up for the next Baron. They can get some vision around both objective pits. They've got a little bit of downtime right now. I'd like to see them getting some vision. Looks like they're going to start doing that. But Fish, from here, what do you do? You have a mostly early to mid game team into Victor, Ezreal, Ornn. I mean, morale's got to be taking a hit there.
Best case for Concordia in this dragon fight will really determine. They have a very hard team to dive in the base, right? Psyduck, they have the unstoppable force that they see. They have the charm. They have a lot of CC with the Pantheon that makes it so if you get crazy, and Perseus has played really well on this Caitlyn, you can lose fights if you try and dive them. They need to get a clean ace here if you're Valpo. Otherwise, Concordia has the tools to stick around. Cloud Soul on a Morgana, especially with those Soul Shackles, is very scary. We'll see if Huron Battle can get one back. He already got a dragon stolen. Can he go over the wall and steal it back? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll look and see. And it's going to be a smite fight here, but it looks like the Warwick is going to win out. That's going to be Dragon Soul going the way of Valpo. They're looking to chase Concordia into the jungle, see if they can seal the deal here. Ornn, probably going to be looking for an Ornn Horde here. And if you didn't notice before this fight started, Jupe had to use that Spirit Rush. So right now, he's in a pretty bad way. If he doesn't have at least a stopwatch, Infinite Duress will take him out. Really, anything that they land on that Ahri is going to be the end of her. Absolutely. And 1 star might die here, but it looks like Zach's not going to be able to get it. He does have the E up there. The Ornn Horde coming out. Solos it on the Caitlyn. Flash onto the Caitlyn as well. She is barely alive right now, just barely clinging to life. But Jupe, unfortunately, is going to fall. The Warwick securing the kill there. Blue turret down on the Nexus. The Malphite barely escaping with his life, at least for now. They are hanging by a thread. Is Concordia. Valpo looking to finish them off right here. Another pick for the Ezreal, and that is going to be Game 1 going the way in a commanding fashion to Valpo.
Fantastic game from Valpo, as you said, Psyduck, commanding, and really it's kind of one of those where, like, it leaves me wanting, right? Like, that should have been even more dominant for Valpo. There are those little windows that we kept talking about. Baron should have ended that game. That was a very scary point in the Nexus where I kept thinking, like, if Perseus gets a headshot or two on the right target, they can turn this. They're in a terrible spot, but now Perseus is super far ahead. As we take a look at the end game stats, and I will say, I think it was a phenomenal job by Concordia, especially on Perseus, on that Caitlyn, of keeping that team in the game. I think really this game came down to one pick in the draft side. It was that Morgana counterpicked the Pantheon and destroyed Concordia's bot lane. If they get a better bot lane, or at least they don't get hard countered in the support, I think they have a much better chance, because it was basically Perseus versus the world. He didn't have support. He didn't have anything else. This is not a done deal just about how dominant Valpo was. I think Game 2 could easily go back in Concordia's fashion.
It absolutely could. I do think if they are going to have a chance to win, Concordia really needs to go back to the drawing board, decide what they're going to do with their composition, and do that thing. They have to play to that win condition. I felt like they drafted the team and they had ideas. It was clear from the synergies they had with jungle and bot lane. They had a plan. It's not that they didn't know what they were doing. They absolutely knew what they were doing. They had a plan. I think after about 4 or 5 minutes, they started losing sight of why they had picked what they did. They had that early death in the lane on 1 star. I think that kind of just threw them off a little bit. And I don't think they ever fully recovered that. But I do think that we should mention the mid lane before we move on to the next match. We did talk a lot about Jupe. I think that's something we need to come clean about in the first 10 minutes. We talked a lot about Jupe roaming on the Ahri. Made great plays. Absolutely worthy of praise. Excellent job. However, the Victor, as we saw on those gold graphs at the end of the game, ends the match with the most gold out of anyone on, not even just on their team, the whole game. The Victor is the richest. And that's because the Victor was playing exactly the way a Victor is supposed to play in a matchup like this. You are a carry later. Not early, later. Mm-hmm. So you've got to take that time, push those waves, get the plates, get any golden XP that you can find until about 20 minutes in, then it's your time to shine. And I think that plan was executed to perfection, and that's something we shouldn't overlook.
Oh, yeah. All praise to Jakimbo. As you even pointed out, though, Jupe's the one, we see him on screen, and we're like, yeah, Jupe, way to go. And then we see at the top of the screen, An enemy turret has been destroyed, and it's Shikimbo's face. I think you're totally right. I will say, before we go to break, I think the other thing is you said, I agree, Concordia had a plan. Don't get cute, right? I think if you play AP Shyvana, it probably works better. I get the, well, we need another tank. We need it to be, we have too much AP. No. Just play the champion in the best role. I think if you have that AP Shyvana, I think that Heron Battle is a lot scarier. But we will see. We'll take a quick break. Valpo's looking to get their first win of the season. Concordia is looking to get us to a game number 3. Who will come out on top in game 2? We'll find out right after this break.
So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back in here to the NECC. We're getting ready to kick off game number 2 in our Emergence Navy division between Concordia, Wisconsin, and Valpo Esports. Valpo Esports picking up a game 1 win, looking to pick up their first win of the season. Fish and IRL Psyduck here, calling all of the action. The pro draft just wrapping up. We'll get to you as soon as we have it. But I think Psyduck, we have the big question, I think, for me personally, coming off of that game 1 is going to be what the matchup of Jakimbo versus Jupe looks like in the mid lane, because they both played their role phenomenally. You play an Ari, you're going to roam, you have the Spirit Rush, you're going to try and make plays across the map. You play a Victor, you're going to tower push, you're going to prep for late game. I'm very curious to see how that mid lane matchup goes. It seems like in the top lane, we're dedicated. We're probably going to get 2 tank fights. That is my big question. What is Jupe on? What is Jakimbo on? And will they be able to slow down Jakimbo just pushing the lane if Jupe wants to play a roamer mid lane once again?
Well, I think the answer to Jakimbo is going to be wave clear, right? That's probably the main way I'm thinking that they were going to go. Since you do have 2 AP champions in the mid lane last time, it would make sense that they go another mage, something with wave clear, something that has carry potential, maybe something that can scale a little better alongside that Victor, since he can kind of do a little more in the later stages of the game than Ari can. I don't know. I'm curious to see what they're going to do, but if I were in their shoes, I would go with something more like a control mage, something that can keep up with that wave clear, something that scales a little better than the Ari, a little less volatile.
And I think the other thing that we really hit on it, and we, as you pointed out from the start of the game, does 1-star avoid? I mean, usually when you think counterpicking, you're like, oh, they counterpick me top, they counterpick me mid, they maybe counterpick me jungle. They support counterpick them. I hope Concordia either maybe last picks or picks a less volatile support, something that always does well. Nautilus, Thresh come to mind, as opposed to we're going to go with Pantheon Caitlyn. We're going to win game with our CC combo. It just gets shut down by Morgana. Do they avoid getting counterpicked? They did swap sides, by the way. Valpo will be blue, Concordia will be red. So they'll have a little bit more chance to counterpick here as we hop into the draft. But mid and support were my 2 questions coming into this draft as Valpo looks to pick up a game 2 win and win the series. We start off with the Hecarim ban. Pretty standard, just a jungle that's really coming up in popularity, Psyduck, and I can see, based on what we saw, Shavano, Warwick, they don't want to play anything meta for those 2 top.
No, they absolutely are not looking for meta, though they are looking for some meta bans. The Hecarim getting banned, Zeri once again getting banned away, Jinx also getting banned away, Senna joining that ban list as well. So we've got 380 carries banned, and the Hecarim. I personally don't like Hecarim very much. I'm fine to see that. Trundle going to be joining the ban list as well. Concordia, let's see what they're going to wrap up the bans with here. And it's going to be Akshan. So we've got 4 ADCs, 2 junglers banned, and we're going to see the Gnar locked in from Valpo here, which is surprising because you're expecting more tanks. And I don't know, Gnar's kind of weird. He's like a hybrid between like a bruiser, marksman, tank thing. I've never heard anyone like properly classify Gnar. He's a really, really strange one, that. But we are going to see the Sylas, the Rammus, and the Zac. Very, very meta jungle pick for Valpo.
Let's say, speaking of strange, the Rammus is kind of interesting. The Sylas, again, as we said, it is pro draft. I'm curious what that Sylas, because usually, Sylas is really good into things like a Malphite, things like a Twisted Fate, where you can hijack the Destiny, go all over the place. I'm curious what alt, maybe it'll appear that Diorant decided to go with the Sylas for, because I don't think you could steal Mega Gnar, right? I mean, I guess you could steal the slam into the wall, so there's not like an all in those first 3 picks that are like, yes, Sylas was the right pick. It seems like a very odd one to go into a range matchup as Sylas here in the top lane.
I think the only ult I would really be worried about so far would be the Zac ult, because you can get a lot of disruption, and Sylas wants to get in anyway. The Mega Gnar, you can't steal the form, but you can steal the push into the wall that Gnar does. So you do have that, but we are going to see the Ornn banned away, Set as well. Malphite getting banned, a little bit of respect between the 2 top laners. But my question is, where's the Sylas going? Is that Sylas top? I hope it's Sylas top and not Sylas support, because that's not very good. But we are going to see the Jarvan banned away, which is surprising because I think we already have both junglers locked in here. But Thong Senpai going to be on the Ezreal once again, this time into the Misfortune, which you would think you would have had last game with the Pantheon pick. But it looks like they're going to lock in the all-reliable Morgana, star of the show, last lane, I would say, into the Misfortune Leona. That is going to be a very, very, very volatile bot lane.
They did it again. I mean, if there's a standard support that Morgana hard counters, it's the Leona. Leona plays the same way as Pantheon. She wants to get in your face. She wants to land a stun. Morgana, I mean, we saw this in the previous series. Even Morgana just counters Leona. She has the binding if you try and Zenith Blade. She has the Black Shield if you want to go with the Shield of Daybreak. I do not understand that Leona pick. That is crazy. It's almost as crazy as the Sylas pick to me. We were talking about the mid lane, though, and I think that Orianna kind of fits what you were going with, Psyduck, right? The control mage, the wave clear. Jakimbo's not going to be able to shove as well into the Orianna, though Jupe's not going to have nearly the roaming potential that he had on the Ahri. So they counter the one aspect. I'm curious how Jupe and Jakimbo will go 1v1, but I think you're right. That Sylas pick really sticks out like a sore thumb. Is it top Sylas into Gnar? Is it do you even dare send Orianna into Gnar and you go Sylas? Sylas just doesn't make sense to me in this comp. Everything else for Concordia, Wisconsin makes sense. It's just not that Sylas.
Yeah, it is a really strange pick. It looks like he's going to go with the Conquer. I'm pretty sure that that's a Sylas top. He is going with the Last Stand as well. It's clear that the Sylas is going to be looking to fight. Probably going to be pretty aggressive into that Gnar before the Gnar can get too tanky, can get too many grasp stacks. Probably looking to bully out the Gnar. Like you said, I am still very curious as to why you lock in a Sylas with this team. I feel like a hard engage tank would be really, really good for this. I understand that you have the Leona. I understand that. I feel like the Leona isn't going to be able to do enough if the Morgana plays properly, which, if the first game is any indication, she probably will. So that's kind of a question mark for me. So the tanks in the jungle, I think, do also fill that niche, so I could understand maybe wanting to have something more carry-oriented in the top lane. I'm just not sure if Sylas was the pick I would go with. Maybe something more like a Mordekaiser, something along those lines, something a little bit more suited for the top lane, I guess.
And the crazy thing is that Sylas was the R5. It was sort of that, when you pick red side, you always get the last pick, so you always save it for a counter. They pick Sylas into Gnar, so I'm very curious if they think they have something up their sleeve. As you said, maybe it's to steal the Let's Bounce from Zach. I mean, the Gnar as well, at least you kind of get that shove, so if you fight in a closed corridor and the Gnar doesn't manage their rage properly, maybe the Sylas has some advantage there. The thing for the Orianna that I'm also curious about is where every time there's an Orianna, you always have to talk about the BDS, the ball delivery system. Rammus is a decent fit, though sometimes he can go out of range because he's trying to go on the back line. The Leona might work depending on if she gets shut down, but these command shockwaves for Jupe are going to be something I got to keep my eye on, Psyduck, because he might not have the easy dunk of, all right, I'll just throw it on a Malphite who's going to go in with the unstoppable force, immediately shockwave right after it. He might have to kind of place his own, and that makes Orianna even that much harder of a champion because those shockwaves are a majority of your team fight damage and disruption in a team fight.
Absolutely, and as someone who's played a lot of Orianna myself, I know that the shockwave is key, absolutely crucial for landing those big combos that you're looking for in the later stages of the game. Not just setting up your team, but also setting up yourself. If you're going a full carry build like most Oriannas at this level do, if you're going for that big damage, if you don't land the shockwave, it's very difficult to get the rest of your combo off. So that's going to be important. I think that's why, if I'm Valpo, I am immediately banning that Malphite the moment I see Orianna. Because if you want to talk about ball delivery system, I don't think there's a single champion in the game that is a better ball delivery system than Malphite. You just hit the R key, literally nothing can stop him. You go straight in, they're knocked up, it's a free shockwave every time. I do think Rammus it accomplishes a similar goal with his newly reworked ultimate, but if you're just relying on the power ball to go in, it's going to be very, very easy for him to get out of range, for the ball to go back, and I could foresee some sort of mishap happening where she hits R right as he gets out of range, and it just goes on herself and does nothing. So there is some anti-synergy there if they're not careful, though. I think with the new Rammus ult, Leona, maybe even Sylas, if he abducts into the middle of the team, that could work as well. But I do think, once again, the overall engage, I think, is going to be a little bit easier or better for Valpo. Simply because they have Zach, who is basically an engage machine, and they have the Morgana to counter the enemy team's engage, which is something that Concordia really lacks.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that really stood out to me as you were mentioning, Psyduck, is Ordinal just stops any engage that comes from Concordia. He just hits a Dark Binding, and the one target will have, if the Rammus or the Silas or the Leona just stands in place. We, hilariously enough, actually get a double red invade, so no one's going to see anyone on our 5-man looks here, as they'll both quickly realize, oh, the enemy team's not here. Looks like it will be Valpo who opts for the backs. They'll get a ward out, so end up being basically the exact same start. I think the only difference is that Valpo got one extra ward there right by the chickens. But they both tried to get cheesy Psyduck, and they both ended up empty-handed.
I wouldn't say it's entirely empty-handed. You do have that early vision, which is always going to be helpful against junglers that like to gank early, like Rammus, like Zac. If I was Valpo here, or sorry, Concordia here, I would have warded some of the areas near the edges of the lane, those little pockets right behind the towers, simply because that is where Zac likes to jump from. Likes to jump from Tri, likes to jump from near that blast cone under Red Tower. Those are the angles you have to look out for. One mistake that I see a lot in lower level games is that when they're playing against junglers like Zac, like Shaco, champions who don't play in a conventional way when it comes to ganking, the warding doesn't change, and that's not going to help you into a champion like Zac, a champion like Shaco. They're going to gank from those weird angles, and those standard wards aren't going to pick them up. So if one star wants to keep his carry safe, he's going to have to think outside the box and get some more creative wards. Otherwise, that Zac is going to be all over them.
And speaking of the Zac and creative warding, I mentioned the difference was that Valpo got that one extra ward by the chickens. Zac never ended up walking over towards his red buff. Zac on the Zac. A great pick there for you, man. I think maybe spotted out that there was probably a ward on his red. So now he knows exactly where Huron Battle is. I don't know if he can get there in time, but you see, he's pinging. Do we maybe go chickens? It looks like his team's telling him no. That was a great play by Zac by saying, now they have no idea where he is. That ward on red has faded, so he is completely invisible to Concordia. Well, Valpo knows exactly where this Rammus is, and Dreadful can easily just walk away knowing that Rammus is here.
Yeah, absolutely. That actually was really, really, really smart adaptive pathing by Zac on the Zac, as you say. Dreadful not really using that knowledge well enough, though, because he is going to have to burn Flash. Fortunately for him, it is net neutral because the Silas did also flash as well. But when you have that information, you've got to use it so you don't burn those summoners early. Speaking of summoners, the Rammus is also going to have to burn a flash as well. So that is 2 flashes burned by Concordia in favor of 1 for Valpo. So it looks like they are going to have an early summoner spell lead. And that kind of shakes up the game plan here, I think, because now if I'm Zac, I focus that top side of the map, and it looks like he's going to apply a lot of pressure right here on the Raptor camp. He knows Huron Battle does not have that flash. Oriana with the Command Protect is going to be able to get his jungler to safety.
The warding from Valpo has been phenomenal. That ward right outside the Baron pit. Huron Battle walks right over it, so Zac's able to just easily leap over with the slingshot onto the chickens, able to pick up that first Rift Scuttle of the game. Could potentially go for double Scuttle, but with the nerf, it's not as big of a setback onto Rammus as it would have been in previous seasons to get double Scuttle, though Zac hasn't picked up his red buff. So Huron Battle knows that as he forces another flash. This man's all over the place, Psyduck.
Yeah, he sure is. This is pretty much how you're supposed to play Zac to a T, which makes sense given his namesake, but it looks like the Gnar is going to pick up the first kill. Dreadful escaping with a sliver of health. The Ignite nearly taking him out, but the last tick is not going to be enough. That is 1-0 and 15 CS in favor of the Gnar into Silas, which it sounds like a story from last game, right? Where it's one should be winning at this stage of the game, and the other is. This time, Valpo has that lead once again, and I'm just not sure if the script is going to change compared to last game so far. I mean, what do you think?
One, I have to say, Dreadful got very lucky. He only lived that Ignite plus Minions because he leveled up with the kill. If he doesn't level up, he's dead. But this has been a clinic. I was very concerned. Zac's performance on the Warwick Wild was great, everything, but the ulting, it left me like, okay, is he going to be able to handle the ulting properly? He's been phenomenal on the Zac. He steals an early first dragon for his team. He has forced a flash from the jungle. He has forced a flash from the mid laner. He didn't really force the flash from the top, but Dioran has used it. And I think you're right. I think the one thing that is in the favor of Concordia is Jakimbo isn't dominating this matchup, right? It's actually very even because Jupe isn't leaving the lane on the Orianna. So now I think that is the one bright spot. That Victor was dominating, as you said, at the end of the game, had more gold than anyone. That's not going to happen this time, Psyduck. And I think that's the one bright spot. And I will say, bot lane, they haven't done anything crazy. One Star's played very safe, hasn't tried to get aggressive. The CS lead, little deceptive because Leona does have the support item that sort of steals the CS, gives the gold over to Perseus, but it still is in favor of Thong Senpai, but they're not dying, which is always a lot better. You get out farmed, as long as you don't die, you'll always be in the game.
Sure, and I think that's true to a degree. The problem here that I have with that is that it's a misfortune Leona. Right, it's a very snowball-heavy lane. You want to get that lane ahead early because if you do, they will stomp the entire bot side of the map. But speaking of getting stomped here, gets slammed into the wall is that Sylas, and then the Sylas is going to answer in kind, stealing that Mega Gnar ult away, and they actually end up pretty even on that trade. It looked like it may turn into a fight to the death, but looks like it's not going to. But as I was saying about the bot lane here, you do have Misfortune, who is better early than the Ezreal, so I would like to see them get a little more aggressive. I'm afraid that from last game, they had that early death with 1 star on the Pantheon, and it kind of shook their confidence a little bit, and they don't have that back. If you're in a situation like that, and you're going into draft on the next game, you know you're not feeling confident, pick a scaling carry. Don't go an early game carry, don't go for an aggressive lane. If you're not going to play that way, play for the later stages of the game. Because if you're going to play early, but not actually play for early, you're setting yourself up at a disadvantage for basically no reason.
I think you make a great point of, remember back in game 1, Perseus was outplaying Thong Senpai early on that Caitlyn versus the Ezreal. So I'm wondering if maybe Perseus said, okay, if we just take out the Pantheon, that was the problem. We put us on the Leona, I'll still out-farm him. But now that there's no pressure on this Ezreal, the CS is growing. Again, it's a little bit more distorted because of the fact that Leona gets some of the CS, hands it over to Perseus. But I think you're right. I think they probably should have gone with something more scaling. And I will say, I want to see Dreadful back the moment he has 800 gold by a Bramblefest. He will dominate Dioran in every single trade once he picks up healing reduction. The only reason Sylas is staying alive is because of Kingslayer and how much healing it brings. Once Dreadful picks up a Bramblefest, top lane's as good as gone from Concordia, and that's where the floodgates could really just blow wide open.
Yeah, that's a really, really, really good point, actually, because even though that Bramble Vest is an armor item, here, actually, hold on 1 second here. The Zac is going to try to gank the mid lane here. The Rammus is going to have the flash once again. The Zac investing the flash and the ultimate, but it looks like Rammus is barely going to get out, but the Shockwave going to be invested as well. I'm not sure if they have enough mana. Yes, she does! Jupe is going to pick up a kill there and barely going to escape with his life. Orianna showing up in a big way with some help from her jungler here on Battle. And this I feel the tide starting to shift a little here in favor of Concordia.
The other thing that saved Jupe is the fact he didn't have any friendly minions, so that the stretching strikes from Zac couldn't slam them together. We'll get that in a moment, though. Dreadful got caught.
Yeah, Dreadful is getting caught out in the top lane once again, but that Gnar ultimate is going to get him to safety there. And to touch on your point, since we're already talking about the top lane here, I really like the idea of getting that early Bramble Vest. Even though Sylas is an AP champion and Bramble Vest is an armor item, the way that the passive works means that even if you're AP, if you're auto-attacking, you will receive the Grievous Wounds effect, which Sylas does that a lot. Petricite Burst is a big part of his damage, and it requires auto-attacks after abilities. He's got to get in and scrapped a lot more than most other AP champions, but Zac looks like he's going to get caught out here on that Rift Arrow, does not have the flash available, tries to smite to stay alive, and oh my goodness, how on earth does he get here on Battle out of that fight? Dreadful's going to step up and try to help him out there. The Chaos Storm going to be coming out from the Sylas, actually, believe it or not, there. And MF Jakimbo going to pick up the kill here. Jupe running away for his life there. Is he barely going to get out? Looks like Dreadful's going to go Mega Gnar, may be able to catch up, but I think Jupe is going to get to safety. Shelly is just had to witness a bloodbath in her home there. Poor Shelly.
And Zach survived too, by the way. The Cell Division passive works out. And Shelly actually almost killed Zach. I was kind of hoping we'd see, that enemy has been slain, that Shelly could get in on that bloodbath as well. But great vision from Concordia. They deny that Rift Herald. They're even maybe thinking about turning this into a dragon because, of course, they know Zach has to back. He can't be as reckless now that Cell Division is on cooldown. And let's see. Concordia stopped the objective take from Zach. Let's see if Valpo can stop the objective take for Concordia. Zach has Smite. He could easily go in if he wants to, but it's a 1v3, and he doesn't have Cell Division to help him be safe. I think this... No, don't disengage. It's a free dragon. It's a free dragon or Zach trolls, but they reset it.
They reset it. That control ward is going to spot it out. I think he started Elastic Slingshot a little early here. He's probably going to go for some damage on it. The bullet time might actually help him out here, but Red Team is going to pick it up. Huron Battle is going to win that Smite fight with some help from Perseus's bullet time. Honestly, that was only the second Drake. I'm not sure if that was worth going after because you're right. Cell Division was on cooldown. He already made a play like that in the top side in Shelly's pit. That's how he got out of it alive. He had no business living if he wasn't Zach there, but he was. However, it does have a 5-minute cooldown, just like a Guardian Angel, and you have to wait that out. If you try to go in, make plays that you normally would while it's off cooldown, you're probably just going to die. You have to play Zach in a different way depending on whether or not you have Cell Division. And I'm not sure if that's something that Zach took into account there, but it looks like the Orion is going to roll up with the Shockwave, snipe that kill right out from Diorand. But honestly, if I am Concordia here, I would prefer to have the kills on the Oriana over the Sylas.
Oh, now can they catch Jakimbo?
Yeah, but it looks like Rammus is going to be going to the mid lane here. Huron Battle going to jump in with that newly reworked Rammus ultimate. Jupe is going to pick up a third kill. He is now on a killing spree, courtesy of his teammates who were just teeing him up perfectly to pick up a gold lead.
That was a phenomenal full play by Jupe. He roams up because Dreadful has been so aggressive. Of course, melee into range. He should be winning all of those trades, but Jupe baits him into a tower dive. They get a perfect kill up. Jakimbo, much like game one Psyduck where we praised him, tries to punish Concordia, tries to go for the sneaky turret play, which he gets one, but then he gets caught out by the Rammus. I thought that was a phenomenal play by Jupe in the top and the mid lane. Though if Valpo's able to get this Rift Herald, they need help though. They need to be able to get Rift Herald before the plates fall. They need to be able to get Shelly's real main value in this game, but no one's helping Zach. I don't know if he's going to be able to take this down in time.
I don't think so. I think Dreadful needed to come down here a lot faster. If Dreadful comes down right now, they may still have a chance. But it looks like Dreadful is going to go top side to try and enter the Sylas, but I'm not sure if that's really worth it. It looks like Huron Battle maybe going for a steal onto Shelly here. Does have the ball delivery system, and he is going to steal that. Huron Battle coming in and stealing the Shelly at the last possible second. The Zenith Blade coming in, going to lock him down, and Jupe is on a rampage. 90 CS, 4 kills. And it looks like Jakimbo is just not going to be able to play the same game that he got away with last time. He's going to have to get more aggressive if he's going to be able to keep up with this laner. Meanwhile, Thonk Senpai barely getting out with his life, as does Perseus. But, nope, Thonk Senpai does not have the Ezreal ultimate available. The True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, so MF will be able to get to safety.
They're going to dive Dreadful in the top lane again. He's just dead. Once again, Jupe goes up there, gets the kill with Diorand. I don't know how Dreadful didn't know he is there. He had seen him multiple times, though. First tower still goes over to Valpo. I'm sorry, Huron Battle. Even summoning the Rift Herald, she's not going to be able to get there in time, though Shelly should even up the turret 1-for-1. But, I mean, going back to that Rift Herald fight, you're totally right, Psyduck. If Dreadful comes down, this Rift Herald is in the possession of Valpo. They maybe get a charge for some plates in the top lane instead. Dreadful ended up walking over a pink ward that was in that bush that the blue ward is in now, and kind of gave away Zach unintentionally, I think, is Zach trying to do some damage. Unfortunately, as a tank, you're not going to do much. That was just such a poorly timed decision by Dreadful to not help his jungler. He's got to be saying, come on, man, we had that Rift Herald for free, and you just gave it away to the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. As a jungle maid myself, it definitely hurts when you have that perfect play, you're set up, you've done everything you need to up until that point, you've secured the position, you're taking the objective, top lane is completely pushed out, the enemy laner is not even there, and your top is just not helping you. That is a couple of really, really crucial misplays by Dreadful, and I think Valpo may end up paying the price for this going forward, but they're really going to have to get the momentum going here. Zach has been playing very well, despite what his KD might tell you. He does have a slight CS lead. His KD's not bad, but I do think he is playing significantly better than the numbers let on. I do think that his team is kind of holding him back a little bit, especially on the top side, but it's far from over. Valpo has a very, very strong team composition. They've got really good engage with the Meganar, with the Zach, and I just think they have a much more well-rounded composition than Concordia. So even if they don't get a super strong lead, they don't have the best start to the game, it's not over for them. The gold lead is only, well, let's see, 2.3 thousand right now? And it looks like they're going to be able to get a pick here on Jupe. Yes, they are. The Orianna is going to fall right before the Dragon starts, and that is disastrous for Concordia. They are now in a 5v4 situation. It looks like Ordinal is going to be able to land yet another crucial Dark Binding there, and it's going to be a flash from Misfortune. Not sure if she's going to get away. She does get exhausted as well. Soul Shackles coming out from Ordinal. MF is definitely going to fall there. Thonk Senpai does show up to pick up the kill, and that is 3-0 in favor of Valpo, and this is going to be Dragon number 2. And right as we say that they're running out of steam, they say, no, we're still in this. We got this. Don't worry.
I'm looking back at the draft Psyduck because I'm looking at those first 3 bans for Concordia. Maybe we might get to that in a second as Jupe's trying to run away. Might be dead here again.
I don't think so. It looks like that Dark Binding is going to miss. Jupe and Huron Battle are going to be able to get away to safety if they want. It looks like they're playing a dangerous game here. I don't think Jupe knows that that's warded. Kimbo may be able to get a cheeky kill here. Nope, it looks like the stun field is not going to be able to pick up the full CC. Only gets a little bit of a slow, doesn't get the full stun. So Jupe is going to get out with his life for now, but I think mid-turret could fall here. Yes, and it definitely will. Valpo does open up the mid part of the lane here. Oh, but it looks like the Shockwave is going to miss, and there's a big engage from the Meganar, followed up by the Zach. Perseus falls, as does Dreadful. And it looks like the Leon is unfortunately going to get that kill, but she does answer with a Solar Flare, and this is just an all-out brawl. It could go either way, but Jakimbo is going to fall to Diorant. Silas is getting on the board now. Zach, Cell Division still up, barely getting out alive. Ordinal going to use that stopwatch. Zach still going in. He does still have the passive available, and he does have it get proc there. 1 star will fall as well. Thonk Senpai going to try to pick up the kill on the Orianna. Just barely can't get it. That's so unfortunate, but the Chilling Smite will finish off the Orianna, and a Chilling Smite in return from the Rammus Huron Battle coming in to avenge his mid laner, and that is an ace for Concordia.
That fight had absolutely everything, Psyduck. That was a crazy long fight. The Cell Division, the fact that Jupe barely lives to get smited down for Huron Battle to return with the smite. But the thing that stood out to me, and it's something we talked about with Dreadful in lane, there's no healing cut for Valpo right now, and Diorant was able to sustain in that fight for so long because of the lack of healing cut. I think Thonk Senpai picked one up after he ended up getting that double kill plus the assist, so it is now online. That will help. I have to say, though, looking back, how did this Morgana get through in Game 2, Psyduck? Ordinal is absolutely insane. He started that pick onto Jupe that started that whole long fight. The fact that Jupe died twice is absolutely wild. These Dark Bindings are just winning the game for Valpo, and I think if we get to a Game 3, because this game is still teetering back and forth, the kills actually favor Concordia, but the gold favors Valpo. This Morgana cannot see the light of day in Game 3 if Concordia wants to win this series, because Ordinal is the reason why Valpo is still in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is one of those things where people see new champions and they're just terrified of them. You know, you saw the Action get banned. You saw the Zeri get banned. Yes, they're strong. Absolutely. Definitely not going to dispute that one. But you can't sleep on the older champions. You can't sleep on champions like Morgana. Is she very simple? Yes, absolutely. Is her kit relatively just straightforward to use and understand? Yeah, of course. Does she have like 5 whole pages of text just for a passive like Akshan? No. That doesn't mean that she's less scary, right? That Q, you land it, that's 3 seconds of you don't get to move. That is extremely, extremely valuable. Soul Shackles has the potential to stun an entire team if used possibly. Very difficult to do, mind you, but it is possible. And I think this is just one of those things where Concordia is just trying to ban what they're afraid of and not necessarily what they need to. Because this Morgana, like we were saying in the post game for game one, basically single-handedly won them the lane, and by extension, I think, won them the game. And they didn't ban it. I honestly am not sure why, aside from maybe being afraid of new champions.
The Zeri I can understand because, I mean, we've only seen Thonk Senpai play the Ezreal. Maybe Zeri's not his kid. It's hard to say, but if he's on the Zeri, he would win this game 10 times over because Ezreal doesn't have the potential that the Zeri does. I think you're right. The action probably could get traded out for the Morgana. You're good to go. I will say the one thing, it reminds me a lot of the Jupe Jakimbo matchup that we talked about in game one, and it's really showing itself here, still 21 minutes in. The reason Valpo has the gold lead is they're doing the little things right. Look at the CS. They are winning the CS by a decent margin outside of mid lane where it's only 9. In every single role, top lane's plus 50, jungle's plus 30, bot lane's another plus 30. They're doing the little things right. They're not getting the flashy kills. They're not team fighting very well. But the fact that they're CSing is why they still really have command in this game. It's a 4K gold lead despite being down in kills, but now they're going to get engaged on.
And it looks like Rambus is going to engage with that ultimate. They're going to pick up a free kill on MF Jakimbo, but it looks like it's not going to be as free as we originally think. The bullet time's coming in, but mostly going to hit teammates, actually. Zach's going to fall, does not have that cell division up just yet. Jupe also getting killed onto Ordinal, but looks like the Leona 1-star is going to fall. Thonk Senpai has to be careful in a very, very dangerous spot here. Even though Dreadful is with him, the MF and the Sylas can take him out with ease. Looks like the Ezreal is going to get a pick on that Sylas. Dreadful going in. Oh, just barely going to live. The Command Protect doing its job, its namesake, living up there. But unfortunately, the Orianna is not going to have it for herself, and she is going to fall. Thonk Senpai 6-1-3, 182 CS on this Ezreal. Is it Zeri? No, but it is still Ezreal. Ezreal is a champion that you need to respect. Just like I was saying before, just because these champions are older, they're not brand new, it doesn't mean that they're not still shagadelic, baby. You know what I mean? They're still good. They're still good.
Speaking of still good, I don't know if it's the champion, but with Shagadelic, that's what I would just say to describe Thonk Senpai. He came into this game as the guy for Valpo. Just when you look at the OPGGs, where you're kind of like, this guy stands out to me on paper, one of the higher ranked players in this game, who's probably going to be able to pop off. And game 2 has become the Thonk Senpai show. Dreadful kind of helped out there a little bit, stole a kill, but I think he's still there. Everyone else on the team is doing their job, but this really is going to come down to Thonk Senpai's positioning, if he's able to land multiple Qs onto the enemy. You see it right there. This Ezreal is the name of the game for Valpo. If he dies early, though it is hard to pick an Ezreal, it's GG. Concordia wins every single fight. Huron battle, Dio Ram, maybe even Jupe with a shockwave. How can you find your way onto this Ezreal? Because as long as Thonk Senpai's alive, this fight is not over for Valpo. Even if it's a 1v4, like he almost just won.
Absolutely, and I think another thing that's showing up about Ezreal specifically, that just in terms of his kit, is that arcane shift, right? You've got Rammus jumping in. You've got Sylas looking for that abscond abduct. All he has to do is arcane shift at the right time, and all those problems go away. Not to mention the fact that he has flash. It's off cooldown right now, or it's on cooldown, but he does still have that summoner spell. So when he has both of those things available, he has not one getaway, but 2 getaways. And one of those getaways has a little missile that fires, which is doing pretty decent damage now, especially if he has someone marked with that Essence Flux. It'll prioritize that target, and it does a pretty good amount of damage, especially with that Essence Reaver Manamune build. It does a deceptive amount of damage. But I do think now that we're getting into the later stages of the game, we're starting to see where that Ezreal pick shines. The MF, like I said before, was not as aggressive as it needed to be early on, and I think now we're kind of past the point where MF is going to be better than Ezreal. I think now that scale has tipped in Valpo's favor.
And to add on to everything you said about the Ezreal, don't forget, Psyduck, Ordinal's there with the black shield as well, so even if you land through the arcane shift, through the flash, you can just Black Shield the first amount of CC. Though I will say Ordinal has been a bit trigger happy at times with this Black Shield, which has caused some cause for concern. Is Zach, he's going to go right in on the Jupe.
He's going to go right in. That's exactly right, Fish. And Jupe, it looks like he's going to get away just because of the flash. Dreadful throwing the little boomerang to get a little bit of extra poke damage. Jupe is looking a little on the low side here. Not too bad, though. He does still have the Corrupting Potion, going to be able to heal a little bit before this fight starts. Huron Battle not going to engage just yet, but it looks like the Gnar is going to right underneath the tower. A huge shockwave coming in from Jupe. Let's Bounce coming out as well. Oh my goodness, the damage coming in from Valpo directly underneath the tower, and that's something you never want to see as a Misfortune, but you have to use bullet time just for wave clear. Always feels bad, but what doesn't feel bad is when you're playing an engaged tank like Zach, and you have a play that happens just like that. I mean, you had a huge, and I mean huge, shockwave from Jupe, and it just didn't matter.
Unfortunately, I was about to say that was a great bullet time because it saved the bot tier 2, and the top tier 2 almost went down from Diorant, but they ended up picking it off. And this is something that I noticed early in the game, and I was curious how it would play out. Diorant doesn't have teleport. And I honestly was full expecting, okay, Diorant's going to teleport in, Diorant's going to teleport in, and I look up at the top right, I'm like, wait, he doesn't have teleport. So if he wants to play split push silence, that's all well, that's all good. His team is going to get punished time and time again, just like that Psyduck, where Zach's going to pull the trigger. They're going to say, okay, it's 5v4. We can win these, which they absolutely did. I will say the Let's Bounce, slowing them down so the Chaos Storm could tick down Jupe and Huron Battle was absolutely phenomenal. Diorant now has to be a lot more careful where he split pushes because he just can't join the fight like Dreadful can. He will just simply let his team lose unless he's able to pick up objectives. And he couldn't even get that tier 2, pushing that entire time by himself.
Yeah, and I do think if you have Silas split pushing like that, like you said, to your credit, I think you're absolutely right. Valpo is just going to continue to punish them. But beyond that, the Silas has Ignite. He doesn't have Teleport, which at this point obviously would be unleashed, so it would be able to help him join these team fights. He has Ignite, which means if he's on the other side of the map for these objectives like the Dragons or for the big skirmishes in the bot lane, he's not going to be able to join. And it looks like the Shockwave is going to get Black Shielded by Ordinal, and the Spell Immune is going to come in big, and there's going to be another engage here from the Zac, followed up by the Gnar Ultimate, and it is just an all-out brawl here in the Dragon Pit. Ordinal barely surviving thanks to that Zonya's. Dog Senpai barely missing the shot on Diorant here, but it looks like they're not done yet. They're going to chase Concordia to the ends of the rift, and it looks like one star will fall, followed shortly by Jupe. All 5 members of Valpo are going to stay alive, and it's just looking harder and harder for Concordia to find their footing in this game.
I was impressed by the amount of damage Concordia did with no Shockwave, with no assist from Diorant. And I remember that I think Infernal Dragon was basically cleaving the backline of Valpo there. Morgana, right? This champion cannot be let through for Ordinal, I really think, ever, for the rest of the NECC season. He can't. I mean, the Shockwave solo, kind of awkward. I get what you're trying to do, though. You get to pick on a Morgana. Black Shield canceled a win condition for Concordia. Now we'll see if Huron Battle. Can he go over the wall? Great job by Zach. He's going to take care of the blast code. There is no flash on this Rammus. Can he get in the pit in time?
Looks like he's not going to be able to. The bullet time actually may have worked against him there, helping the Valpo team shred that Baron before their jungler could get around. He did not have ult. He did not have flash. All he had was smite, which obviously is very important, but if you can't get there, it doesn't really matter. And if we want to look at the jungle matchup real quick here, we've got 5, 4, 8, 165 CS on the Zac, 128 CS, 2, 3, and 8 on the Rammus. There's a clear lead there. The same thing goes for the bot lane, where there is just a canyon between the two. 700 gold bounty on that Ezreal, 10, 1, and 5, 222 CS. The MF, 333, 207 CS. At this point, I'm not going to lie to you, Fish. I'm not sure what Concordia can do to make their way back into this game.
Good news, and it's never good news to be happy that the 80 carry is almost fully built. Dog Senpai is almost fully built. He has an amplifying tome as his last item. I would assume maybe looking for a Zonya's. I'll be curious to see what he wants to pick up there. But after that, it really comes down to, well, when do you sell boots into the game, Psyduck? And that always becomes a conversation. But this Ezreal is reaching his peak. There's not going to be any more scaling besides buying the potion every time he backs. I mean, I would agree. It's kind of a sad thing, Thong Senpai. You don't have much left in the tank. Perseus can start to catch up to that 4,000 gold lead that you have built by yourself down there in that bot lane on that Ezreal. So that is the one bright thing for Concordia is Ezreal is almost at his strength cap. Though, again, I don't think ever celebrating that an 80 carries and 6 items in 30 minutes is a good thing. We'll have to see, though. This could be a chance for maybe Valpo to win. Last time, we were very critical of them not winning the game with Baron. Let's see if they can do it this time.
And it looks like Ordinal is going to hit one of those signature dark bindings here. The Elastic Slingshot is getting charged, decides not to go in on it. Makes sense. That cannon minion, when it's Baron buffed, not going to be in aggro range. Elastic Slingshot once again getting charged up, but having a hard time deciding if they're going to commit here. It looks like they're just playing it safe, letting the wave do the work. Oh, but it looks like the Rammus is deciding that he's going to jump in instead. Huron Battle getting extremely aggressive. I'm not sure if his team was ready for that. I don't think they were. The Solar Flare going in on the back line on just one target. One star probably going to fall here. Yes, he is. Dreadful with an amazing counter engage. Real heads up play there from the Gnar. He is going to fall to the Shockwave, but the True Shot Barrage is going to pick off Juke right before he can get into the fountain. That is just so unfortunate for Concordia.
You called it, Psyduck. I wasn't ready for Huron Battle to go leaping in with that Rammus on. I don't think his team was either. That was one of those where it's like, hey guys, I'm in perfect position, and the team says, but none of us are, so where are you going? As he's going to get caught out, he is going to die. The ace probably means with Baron that this is GG, and Valpo picks up their first win, really, on the back of this Ezreal, who goes 11-1-8 in game number 2.
Yeah, once again, the bot lane for Valpo showing up in a big way. 20 assists for the Morgana that somehow got through a ban phase after that amazing performance in the first game. I really can't say enough good things about the bottom lane for Valpo. Look at that. 24.6 damage for that Ezreal. Going into the end game there. Orianna, 19.9k. Also at the end, not too far behind considering how far behind the team was as a whole. But wow, what a performance from Ordinal on that Morgana.
Yeah, I mean, the Morgana, I should say, probably it cannot be let through for Ordinal. Or I will say the other thing that I think really made the Morgana shine, and not to take away from Ordinal because he played phenomenal, I will say Concordia basically picked in to what's the worst team we could play into Morgana. In both games, they kind of did that with the Leona and the Pantheon. I also think the Silas is like a counter pick into the Gnar. It was very, very odd. But this Valpo team, they pick up their first win, and honestly, they look very strong. That bot lane looks phenomenal, especially on the Ezreal Morgana. Maybe if Thong Senpai can work in a hyper carry like the Jinx or the Aphelios, that bot lane gets even scarier. I will say, the Orianna, thought it played phenomenally, kind of shut down the Victor after Victor popped off. It was a great adjustment by Juke, but at the end of the day, Morgana just took over the game and ban out the cool flashy champions as we talked about. Ezreal, the tried and true 80 carry, gets it done for Valpo as they pick up their first win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is something to be said for those older champions who kind of get overlooked. Orianna's one of them as well. Very, very, very strong in an organized team setting. A little weak in solo queue because she is so fragile, is so team dependent. But here we did see flashes of what the champion can do in an organized team setting. Jupe, I think, was definitely the shining star for Concordia. Played very well both games, I think, but ultimately did not have the follow-up, did not have the support that he needed in order to really make that Orianna work the way that she's supposed to. And truthfully, like we keep saying, the bot lane for Valpo was just unstoppable. Both games, unstoppable. They knew their win cons and they played to them. In fact, in the first game, they basically used the other team's win con and won with that, which is really impressive considering what they were into. But overall, I think it was a really, really strong performance from Valpo. I would like to see who beat them because they looked really, really good, beforehand. If this was their first win, you could have fooled me because I thought they were playing phenomenally well. Really, all of them. But that bot lane, once again, I think really was the show stealers for Valpo.
I think my only concern with Valpo going forward is and Zach played well. you just again, it's boring. Xin Zhao, Jarvan, every game, just every single game. Yes, the Warwick was good, had some interesting ults. I thought the Zac was played phenomenally, but they're not meta for a reason. I think if they play Jarvan, that game's over even quicker. If they play Xin Zhao in the first game, they absolutely dominate because he just does everything Warwick does except for CC with his ult, and he just does it better. So I think if Zac can go with a little bit more meta, be a little bit more boring. I know I hate to say it because I love to experiment just as much as anyone else, but I think that's really the one thing where I look at Valpo, I'm like, man, you throw Xin Zhao in there, you throw Jarvan in there, this team gets super scary. And I think the same applies for Concordia. Yes, I think the bot lane probably needs to figure out how to beat a Morgana or just ban it away. But if they're able to get off of the Rammus and the Shyvana, I think here in battle could do very well on a Jarvan or, a Xin Zhao as well. Gotta be boring in the jungle, I think. I know it's not flashy, but I think both these teams would really excel if they just got meta in the jungle.
I do agree that having a little more meta, especially if you're going to go something like Shyvana, in a competitive setting, I wouldn't pull out Shyvana really in any role at any level, truthfully. I got to disagree on the Zac, though. I think Zac is starting to really gain some footing in the last couple of patches. Previous patches, especially earlier in the season, not as strong. He is starting to gain some prevalence. He's also getting picked as a top laner at times, support as well. He's very, very popular in Korea. I don't think he's had as much success here in NA, maybe because we're just not as organized, perhaps. I don't know. The theory is always out on that. Korea is always, ahead of everybody in those terms. But he's actually gained a lot of popularity there. I think we saw the power of the champion if you play him properly in the early to mid game. You get him into the late game, he's just unkillable. If you use that cell division passive properly, you can get out of situations like that fight in Shelly Pit that you wouldn't be able to get out on literally any other champion. So I think there is something to be said for the Zac, but I also agree that getting champions like Shyvana out of the pool, maybe the Silas top into Gnar, maybe don't do that one. There were definitely some questionable picks for both sides there, but overall, I think their core strategy, what they were going for with the team compositions, I think I could still understand. I could see what they were going for. Definitely still some work to do on the back end, but I think both teams looking solid going forward, just with some minor tweaks.
We're not done yet here on the NECC. We've got one more game coming up, Emergent Science. It's going to be UBC Amber taking on Pitt State Esports. I believe Orbital and RMC will be bringing you that one. We'll take a quick break. Psyduck, a big shout out to you. It was a ton of fun. We were able to see Valpo pick up their first win. If you want to see one more Serious League of Legends, don't go anywhere. We've got one more left here on the NECC, and it's coming up right after this break.
Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I left that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like
And welcome as we get ready and underway for our final series of the evening here with the NECC. For those of you that have stuck with us since the beginning, we do appreciate your viewership and are excited to bring you what will be our final matchup of the evening. It is going to be a thriller as we go ahead and enter in to the Emergence Cyan division. It will be UBC Amber versus Pitt State Esports. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing?
Doing good here, Orbital, and always glad to cast my alma mater here, UBC. This team, though, not super familiar with this particular roster. They look kind of new to me compared to last split, whereas Pitt State, this is a roster that we are mostly familiar with. Some minor changes, especially tonight. I believe they are using substitutes in some positions as well, but a team that we've seen find quite good success, mostly off their teamwork.
It's been a time for them, and of course, with the records as they are, UBC Amber are currently sitting at 2-0, took a 2-1 victory over GFU Varsity, and then a 2-0 over Emporia State Esports just last week. They had a bye week, so that's why they're currently sitting at 2-0. On the flip side, Pitt State Esports are currently sitting at a 1-1 record with a loss to MCU Esports and then a win against Emporia State Esports. Both teams still vying to kind of break away from that current middle, at least for Pitt State Esports. UBC Amber want to keep rising up in the undefeated status.
Yeah, and we're already right into the picks and bans here, Orbital. All the bans completed for Phase 1. And again, worth noting, NECC, they have completed a draft beforehand, so they're drafting into position and not according to the draft order. But the bans are in order here. So we're seeing UBC Amber, respecting the top lane, the jungle, and the Morgana pickup, which surprises me a little bit here because I thought, that isn't something that they need to be too worried about. They like to play front to back. Pitt State, on the other hand, the Tom Kench, the Vigar, Tristana, zone control, front to back champions for the most part.
It was very standardized, and for UBC Amber, they're already kicking things up with that solid kind of composition, the roundabout way of going things, or the all-arounder composition. You have a good front line, you have the J4 for engage, you have the Victor for sustain. For Pitt State, though, we got to take a look, and of course, taking a look at the 3 champions that have been locked in so far with that Karma mid, it lends itself to a bit slower pace. It feels a lot more just control heavy, but not with too much damage behind it.
Yeah, still waiting to see what they select for their AD carry here, because as you mentioned, Pitt State right now, you've got really good split push with Yorick, but Yorick isn't the one that you want to be putting support on, and I'm assuming we're going to see double support, most likely double Enchanter, that being the most common style of double support here. And shields are great. Ashe, okay, not the hyper carry as expecting. I mean, Jinx is open and on the table here. Zeri is available as well. Aphelios, these are what we're used to seeing in the current meta so far. And with that, yeah, okay, a lot of weight on Potamus's shoulders here as the captain. Not only do you have to shot call the team now, but you are the main carry should your team look for any team fights.
And that's rough, right? Ashe is not known as a hypercarrier. Looking comparatively across the board, you got Ming SB on that Zeri plus the Soraka. So this is going to be a very, very fast bot lane. And then you take a look at the likes of what Lucinati is wanting to run. It's going to be that Seraphine, slow-moving abilities. You aren't going to have great catch potential. It's a difficult composition to catch and work with if you're going up against the likes of UBC Amber.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, UBC Amber's draft, for the most part, it's what we expect, you know, tanky top side, some sort of control mage in the mid lane, and then you put Ming SB on a hyper carry of some sort. That's how they always love to play. They got everything they wanted here. And for the most part, UBC Amber aren't going to look to smash the lanes. The lane matchups are less important to them, so much as scaling to the mid to late game. Whereas Pit State on the other side here, well, the Ashe, the Seraphine as well. I do like the Sejuani and Seraphine with the Ashe in terms of trying to deal with what UBC Amber want to do. There's a lot of ways to stop that front to back engage here. Seraphine, the queen of dealing with front to back as well. And Sejuani, great tool to actually stop the J4 and the Mundo as well. The Glacial Prison being a great way to initiate fights. You combine that with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Pit State. I like their composition for finding picks, but I'm still not sold on their ability to team fight just yet. And if anything, I'm looking at the babe here on this Yorick to be able to split push, because I'm looking at what, you know, UBC Amber have, and sure, you can build Hullbreaker on the Mundo to try and match with the Yorick, but I think the Yorick's still going to be better in that 1v1 in that split push.
You can see it there, full-on split push. There is nothing behind Yorick's eyes except I want to take towers. You can see it, the Demolisher built into that secondary rune page, the Conqueror status, which is actually quite interesting. I have seen Grass in the Undying as well, but that is very much less common, I want to say. Conqueror's still going to give you a lot of output. The Mundo on the other side is going to be looking a little bit weaker. In the early stages, did go Grass in the Undying, and also the Celerity, or I want to say the brain not working. The not sorcerer side, I don't know. The extra side of the rune pages. Inspiration, haha. See, I didn't have inspiration. That's the way that it worked. Looking at the other side, now into the jungle, of course, it's Conquer on the J4, which is standard. And then, of course, Aftershock for the Sejuani, pretty standard there.
Yeah, and the junglers, I mean, we're going to expect to see some early ganks come out of the side of Twang here on that J4. With J4, you really do need to get that early action down. You do not skill up as well as the Sejuani. And on the other side, Solar Shot, who used to be the top laner for Pit State here, he can take his time, he can power farm. As long as your lanes aren't getting ganked too hard, you're fine with it. And I'm looking at the lanes too, right? You've got the Karma, you've got Seraphine Ashe. Very, very safe lanes. And even the Yorick can really handle that 1v2, especially as we head into the mid game and once you start picking up a couple items on that Yorick.
It's going to be so interesting to watch. First Strike on the Victor, of course, the standard rune. Now, if you're not running First Strike, you're either thinking more on the defensive side and you're saying, maybe I don't want to fight, but First Strike, it's good, 10% extra damage. Against the Karma, I am curious how often you'll get to proc it, because Karma is well known as poking you out, throwing that empowered Q every chance that you get.
Yeah, no, bro, that's the one condition a lot of times we don't see First Strike on Victor is when you're out range. So this one can be a little bit dicey. I mean, you can play around the cooldown on her Q as well. We'll see how that one goes. If the First Strike's not very useful, Victor will still outscale though. But the AD carries for both of these teams. Potamus on the right-hand side for Pit State and Ming SB on the left-hand side with the Zeri for UBC Amber here. This matchup is going to be the big one for these teams because Ming SB is the big carry for UBC Amber. They play towards that, and once Ming gets ahead, he can run the game. Whereas Potamus on this Ashe here, like I said, questions about how much damage you have. And normally I say, okay, Ashe can be utility for the team, but you've already got so much utility. I feel like Potamus can't afford to fall too far behind.
And what's surprising, even, you're talking about Potamus trying not to fall behind. Usually that is coupled with the fact that, hey, maybe you can go aggressive with the support, right? You have a bit of extra damage to help out. The Seraphine's not doing that. The Seraphine is actually going on the defensive. Guardian means you're not going to have extra damage tag behind. You're expecting to get poked out on that flip side. And both supports actually did that. Both supports said, we're not going to win the lane, so we got to rein back. It's all of a sudden, it is the most passive bottom lane I think we might see here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Soraka was picked here to win the lane necessarily. It's more that safety and backup for Ming for the most part in this particular matchup. And between Seraphine and Soraka, I think Seraphine a little bit easier to land that poke, a little bit easier to get that sustain. Soraka very much relies on landing her Qs to keep herself topped up and to have that health to survive here. So bot lane, very, very volatile. Remember, I said earlier that, hey, on the side of Twang here, you want to get some early ganks, go for that bot lane, because if you can reach that Ashe, you can reach that Seraphine. They don't have escapes, and with the early damage J4 has here, you can absolutely just pop one of them right away.
So good. So good, and the opportunity is there, and again, that does leave it up to Twang. A lot of times we do see J4s do start on that red side, I believe. Like to go for that red buff, like to try and clear out. Of course, the possibility is on the blue side as well if you want a path down there. We'll have to see how they play it out. The Sejuani, though, Solar Shot. This is a champion that you don't see very often anymore. I want to say it's still up there, but not at the S tier ranking. To see a Sejuani pulled out here and to face off against the likes of the J4, are we going to see more power farming out of Sejuani, hit that level 6, try and bring that ultimate, or do we start to see maybe some ganks kind of coming in here, maybe trying to get early game advantages?
Sedge can actually gank quite early. Her Q knockup is quite useful and conducive to her lanes, but I'm just looking at her lanes as well, and I don't necessarily think that Solar Shot wants to be ganking early. Like, what are you going to gank? A Karma? Maybe if you land enough poke, you can kill the Victor, but you don't have enough damage on your own, and Karma doesn't bring that bot side. Ashe Seraphine, there's potential here. There is a lot of poke coming out from Ashe Seraphine as a duo. Ashe, actually one of the pokiest AD carries, especially in the early game here, so maybe a look down there. I think it depends on the lanes, but for Solar Shot, I'm mostly looking for him to just power farm to hit that level 6 and then get into the game, be that deterrent, body blocking all these melees, this J4, this Mundo, who's going to want to wade into that backline.
Well, so far, the early stages are giving us a small taste of what we might see. A 5-stack here from Pitt State saying, listen, gotta do something. Gotta have a little bit of the cheese. Teddy goes, I'm pretty sure that was spotted out. Yeah, you can hear all the pings going down right now. Very, very nice spot by Teddy. And that is why you always stand outside of the bush, not inside.
Yeah, I did appreciate, though, the Babe trying to find, that sneaky angle to sneak around the other side of the bush to try and maybe pincer Teddy a little bit. But they don't find anything aside from that one ward in Tribush. So that ward in Tribush actually isn't going to give you that much information. At most, you get to see when UBC Amber are coming back to lane. You can still fake a leash if you want to, whereas Heart of Africa, now this ward is going to give you a lot more information because it will be able to track Solar Shot a lot more. If you don't see Solar Shot at those Raptors, you know that they started bot side, and on top of that, you'll see it will be there when Solar Shot actually crosses over and does that Raptor.
The start up is going to be slow, and as you were talking about, it is going to be a little bit of the same side. Good leash coming down from either squad. Solar Shot going to be picking up that blue buff, and the Flail will be sending a few stacks over to any of the camps that are going to be trying tested. Arrow in the mid lane, of course, looking for that early game damage, trying to make sure Devin does not get any sort of extra gold or extra damage down.
Yeah, Devin actually winning out that trade for now the win. Oh, bro, I want to talk about Arrow a little bit because the pick and the player both kind of confused me a little bit. First of all, let's talk about the pick, the Karma pick for the side of Pitt State. Up to this game, Arrow has not played it this season. It's been a pick that the Babe has been piloting mostly in the top side, I believe 3 games of Karma so far. So a little bit of a surprise to see it flex mid, and Arrow has been the big carry for Pitt State. Likes to play, those odd style picks, Tryndamere, Zeri, Vigar, things that take over a game. Karma is not one of those. So it feels like for the side of Pitt State here, they've really swapped things up, and I'm curious to see if Arrow can still dominate lane in the early phase with the Karma, because a lot of these supports, levels 1 through 5, even at level 6, they tend to do a lot of damage. They have very high base damages, not so great skill.
That's a scary thought to have, and of course, we'll have to keep eyes on that. What we do see is a very early gank here on the top side. It is going to be the flash to follow, but the spell immunity comes right back up, and Heart of Africa loses a flash, but draws 2 from the opponents.
Okay, a little bit surprised that Solar Shot, opted for that top gank. And if you look at the pathing as well, it's blue to red to gank. None of the small camps got cleared by Solar Shot, and the damage I didn't think was going to be enough. You saw the passive from Mundo as well. Yes, it burns the flash, but they don't find anything. And Twang making good on this because of that early ward. They know Solar Shot skipped it. Twang going to be able to take away those Raptors.
It is going to be the Raptor stolen away, and Twang only eats about, I would say 15 to 20% damage, but we missed it on the top side. Babe was able to throw down with Heart of Africa, and the Mundo is eaten away for first blood.
Yeah, and that's pretty significant for the Yorick here because the early levels actually favor Mundo. You normally need to pick up your Sheen item or Hullbreaker for the Yorick before you start winning those fights. Babe trying to accelerate this lead here.
It is going to be an attempt at acceleration, but look at the damage that's gone down. Solar is actually going to body block and lock down Twang. If you can get the last hit, the passive is good. No healing coming through, but it is going to be enough. The flash to follow means that the root might do its work. Devin is going to fall here, but not before stacing up Arrow. It is going to be a fight between a Karma and a Mundo. The pseudo top lane matchup that we thought we were going to see. A nice dodge on the axe, but the double buffs are going to do so much work. A nice dodge once again, but look at the healing. The healing is too good. From Heart of Africa, that's 3 briefcases that have been dodged out. The auto attacks, I think, are going to do it. The last one hits, and Heart of Africa picks up 3 kills.
Yeah, that was pretty big for UBC Amber there to be able to find that, because if not, Babe was about to start taking over this top lane, but all 3 kills went to Heart of Africa. And we already said before, you know, Mundo was supposed to win this top lane initially, and then you worry about it later. If Babe had just been ahead right from the bat, this top lane's done. But now Heart of Africa, with those 3 kills, picks up that Balmy Cinder as well, gets push on that lane, gets health on that lane, and UBC Amber gets to stabilize once again topside.
It's crazy that that fight actually turned out the way it did. 3 briefcases missed. 3! And Heart of Africa, it was the double bust. Really, let's talk about it. The double bust given over by Solar Shot. It's all Solar Shot's fault.
I mean, you could argue that it was buff transfer, right? Solar Short picked it up from Twang and transferred it over to Heart of Africa. That will continue to be like, no, don't do Solar Shot dirty like that, man. Come on. We should have been watching topside because the double buffs were on Heart of Africa and still are. And we already said he was 3-1-0. We knew he was in an item lead, and now it's not just 3-1-0 anymore. It's 4-1-0. This topside going in favor of Corporate Mundo.
Mundo stonks are strong. You can see it there. 500 gold extra into the pocket. The Balmy Cinder so good. Gonna go ahead and recall and I think pick up I want to say boots. That might be the one that you go for, but is actually just gonna go for the raw stats instead, saying, listen, I have enough chase down. I don't actually need it. Let's go ahead and be able to sustain through the rest of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, after all, if you land your briefcases here, you don't really need boots to run down the Yorick for the most part. The additional movement speed is nice, but combat stats are even nicer. Twang, you know, hovering around bot side a little bit, but well played by Potamus and Lucinati there. They kind of sense that something's not quite right. They don't actually have wards, so that was just all instinct there.
And good play on the instincts, right? Being able to sniff it out, say, hey, we're missing the mid laner, might be a little bit dangerous, might have to keep eyes and ensure that we don't lose too much here, because this bot lane is the one kind of even lane at the current state. Yes, it's 15 CS difference, but a single kill could help turn that around. Solar Shot revisiting top lane here at the expense of potentially falling behind in camps, and Twang just easily kind of picking up the rest of theirs. All the camps respawning should have a nice solid lead.
And for Solar Shot there, you're fine to go up and gank. You're already topside. You don't have any caps there anyways. So you're just looking to try and alleviate pressure from Babe. Make sure that Babe doesn't get killed in the 1v1. Because now the solo laners are level 6. Mundo has access to that ultimate as well. Very strong duelist. Twang, I like this here. Twang, knowing there's no vision, has gone into solo the dragon. And that will give UBC Amber a bit of an edge here. More importantly, it starts the dragon stacking in their favor.
Do it under their nose as well. No wards up above because Solar Shot has consistently stayed top. And at this point, it's actually a detriment. At this point, it doesn't feel worth it. Solar Shot loses Dragon, is losing out on camps now. They're going to try and fight it. Heart of Africa is going to get locked down. Doesn't really have the ultimate. Tried to pop it. And it's going to heal up for a decent amount of time. No, he does not get away from this. The flash to follow from Babe and Solar Shot is going to try and maintain, but he is running straight into Kawaii Arrow. They finally lock him down, but that's after about 20 seconds of chase. I still call worth from Heart of Africa.
Kind of. I mean, the trade-off is that because you did get killed, Pit State are going to be able to pick up the Herald here. And that is significant. You can see how close the gold is right now. And every bit of gold you can set Heart of Africa behind is good for you. Yorick will outscale. Herald as well will give you that gold injection for your team. And yes, the gold now is only 600 gold difference. Once you drop Herald, that's going to grow closer to about 1,000 here. And depending on where you put it as well, if you can make another play like that, get a kill, drop Herald, you could even be looking at first blood.
First brick would give a nice injection, as there's only been about 600 difference. That's going to be the ultimate drop down. Potamus is going to get silence, an immediate flash, and then the EQ. That's such a great way to do it, ensuring that you get the knockup. Lucinati can't run away fast enough, and that is a very quick 2 kills picked up. 1 going to Ming and 1 going to Twang.
Yeah, and the one going to Ming is the big one to keep an eye on, because Ming is the big carry for UBC Amber here. But I want to praise Twang, because Potamus and Lucinati played that really, really well. The flash out of the Cataclysm from Potamus as well was beautiful, but because it was initiate with Cataclysm into flag and drag, it just wasn't far enough there, and it kind of put Lucinati in a rough spot where you kind of couldn't, you know, get the out across multiple members. You had to pick and choose, and either way, Lucinati was dead. But hey, we said before, Ashe Seraphine, they will skill up even if they don't hard win the lane. Okay, arrow doesn't land. Nice try. Even if they don't win the lane, they will still have a lot of utility for the team.
I like the attempt. I will always say it whenever Ashe is there. I like the attempt because it sets up even more. Here comes a dive into the tower, but the wish. Oh, the wish is too good. Zevin says, thank you very much, Soraka. I will take that kill in the mid lane. Babe does not have flash, so you are committed. With Heart of Africa looking for that ultimate, it's just so easy. They go ahead and knock down 1, but not before losing their own life. Babe could have walked around that a lot better, I think. Good chunks are there. Again, this is a lost chapter type of game here, and Quiet Arrow is going to pick it up. The minions are doing a lot of damage, though, so immediately has to speed away. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, my lord! Kawaii Arrow actually running away from the minions almost sealed their death. Oh, that's a good little bit of a knock up again. The good root is there, but a cleanse brings Ming out. This is a fight on 2 different fronts. Again, the ultimate just to try and lay down a little extra damage, get a bit of move speed, and that's gonna be the encore use. But how much do you really get out of it? Ming firing right back, getting the slow, getting the follow-up, getting the kill. Ooh. 1 more attack is there, and you flash to get it. This is Ming popping off here. Another Q takes that life. Can you get another? A zip forward means the empowered Q comes through. It is a triple kill for Ming as Teddy rounds it out with 3 assists.
Okay, yeah, Arrow doesn't want any part of this. And that's the thing with Zeri. This is why Zeri is considered so strong, despite the nerfs that she got on the patch here. Or, pardon me, last patch, I believe, she got the nerfs here. And once Zeri starts to pop off in these fights, she will run you down. You can't escape from her there, even with the Ashe. Upside, though, speaking of escapes, the Babe, no flash, still can't get away.
And in the mid lane, Arrow is getting chased out. This feels like a 3-prong attack that UBC Amber are willing to take. Babe is down for the 4th time, does have the Hull Breaker, but for Hull Breaker, you gotta be alive to utilize it.
Yeah, that is true. And it works in the 1v1, it's doing work, but in the 2v1s, it's just not enough right now. Herald did get dropped mid. Hit State was running out of time here, so they get the charge, they get the goal, but notably, Arrow didn't get the goal.
Oh, solar shot. That's not the spot you want to be in. Heart of Africa even gets the wish on top of it, as it is going to be UBC Amber wishing for a tower to fall, but Twang, I mean, you can't do too much. Heart of Africa said, I'm not dealing with that today, so it is going to be the tower falling, I think, here in the next few seconds, if Heart of Africa can get the demolish off.
I think he gets the plate. I don't think he can get the actual turret there. Babe is already back. We'll see, though. Demolish. Oh, Babe's actually not even going to let him get a chance.
Babe said, listen, you can take my life 4 times, but you can't take this tower. The plate still goes down. I don't know if Heart of Africa was able to take the gold for it, but, I mean, flash for flash, I mean, you can kind of be happy about it. However, on the pot side, Ming already getting the Tiamat. That's pain right there.
Yeah, and Trinity Force as well. You compare this power spike, and Potamus right now hasn't completed first mythic. So you can't really duel the Zeri in your lane, much less at the Dragon Pit here. And you can see UBC is starting to set up for that. Twang already in that Dragon Pit as we speak here, looking to try and flank around Potamus and Lucian.
Heart of Africa is actually saying I want to keep fighting this, and keep in mind the item disparity there as well, right? We were just talking about the bot side, which has seen another kill as Ming SB is currently unstoppable. Top lane Heart of Africa can duel this out as much as you want. You have the completed Sunfire, you have the steel-plated boot caps, and you have that Bramble Vest. You have everything you need to really stop the Yord from doing anything.
Yeah, until I see them at half health, I don't think a kill is coming in the top side, right? They're just going to do it out. Whereas bot side's highly volatile. Mid lane is highly volatile. Look at that damage that Arrow's putting down. But, again, because of the early kill onto Lucinati there, just can't contest whatsoever. And Heart of Africa, finally, that top lane target we're looking at, does manage to take it. That is first brick for UBC Amber.
Not the final fifth plate that you would normally like, but it's still a massive lead. As the plates have fallen, it is going to be I want to say about 5k a lead. It is excessive, and it's growing out of control. All through here, Devin is the single target that you can really pick on. A good flash out is going to fall through, which is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. And the extra shield is there. No, it's a zap good. Devin wins out in that pinch. The tower dive goes wrong. Oh, so very wrong. Heart of Africa says, you ain't getting away. Corporate Mundo wants your number. Ming comes in from the side, is now dominating at 6-1-1, and UBC Amber are cruising through this game number 1.
It's brutal to watch. I mean, Heart of Africa right now with, shall we call it a corporate takeover, a hostile takeover in the mid lane there. Every time he shows up, I feel like Aero, unfortunately, ends up dying to the Mundo. And likewise for Solar Shot, every time they try and dive Devin, it doesn't work. And with this now, UBC up, what is this, 7,000 gold here with a composition which scales better as well. A team fighting composition. And this is UBC's sweet spot, right? Like, this is the mid game where they tend to thrive, when they start looking or the group fights here, and they're in a perfect position to do it. Now with Herald as well, I'm just waiting for UBC to pick a lane and force the play.
It's just, I mean, look at the devastation, right? All 3 outer towers are down. And Potamus, I mean, even now you're kind of scared of you and pushing up this far. At this point, I'm pretty sure Devin and Ming can both blow you up very, very easily. You're still working through your mythic. You actually opted to take a curve over on the steel-plated boot cap, so you can see the armor currently stuck in their inventory. It's a detour that I'm not sure it's worth it to deviate from the standard mythic build.
I mean, when you start falling behind, I think buying that early armor is worth it. It's not a bad decision necessarily, especially when you are on this Ashe. But the caveat to that is that as the Ashe, then you start playing utility. And I need to start seeing more Enchanted Crystal Arrows coming out, more Hawk Shots to give vision. And so far, we haven't gotten to see that. And that's why PSU, for the most part, has been on the back foot. A lot of the action we've been seeing instead has been around this top lane, punishing Heart of Africa, punishing Twang a little bit. Babe does spot them out and should be safe, but in a 3v1 situation, Babe probably just has to leave and abandon his topside turret.
Ooh. Arrow says, I gotcha. Teddy said, no, you didn't. What hit? I didn't see any hit.
Pretty much. The Soraka heals are kind of disgusting with Moonstone Renewer
I
as
hate
well.
them so much.
Yeah, we need to start seeing Healing Cut come through desperately for the side of Pit State. And here's the thing, it feels bad to buy this early. Like you said, you don't want to deviate from your build. But yeah, at this point, Teddy's already online, and it's 800 gold. So, just somebody spend it.
Please. It's not going to be Arrow, unfortunately, because Arrow's about to die. Good arrow from the back end, though, from Potamus. They still can't get the kill because Devin was right there. Babe, you are left alone. The Babe is dead. Lucinati is next on the chopping block. That's going to be a slow, though, as Solar Shot is getting shot down here. The electricity is electrifying as Potamus is 4th to fall. It is 4-0 in about 20 seconds as Lucinati will fall as well. The Stasis claims an ace, and UBC Amber stormed the base.
Shelly being dropped into the mid lane here as well. No one to defend. This will be the base broken before 20 minutes here for UBC Amber. And while that is an incredible record to see in terms of speed running things, you do have to be careful when you crack the base this early here. Supers are going to be pushing in. Pit State can just farm them up. Actually, Inhib doesn't go down critically.
Doesn't go down, but what it does do is gives an opportunity for the rest of the team to push in. Heart of Africa Gonna go ahead and try and set up a flash forward again. Babe trying their best. Good root, and the heals come through, and just like that, everything Pitt State did now puts them on the back end. They push too far out. They're a little bit exposed, but they are able to get back to their base. UBC Amber lose nothing and gain everything in that push.
Yeah, and Ming, meanwhile, just taking down the top side, the last remaining inhibitor turret with no one to stop him there. UBC Amber, we said, you know, they just need to pick a lane and play to it. Well, they picked every lane, and it still worked out for them. Baron coming up in 1 minute as well with a 13 or 12k gold lead here. They can just look to brute force the Baron, force Pitt State to walk into them, and if Pitt State don't check that Baron, well, UBC just take it and end the game.
We've seen 20-minute Barons before, by the way. This is not anything new. The new thing is that we're calling that before Baron spawns. We are quite seriously seeing UBC Amber take over everything that they could want. I wouldn't be surprised if they literally go there 5 seconds beforehand and just dance in the Baron pit.
Well, before you quite dance there, I do think you need to turn on the lights here. This isn't a late night disco with no lights here. We need the vision down to make sure that you can at least respond to Pitt State. And then if you want to dance, go for it. Maybe Baron will dance with you here. Baron now has spawned though, and we're not seeing UBC Amber look for it. Zeri, Ming has chosen to go towards the bot side instead with Twang to pick up that red buff first.
I'm sorry, I lost complete track because you said Dancing Baron and all I could think of was Biomall and Twisted Tree Line, and now I'm sad that it's gone. I am so sad. We do see the risk scuttle go down though, so that will help Solar Shot. As you said, might not be able to get full advantage of the vision, but scuttle is one thing that you cannot take away for the next minute. At least it is a nice one to be able to pick up. Devin and Ming are going to go ahead and roam through, and we were talking about vision on the side of Pitt State. The deeper vision from UBC Amber is now starting to take control. You can see it here. Yes, there's a single ward. They just bounce right over and they say, screw it. We'll go ahead and take it. It is going to be a chase, though, as we do see Twang finally chasing in with the rest of the team. Solar Shot might be looking for a singular attempt at the cost of potentially their life. And they go. Options are there. Arrow from the bind. It's a double smite, and it's not going to be taken. A little bit too early, and you tried. Still going to be taken by the side of UBC Amber as they look to hunt down the base.
You know what? At that point, you just got to do it. You got to try, right? And the hawk shot combo, really nice as well. That's another form of vision that you can't deny away. Didn't work out, and now Solar Shot's dead. There's no tank for Pitt State here. If the Babe groups up the rest of the team, Hull Breaker stats don't apply here, so you're actually very, very squishy. And UBC Amber, I think it's critical that they make use of this time. Solar Shot's coming back up in 5 seconds here, and you want to take at least one inhibitor, one turret before that happens.
I feel like they're going to get a lot more than that. I honestly think they're going to take so much more than that. It is going to be 5 members up, but I mean, they don't really have anyone to cut through the other minions, so it is going to be a second inhibitor tower broken, possibly a second inhibitor, and the other one, the tower is about to fall as well, so feels like UBC Amber are willing to take all the advances. They take 2, go ahead and back up and say, all right, we'll leave you to deal with the mess that we've created.
Yeah, they're going back to spend all the money that they've just made here. They're going on a shopping spree, and they're already ahead by at least a full item in almost every position here, Orbital. There's one last lane to look at. They're going to be up a whole bunch, right? What is that? 2,500 in the top lane, the differential between Heart of Africa and the Babe there. That is the biggest differential, and it's a very painful one to see. You don't need a split push. You've got super minions pushing down in either lane here. Just group up bot lane, and for Pitt State, you got one last chance, one big Hail Mary. I think Potamus just picked up his mythic here, so this is probably as powerful as you're going to get in the next 5 minutes.
Most powerful you're going to be while being 7k down across your opponent. That Ashe is going to try their best. I'm not sure if the best is going to be good enough. That's going to be a teleport coming in from the back end. Heart of Africa charging in just to try and push that lane a little bit more because, I mean, what else are you going to do, right? There is nothing else for UBC Amber to really try and fight on. The Victor is going to push in the mid lane. Down goes that tower. And it's do or die time. You have all 5 up. You're going to go for it. Twang is going to jump in with that glacial. It is going to pinch the Twang, and they're going to try and fire out. Arrow lands, but it delays, and that's all the ultimates down. This now means it's free reign. Free time to fire away by Amber as they go ahead and run rampant through the base. No kills so far. The laser's finally taken as Devin is finally dominating. Down goes Solar as the Zap takes it home. It's a double kill for Ming SB, and UBC Amber finish it off with an ace. Twang takes it home, and it's a 27-6 game at 23 and 45 seconds. UBC Amber run the show in game 1.
Orbital, I want you to recall the early game, because the early game didn't look that bad. It looked actually very, very even. The Babe trading evenly with Heart of Africa here. Solar Shot trading well with Twang. And in the bot lane, Potamus and Duels were fine till level 6, till Twang showed up. And then everything just absolutely fell apart at that point. Twang just making tracks all over the map, making sure every single lane got ahead, became an issue. And UBC Amber, this is how they play. It's rock solid. It's steady. It's very, very standard. And Pitt State have to play something perhaps a little bit out of left field here to maybe crack that solid rock that UBC Amber are.
6 kills. 6 kills was all that separated UBC Amber from a perfect game here. That is ridiculous to see right there. So UBC Amber on a warpath, looking to continue their dominance, and hopefully they can do it for the side of Pitt State. They're going to be looking to try and play upset here in game number 2. Don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back with game 2 of our final series of the evening.
Left a star glowing in your eyes when I'm not aware. You left a scar. I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Fall into you. I found the rain dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Let me feel it. Fall into you. When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
And welcome back to game number 2 of this series. So far, UBC Amber have looked unstoppable. A dominant game number 1, albeit a little bit of a slow start. Pitt State, though, gonna be hoping to run things a little bit quicker and a little bit more volatilely. I don't know, a little bit more chaotic, because playing standard does not seem to work against this UBC Amber squad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling for something out of left field here, and I'm hoping it shows up in the draft. Now, we do have to address some roster changes coming through for Game 2. Pitt State was playing with Potamus and Lucinati in Game 1, but they are going to be swapping them out for Izanati in the AD carry position and Duels, their main support, back in for that support role here. So a bit of a change up, and yes, Potamus, I will acknowledge it. It is a scheduled change-up, not based on the results of Game 1. I believe I told Izanati actually got locked out of his house. So he's in the house now and actually gets to play. So that'll be nice. We'll have to see how things go. For now, though, the bans we see coming out are the same bans we've seen in Game 1.
Just keep it standard. However, the Zeri change is a big change-up. So Pitt State, again, these players have drafted outside already in the pro draft scenario. So we're going to see some little bit of change-ups here and a little bit of a speedy ban. But the Zeri was one that we were very curious about what they were going to ban and how they were going to change it up. And looking there was the J4 and next, which is 2 of 5 that were pivotal in taking the win in game 1.
Okay, I like the J4 ban. I think that was a big problem. Twang was just everywhere on the map, ganking everything, everyone, whether it be champions, minions, objectives, turrets, he was doing it all. So I think that's a great ban. The Zeri ban, I don't know if it's necessary. I do think you could have matched it, countered it with the Aphelios and Jinx, which are higher priority in meta right now. But they say that, no, Ming's just too slippery. We don't want to have to deal with it, so we ban it. The picks already that we're seeing are vastly different here, Orbital. Tom Kench, Xin Zhao, that's new. And Nautilus Fiora as well coming up for Pit State.
Very, very different. We're keeping eyes on this, and the reason the Nautilus and Fiora are surprising us, I'm not sure about any of this. We'll see where it goes. Of course, we'll see where it goes. Just keep eyes on it, because if that's actually an attempted Fiora jungle, the Xin Zhao might have a very, very fun time.
So I mentioned this in game 1. The fact that the Babe was actually brought in to be their jungler, and Solar Shot was their top laner last split here. So there's a pretty good chance we just see them flip it. And then top lane Fiora and Nautilus jungle. That is actually something. Nautilus jungle was a thing at the beginning of season 12. So that is a possibility. But the reason why we didn't see it was because Nautilus jungle is incredibly slow in clearing. The ganks are amazing, but pretty much any jungler outclears you here. So a little bit risky if they're going with that. If it's a Fiora jungle, I have no clue, bro. I've never seen that happen before.
That's like the attempted buffs to like Zed and everyone. It's like, here, try this champion in the jungle. Just go for it. Go for it. Go for it. It didn't work. It didn't work. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back. It's try anything out to try and get a win. And at this point, like we said, left field. It doesn't look like it, though, as we did get a reset here into the draft. It sounds like that might have been a little bit of a mess up. Devin also, I think, might have been messing around a little bit. Locked in Yone. We didn't see any Yone in the draft, so might have been having a little bit too much fun. If it were a Yone mid, though, against that composition, that would have been very entertaining.
I'm trying to think how, like, from what we saw there. I mean, into a Nautilus, into a Fiora, okay. Neither of those are the mid laner, so I'm not quite sure what the matchup for the Yone in that situation would be. But for now, Tom Kench still coming through. And for Heart of Africa as well, it's worth noting Tom Kench did get nerfed a couple of patches ago in solo lanes, specifically Grey Health. The Grey Health, the shielding on Tom Kench is reduced when you're not with an ally. So solo lane Tom Kench isn't as strong as he used to be, but the team fight utility, the safety for your team is still there. And I've seen a lot of plays, played around with the jungler involving, junglers making aggressive plays, getting devoured, taken out to safety on top lane dives. Orbital, it's still the Nautilus Fiora.
It is still the Nautilus Fiora, and at this point, we have to assume that there might be some role swaps coming in here as well. We did see role swaps come out in the earlier stages of the week, or in the day here for some of the matches, and this...
Look in your face.
Oh boy.
Udyr changes things, because Udyr's got to be the jungle in this situation, right? So it's Fiora top, Udyr jungle, Nautilus mid. Are we seeing like a 3-role swap here for Pit State? I thought they draft, and then we get to see what positions they're in as they come out. Apparently not with Pit State here. And you know what? Honestly, I actually prefer Nautilus in a lane to jungle Nautilus, but I think they're both inferior to support Nautilus. So maybe we see, Enchanter mid like we did last time for Arrow. Maybe. I'm not going to hold my breath, because this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Either this will work spectacularly and we see UBC Amber just like doesn't even know what to do, or we see Pit State roll over, show their belly, and unfortunately lose the game. The Kog'Maw coming out for Ming SB is one that I will say, not meta, but could absolutely pop off. And now we're seeing the swap ups here. So, okay, so I'm not going to say this works, because I don't think it does. The Babe is currently on Yuumi. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, okay. It might be the Smite top support.
No.
I mean,
they
nerfed the support item so that objective bounties aren't as big a thing if you have a secondary support item. But if you're not that far ahead or you don't care about objective bounties, it's fine. It doesn't matter, right? And you're funneling into your jungle here, or your mid laner, whichever, wherever that Fiora and Udyr are going. Actually, Fiora jungle here isn't terrible if you are using funnel strat from that top lane here. So this could be interesting. If you're just trying to avoid that top lane altogether and into the Tahm Kench, it's actually a really good idea. The original sort of Janna support smite top strategy was picked into tanks because it doesn't matter how good a tank is CSing, their utility in team fights is going to be capped more by levels than anything else. So you can afford to just let them get perfect CS and then go help other lanes instead.
It's a chance. And now we do get to see the summoner spells coming out here, and there is going to be a little bit of a weird situation here. Duels is currently running Flash Ignite, which does lead me to believe that we are going to see some aggression coming out here, but the Exhaust Ignite means the Babe. This could be, and I will say this in all sincerity, again, this is something we could see Pit State trying to bring about a new meta of complete, not even showing up to the top lane, giving it up, sending it to another area. You do not have it. And I wouldn't even be just surprised. Send the Udyr to clear and reach the top lane and even soak up some of that reduced XP as well.
Yeah, no, that's 100% how that support top works. And Smite just made it easier. If you don't want to run the Smite, you can. It's just that you're probably going to miss more CS for the most part here. Like I said, we'll have to see, how this kind of works out here. We're still not confirmed on where everybody on Pit State's going because they are a team that can and does like to flex around a lot. So instead, overall, let's talk a little bit about how these compositions are going to work. And I'm going to start with UBC Amber because they, unlike Pit State, are pretty nice and straightforward.
Thank you, UBC Amber. We love you.
Yes, I do. UBC Amber, same thing, right? It's a team fight composition, right? You've got nice, big, tanky frontline and Tahm Kench in the Xin Zhao. You've got the Soraka to heal. Kog'Maw is, if anything, a better team fighter than Zeri, though it is worth noting that they are very heavily indexed into magic damage right now. Kog'Maw's, the bulk of his damage, or about half his damage, actually comes from the W, which is a % health shred. And that comes out as magic damage, not physical damage. So magic resistance going to be huge for Pit State here. And because it's % health damage, Jinx does out damage the Kog'Maw a lot of times if you're not killing tanks, especially against squishies here. So keep that in mind. Pit State, on the other hand, I don't want to try and deal with your lanes, but in terms of team fighting, at least they've got a Jinx, they've got a Yuumi. That's a lot of damage. And the Yuumi can go on Udyr as well. Remember back to season 11 when Udyr was like the standard staple jungler. Yuumi was back there with him as well. And he can be an absolute annoyance in the side lanes, just constantly split pushing. Fiora going to do the same thing as well here. So Pit State, the Jinx is more just there to wave clear than anything else. And I think they're going to be looking to play that split push game instead.
This is something that I just want to put out there for funsies. I want to see the Yuumi not even go top ever. I just want to see the Yuumi attached to Fiora, the Jinx not on the spot lane, and then the Udyr just clearing like a boss, running straight top lane, take every single wave that's stacked up under the tower, and try their best from there. If that's what they actually do, I give Pit State all the respect for going out in style, or potentially even winning with the Fiora buffed up.
Okay, so the catch with that, and the reason why you do actually want your Yuumi to go to solo lanes occasionally, is your experience. You don't want to have to split your experience too much, especially if Fiora is going to lane. That's why we see them chucked on the jungler a lot, because then the jungler just kind of runs up to that top lane as well to soak even more XP with all the minions plus jungle camps, and that's how they kind of try and keep up in levels for the most part. So I still want to see the Yuumi go to lane occasionally, but like you said, overall, I wouldn't hate to see the Yuumi attached and people looking for fights, looking for those skirmishes constantly throughout the game, especially if you can catch out Twang on the Xin Zhao early. Similar to J4, Xin Zhao is an early game champion, very strong in the early game, but tends to fall off. So if you can beat him in the early game, you're going to keep beating him in the mid game and the late game as well.
And of all champions, if the Udyr is the one that gets that lead, we've seen what Udyrs can do. And the fun part about it is Udyrs actually have a plethora of different builds that you can go. We have seen some of the ChemTech builds. We've seen some of the upfront dueling builds with the Trinity Force, or even Divine Sunder if you're trying to cut through a tank. But we do get to see, and come underway here, we do get to see the lovely, lovely costumed Kawaii Arrow sitting with that Udyr. I love the different costumes that they do put up. But it's a straight chase to the top lane for Pit State, whereas UBC Amber had the same idea, just reverse it a little bit. They're sitting in the tri-buff spot lane.
Okay, so neither is going to spot the other here. Now, it is worth noting that when you do a defensive 5-man start like that, you're not getting good information from aggressive warding here. You're just kind of defending your own side, whereas Pit State, that ward that they do drop will give them valuable information on where it is that Twang actually wants to start this game here. Orbital, there is yet another potential that we didn't discuss, and that is the Babe potentially going mid lane here with this Yumi and working with Aero. I really don't like that particular configuration because if you do put the Yumi mid, or you don't put the Yumi mid because Yumi is going to be roaming constantly, that allows Devin to scale up. And while the tank in the Tahm Kench does not scale up very well, Victor does scale incredibly well with gold.
They are sending Babe mid. RMC, they're sending Babe mid against Devin, who first strike, you
Okay.
love squishy champions like this that aren't going to hit you.
Yep.
This is open farming season for Devin right now.
You know what? Yeah, Devin just needs to farm. And the Babe here, you're not worried about CSing if you can. And hey, Babe just caught, all 3 of those first minions there. That's really nice. No support item either, so every farm matters. But for the Babe here, you're just looking to not die, and then you're just waiting for Aero to come by to 2v1. That's effectively what you're doing. The most important critical thing for the Babe here is you want to trade as heavily as you can with Devin. You don't want to let Devin get easy free farm.
Really, really don't. But I mean, your entire kit is pretty much around having to be attached to someone, so it's going to be a straight lace queue. It's going to be random heals coming out here, and Devin gets an extra 14, I think, coming in here. Keep in mind, a little fun thing that you can do is, for a percentage, First Strike does allow ranged champions to be able to collect a little extra gold on top of the damage, and it ramps up because of the damage. So a squishy champion like the Babe is going to exponentially increase the extra gold that you get. It's a very nice setup.
Yeah, definitely true. And I like what the Babe's been doing so far. I mean, we mentioned before that supports are really strong in the first couple of levels. Their base damage is really high, and I think the Babe has taken great advantage of that. But Devin is running corrupting pots, right? And that will restack every time he goes back. So for now, he's just going to keep chugging those potions. He's going to be perfectly fine. And if anything, I'm watching Twang for UBC Amber to try and kick something off here. You do have the early ganking jungler. Udyr can gank early, but is really more of a power farming clear style jungler. So it's up to Twang to make something happen here. And hey, your bot side, maybe you try and bait out duels on an engage and then look to try and punish that with a counter gank.
Swing is also a little bit low, so might be burning that smite. I'm not sure. Quiet Arrow, though, has been on a warpath, cleared out extremely quickly. So looking at the kind of standardization, Arrow is actually very far ahead. You can see the immediate roam into the mid lane. This is going to be a gank, and Twang is nowhere close. So this could be the chance that we're waiting for. An immediate chase in does give credence, and that's going to be a flash, or not a flash to slow him down, but the stun is good. Devin trying to figure out the best path to go. That'll be a flash over the wall, but a flash to follow. Remember, Devin has nothing, and now you get the extra AP damage, and Arrow gets first blood. However, duels on the bottom side is going to fall low. The shield and heal is not going to be enough, as the second auto attack is there. The Q, though, not the Q, the auto attack, the empowered auto from Kog'Maw steals it right back, but it wasn't fast enough. First blood to Udyr and Yumi.
Yeah, we got to see, that race, and sure enough, because Twang stopped for the Krugs there. Krugs is the slowest camp to take because you have to wait for the mini Krugs to spawn after each time you kill a big Krug. So it takes a lot of time because you've got to clear all of them. And unfortunately, that came back to bite them. Great play from Arrow, but flash burnt from Arrow on that particular play there. Not to mention Babe, all summoners blown. So now that mid lane is gankable, and if ever Twang wants to go there, Yumi tends not to build boots, so if she's ever past the midway mark, eminently gankable.
It's so, as a mid laner, I would be so frustrated at this, right? Like, I would hate everything that it basically means you're always going to 2v1, and you have to figure out a way to do it, deal with it, of course. And losing out on that flash is going to be very, very painful. The CS lead is not even that great either. You're taking a look at it right now, right? This is a big minion stack. Babe misses a melee, but I mean, the range might be able to collect in, and Devin has to walk all the way back, not allowed to punish.
Yeah.
It hurts my soul as a mid laner.
I mean, that's one of the times where you buy those early control wards, right? Onside hook lands.
Hook landed, but not much really tossed back, and honestly, Ming came out a bit better on that. Duels actually ate about 3 auto attacks, so well fought again by the spot lane for UBC Amber.
Yeah, Ming just actually walked up away from the support there and was winning that trade. That's A little bit scary to watch, you know, if you are that Nautilus lane because your engages no longer work for you. Now, was mentioning Arrow. I think Arrow should also look for repeat ganks in the mid lane. Right now, the pressure is very high on Devin, and Devin did not buy a ward. So right now, you're kind of going blind. That's why we're seeing Devin just shove the lane, back off immediately. Shove the lane, back off immediately. And you can't punish the Yuumi that way. So really well played from Pit State, playing a bit with the mental there, with the psychological aspect of this lane.
But the downside to knowing that there's a support in the mid lane and you're going to draw a lot of pressure is the fact that Quiet Arrow might only look mid. That gives free reign for this jungle, and they immediately pop on Devin. Teddy is trying to run in and is going to be able to get down that heal, and that's going to help out. Quiet Arrow is going to chase out, and it is going to be the dragon taken. I think Teddy was actually roaming up to try and help Twang, but Devin needed the assist a bit more.
Yeah, definitely came in handy, and I love it. Arrow, just keep going, right? There's no reason to fear. They can't really catch you, and Teddy has to be careful they don't turn around onto this rock.
They are going to turn around now, but the slow is not going to be enough. Remember, Twang already flashed, so it's a quick out. Quiet Arrow and Babe, they do lose out on the dragon, but they save off death of their own.
Yeah, and you don't have to lockdown to catch a new deer. What was the mantra of a deer back in the day? You run, you stun, your job is done, right? Like, you kind of can't lock down the Udyr right now with the Xin Zhao Victor, and with the Soraka here, all your CC takes time. There's nothing instantaneous, so Arrow can just be that massive annoyance where you just run in, smack people in the face a couple of times with a bear claw, maybe a chicken wing, and you're home free anyway. So UBC Amber, you kind of just got to ignore Udyr for now and just keep farming. You are a team fight team. Don't get distracted by the bear man pig thing.
And I think they did just that. Remember, the whole reason that that fight kind of kicked off, or that chase, was because the dragon was actually down. It drew 4 members towards that bush, and it ended up that Arrow was actually just looking for picks on the back end. So UBC Amber, for how much grief we gave him for trying to catch the Udyr, they've done well, right? Yep. Still also up about 500 gold, maintaining their CS advantages in areas that they would like, especially in that bot lane. Ming has actually been left alone for a little bit. You can see the level 6 to the level 5 on the opposite side, so this Kog'Maw will start climbing out of control and might be turning into this massive tank shredder, cutting through duels in Udyr.
Yeah, the fact that Ming is still up CS in the 1v2 is absolutely amazing. Part of Africa, though, might be able to turn this.
Might be able to, but the stun comes through. Very nice riposte by Solar Shot. Well played, gets the kill on the top side.
Yeah, I don't even think he got an opportunity to actually proc the gray health there. I think he got burst down a little bit too quickly. The delayed stun from Arrow as well after the initial damage came out was absolutely massive. And good play from them as well, because Solar Shot needed some help, was starting to get shoved under turret, already lost the plate on that turret as well, but Heart of Africa teleports right back in and can continue doing the same once again until Solar Shot starts picking up that first mythic. We're probably not going to see the Fiora win this 1v1 yet.
Not really at all, and again, only the Caulfield's Warhammer has been used. Good dodges left and right, though, able to lock away from that CC, and Twang came up. Now we get to see the mid lane happen again. Teddy now helping out in that mid lane. However, the stun is good. The ignite goes down, and that's just the chase under the tower. Chaos Storm is going to do nothing more than tickle Arrow in the back. This is starting to become just a painful sight to watch.
Yeah, Devin's not getting to play the game right now. At best, he plays Farming Simulator, and look at this. The moment Devin steps back up, Arrow's just right in there again. Slow lands there, looking to continue punishing, but this time at least the minions get in your way, and Arrow has done a great job with target selection as well in that last fight. Don't go for the Victor, because Soraka can keep topping him up. Instead, you went for Teddy, and while Teddy can heal other people, Teddy can't heal himself. You got to land those Qs, and against the Udyr, we said it before, highly mobile champions, very difficult to land that Q.
Is this the Master Yi Lulu 2.0? Is this what we're watching right now? Yes. I remember Funnel Strat was just, it literally changed the game. They changed the game specifically around that. We're seeing it again here. And the only reason this is working, I want to say the only reason this is working is because Ming SB has done such a good job of hanging on to the bot side that this game is not completely out of control yet. That is the only reason. They had to give a bot lane, so Quiet Arrow is not going to go down there. The only reason this game is not spelled out of control and Quiet Arrow is not bullying every single lane is because Ming SB is actually quite scary.
Yeah, no, 100% right now. This strat's working amazingly well so far. But that said, it's also because we've not seen Twang quite punish yet. This might be the first time here.
Good walkout.
Oh.
Actually, Ming saving Twang by taking out one of those
Arrow?
chompers. Arrow's here. I don't know if you want to face this. There should be a slow coming out from Ming, and they immediately turn it around. Red buff is there to slow him down. But again,
Arrow.
look at that slow. Look at the artillery. They flash him for the kill, and it's all
One more.
gone downhill. This is why you don't try the bot lane as Arrow falls to Ming.
And this is why we saw the Kog'Maw picked your orbital. Because keep in mind, we said Kog'Maw is % health shred here. So
Yes.
as tanky as Arrow is getting, Ming is scaling right alongside as well. And this is the lane where you've got enough bodies as well to block the Udyr. You could see how the heals came through from Twang, and Twang just stepped up, tried to body block Arrow as much as possible. Ming didn't even have to blow any summoners either in that particular fight. And this is the concern for Pit State here. You've kind of got to gank the Kog'Maw because he's getting ahead, but you also kind of got to be careful when you gank the Kog'Maw, because in even numbers, this is the one no-fly zone for Arrow and Babe here.
With an Infernal coming up here as well, the Soul gonna bring a change to the Rift as it claws its way, burns, and slightly warms the toes of Heart of Africa and Solar Shot, who are on their own island. Up top, holding steady, at least, in the assists and deaths department. See the massive buildup of Ming is about to get dove on the tower. This is actually a good time to do this. Remember, without the Soraka, you're not going to get much, and you do pick up the kill. It only took 3, but it is enough. I take that back. It's 4 because I forgot Yumi's actually a champion, so there's that. But it is a kill. Shutdown goes away of, I believe, it was Izanati. Well played, and well held, as Solar Shot is now going to field the rebuttal from Twang in the top lane. A little bit of a chase, a little bit of a health, and the lick to finish it off. Heart of Africa is now able to get some revenge.
Okay, so really good plays from both of these teams here. We said that for the side of Pit State, they needed to punish Ming somehow here, but they couldn't do it in even numbers. They just looped around. They recognized that, hey, Teddy's been roaming mid over and over and over again. I'd have liked to see some wards, but they didn't use the wards, and they guessed right anyway. Big win for them. But UDC is answering well here. They went to that top side. They punished here, and oh wow, Devin has to blow out almost on cooldown right now to just stop Arrow from annoying him under his turret. Like, I say it's an annoyance, but if he doesn't burn that, there's a chance he gets killed by Arrow. Maybe not on this dive, but next wave or the wave after, Arrow's just going to keep going over and over again under turret.
It's harsh. It's a harsh reality for Devin right now. You can already see that Oblivion Orb being built up said, hey, I have to curve to go for that item. I have to try and find a way to slow them down. It hurts. Now, the good news is that, again, in terms of levels, Devin is scaling up quite well. Level 10 to level 8 on Babe, so that is working in their favor. Ming as well is now climbing to level 9. These two are akin to solo laners at this point. Ming, of course, the one that is benefiting the most out of that. That is going to be a Blade of the Rune King built early, just to ensure that there's even more lifesteal coming out to keep the Kog'Maw alive.
Yeah, and for all that we keep talking about Arrow and the Babe, anywhere where they're not at isn't winning right now for the side of Pit State. As I say that, Heart of Africa, though, I don't know if he wins this trade.
I don't think so. You don't have the Devour, and because of that, the percentile damage is actually going to come from Solar Shot. Yeah, the great health is there.
Oh,
You
the
Devour, and you're
Devour?
trying to throw it to Twang, but it's not going to be enough. You follow through with a bit more. Oh my gosh! No, Heart of Africa, you can't get away with that. That's dirty.
Yes,
That's
you
rude.
can.
That's mean. That's disgusting. We can't show this on stream. We just can't. Kawaii is running around now. Rocket comes from downtown, gets nothing,
Babe.
and the heals come through. The Babe coming in with the exhaust and the final chapter. You do all that, you lose your life, and you lost mid lane tower. My gosh, UBC Amber put on the moves right there.
Yeah, I was getting worried for Heart of Africa because, you know, we said before that once the mythics start to come out, Tahm Kench doesn't really win that 1v1 quite as much anymore there, and wasn't going to, but Twang being there, absolutely critical. And the Babe for Pit State right now is the absolute MVP of a lot of these plays. Teddy gets caught.
Wow, the Ignite goes down, but I mean, you don't get much. That's going to be a death charge going up. Does get a tower shot off. And the Zapper, but look at the heals. Teddy's just like, yeah, cool, I'm good. But they are just baiting. They're waiting for Arrow to come down, and that's going to be the secret. Almost landing. It's going to be a little bit difficult to. They're going to try and drop the silence.
Oh,
The teleport's going to come in,
this.
and they turn it around. They get one. Ming gets one. How many more can you get? The Blade of the Rune King doing so much work, and they're going to try and turn it, but the dog is going to try and knock him up. They split, though. UBC Amber split up where they want to go, and in the end, the Eagle only gets nothing instead of a little bit of a cross-eyed section. Heart of Africa is going to try and
coming.
slap down Arrow, as Devin is looking for some retribution. Very angry at the current situation of the mid lane. Is going to dance down, but guess who's out? Arrow says, let's enjoy
challenger?
a ride
Challenger?
through the rest of the fight. Twain comes in with the Crescent Guard, is going to bounce in, but
So
it's
low.
2v1, and Heart of Africa doesn't get the knockup. Arrow is laughing his way in bear stance right now. There is no slow. Solar Shot is joining in. This is a minute-long fight, by the way, folks. This is not normal League of Legends. This is the Emergence League of Legends division. Kawaii Arrow is going to get chased down here. Is going to get zapped with a flash from Devin. Devin said, I'm done playing around here. Once again, Solar Shot is not enjoying this fight. Even got the heal up, but is going to be cut down. Ming came in with the kill, and in the Circus Fiesta music as it finishes its finale, it is UBC Amber that come out 2 kills above, and Ming with a 150 gold bounty picked up 2 more kills.
Somebody get this man an oxygen tank. Orbital, a mile a minute for 2 minutes there because the fight just would not stop. And it is hilarious and beautiful to watch because the teams, I think, played it to perfection pretty much. Ming did the best he could, found the kill before going down, but Arrow and the Babe were just breaking ankles left and right. Eventually, they did go down, but that was a very long and late eventuality. Now, because it took so long to kill Arrow, Arrow's going to be late to respawn on the Rift, and UBC Amber, they are going to be first ones grabbing this dragon. And Orbital, for all the fun that we've had here, we do have to keep in mind that kills don't win the games, objectives do. UBC Amber are up a turret in the mid lane right now, bot and top both primed to fall, and more importantly, they are at soul point.
Well, the circus music is still going for Devin, at least. This is starting to feel a bit personal, and it is personal as the revenge comes through. Arrow gets jumped on. The Babe hops off, but I mean, what are you really going to do here? You get another heal. The rocket comes in, is going to clip Devin in the back. Babe is dead. This was a personal revenge story as Devin goes, I can bring friends too.
I did not think Devin was going to get out of that.
No,
honestly,
I did
when
not
saw-
either. I honestly did.
I'd like to see Arrow's items at this point because I think Arrow just doesn't have enough damage anymore to quite burst down targets as effectively.
Sunfire.
Thank you, spectator there. Yeah, so not a single bit of damage on Arrow whatsoever. Those are all tank items. Yeah, sure, Sunfire, does a bit of AoE damage around you, but it's minimal. And for the Babe as well, that's a Shurelia's Reverie. It's a lot more movement speed, but it's not the damage. And unfortunately, I think I'd have liked to see Ludens a little bit more if you're going to continue picking on Devin here, because then it makes up for the lack of damage for Arrow. And because you didn't have the damage, not only did Devin get away, but it bought enough time for Ming to take that bot side turret as well. And UBC Amber, they continue their lockdown on objectives here. They're going to get Herald again. I think they've gone every single objective on the map that has spawned this game so far.
They did it last time too. They did it in game 1. They have not let a single dragon or baron or rift herald or anything slip through their fingers, and now Solar Shot, who has been tagged down so much, is going to get it off. A silent stop the riposte, by the way. So well played. The follow-through is going to be good, and the catch on the side of that wall is going to allow Solar Shot to live. That is going to be Solar Shot walking away from what could have been the 4th death of his own, but that Devourer is going to take Duel's life in payment. A support for a top laner as in comes Arrow once again. That is going to be the root and the kill this time as Teddy is going to fall. Arrow wants a bit of revenge, and the rocket from far away is a naughty looking to try and get a bit more damage, but because the teleport came in from Devin, they're going to chase even further. The choppers do lay down, and Devin, you're going to get stunned up. The rest of the team is there to body block, and the knockup landed. Oh, Arrow, you walked right into that AoE. That one had to sting a bit. Arrow, I don't know if you want to keep chasing here. Your Yumi can only do so much. It's in between the towers, though, as Solar Shot had enough time to recall and come back to the fight. In the meantime, the mid lane tower did go down. Another knockup is coming through, and it's another dodge. Arrow just playing with their food as they bleed out on the rest of the map. Finally, it feels like it's slowing down as Ming is going to try and join in. Solar Shot is going to walk away with Yumi on the backboard. And from all that, a tower fell in the mid lane. I believe top lane will fall as well shortly as Twang, Heart of Africa, and Devin will utilize this Rift Herald to break open the game here at 20.5 minutes.
Yeah, so important to note that Arrow was trying to buy time for the rest of the team. I think it was a Very ballsy move on his part, and very well played on his part to buy them space. Ming.
All right, this is going to be the fight that they want.
What is
Arrow
this?
tried to fire it down, but it's not going to happen as Arrow is taken out of the fight. Jules is able to flash away, and the Shirelius comes in to save the other support's life. However, UBC Amber are still showing off that they are in full control, even in a 2v1. Ming is freaking strong.
Yeah, you could see how he's just not going down. Healing cut, right? We said it last game as well against the Soraka. You needed it against Soraka. Now you not only need it against Teddy, you need it against Ming with that Blade of the Ruin King, with a potential either Kraken Slayer or Immortal Shield Bow coming through from him as well. And keep in mind too, with Blade of the Ruin King, with the W passive, UBC Amber can absolutely shred Baron down. Pit State have been trying to avoid the team fights for the most part, but they're running out of time and they can't do that anymore. I also want to give big credit to Duels in that last series of plays. Duels, the first one dead, but he traded his life for, I believe it was a Solar Shot. And as a support, that is what you're supposed to do. Great mental, great execution of it. And even later on when he came back for round 2 as well, Duels managed to escape after burning quite a few spells, distracting them from looking for Arrow, who really is the big carry, or I don't know if I'd say he's the big carry, but certainly the biggest component for Pit State right now to deal with UBC Amber.
And unfortunately, that big reason, that big component is currently gone. And not in that bottom side, which means that this dragon is completely handed over. UBC Amber, Pit State did not even attempt to, so UBC Amber are going to go ahead and be able to lock down this Soul Arrow. It's only going to take a tower in response, but there's no damage. Arrow can't even do that. Everything is saved, nothing is permitted
Upside.
for the side of Pit State Esports. Yeah, you get one. That's cool. Guess what's going to go down here in about 2 seconds? It is going to be Infernal Soul rolling their way into UBC Amber's pocket. Unless
not been
Arrow,
done yet.
Arrow's going to try. Arrow's going to try. Immediately popped over the wall and realized, oh, this is not good. Dragon's going down very quickly. Do you get the smite?
Oh.
No, you do not. It goes down to 22 HP. It's still taken away, and Arrow's going to fall. Babe is going to fall right after. While you walk into the wall, you have no flash. You have nowhere to go. That's going to be 2. A Dragon and Soul. UBC Amber have everything they need.
Baron. They don't have Baron just yet here overall, and that should be next on their calling card here. Heart of Africa winning the 1v1 as well. I wish you could get a replay of that, because I mean, how are you winning the 1v1 right now? Is it the Thornmill? Is it the reduced healing, or did Solar Shot take a turret shot here? UBC Amber, though, they're not going for the full completionist bonus here. They're not going for Baron. They're just pushing in for now. They take the turrets, and because they didn't immediately turn and burn Baron, Pit State get to breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, you're down another turret. Yes, you're down 8,000 gold, but you can still fight them at the Baron. You will have everybody up for it.
As we're talking about what's going on around the Baron, I would love to also point out Devin. I don't think Devin has gotten enough praise as we probably should give him. For all the pressure that Arrow and Babe put down mid, Devin has only died once. Like, that is freaking impressive. Like, when you're getting camped, to only die once is so good. And just huge props, right? Like, huge props for staying alive. Even 3-1-1, 149 on the CS score, and now bumped up to 152. Devin not only played angrily, but with a cool head, has sustained through that atrocious early game.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the Victor. Sure, you still can't quite deal with Arrow and Babe together, but you're able to buy enough time, and you can see what the Victor is doing for the rest of the fights, right? We've not seen Izanagi able to get into fights. Solar Shot's been forced out almost immediately every single time, and Duels as well has been the unfortunate recipient of Dev's. Oh, yeah. There you go. There's the
Duel staying alive for a bit longer and is able to draw out the fight, but Quiet Arrow is going to get chunked out. One more auto attack might be enough. The tongue could slow it down. That's the Gale Force to finish it off. Ming is looking for a bit more, and they do chase away. They took the jungler in support, and that's all they need to turn for this Baron. UBC Amber looking to close the doors on Pit State series.
No smite available because Arrow is down. The only thing they can pray for at this point is a super mega death rocket steal here. Izanagi sitting right at base here. Do they have the vision? They do.
Body blocked. Devin, they sent Heart of Africa to say, listen, we know it's coming. That's the only chance they got. Call it out.
Yep.
We'll prep for it. Baron now, everything that they could want. The buffs, the damage, the items. UBC Amber quite literally only have one more step to do. walk into the base, and take the game.
Pretty much. And although speaking about it, I do want to talk about this Gale Force from me because that was not the item I was expecting. So on Kog'Maw, it used to be Wit's End. It was sort of the first rush item, but it did get nerfed. It's not quite as effective to deal with the magic resistance, and a lot of pit state's damage right now is physical. That said, Immortal Shield Bow is sort of the go-to item. Kraken Slayer if you're ahead and you're absolutely just wanting to shred through the enemy team and you know that they can't reach you. Gale Force doesn't give you any of those advantages for survivability. It gives you mobility. And as a Kog'Maw, if you have to rely on mobility, you're probably already dead. So why did Ming build it? Because he can kill people better. Like what we saw, he's using to chase down targets. He is so confident. Instead of building a Kraken Slayer, he's going like, okay, I'll use the Gale Force instead to kind of execute targets. And against the mobility of Arrow, it's actually worked out better than I expected.
Izanati almost died to Devin, and Devin flashes over the wall and says, hey, my turn to get away. Arrow is going to try and walk away. Of course, that means Solar Shot gets obliterated there. 3 shots is all it took. Devin is going to get rooted up. Death Charge is going to go through. Rocket on the far side doesn't catch anyone, and Duel is going to fall. Ming, that is the second Gale Force kill that he has gotten here today. Babe is going to attach over to Izanati as the base is going to crack. UBC Amber finally taking what they have felt they deserve the entire game.
Yep, they're just pushing in here. Top side as well. The inhib gonna go down because Heart of Africa just split pushing Arrow.
Oh, that is the bleed. That is just the shred coming out of Ming, who is dominating at 10-2-1. A 700 gold bounty is fitting for such a killer as him. The dog barks for the win as Twang is gonna walk it through. The Kog'Maw pick that we thought was going to be very interesting is one of the key role players in UBC Amber's win as they take the series 2-0.
Yeah, and Orbital, huge props to both of these teams. I absolutely love the draft in this last game that we got to see. UBC Amber, the Kog'Maw, I was a little bit worried because they're very heavy on the magic damage, but you know what? They read the play even better than I did. They knew that the problem was going to be that Udyr, who just would not die. Same with the Nautilus. The tankiness, given the healing as well, % health was the right call. It countered Pit State's comp, and Pit State's composition, though, I personally hate Yumi. I hate solo lane supports for the most part, especially when they play like that, where they don't interact, they don't farm. I think Yumi had, 50-something CS by the end of it there for the side of the Babe, but you can't argue with how effective it was. And I think if UBC Amber didn't have that Kog'Maw there, didn't have that Soraka specifically with the global wish to keep Devin alive so many times, Pit State would have been able to overwhelm with this composition. And now, the other teams here in Emergent Scion here, you've got to watch out for this. I think Yumi's going to have to become a staple ban against Pitt State University.
Is it bad to say that I think if Arrow went full damage, that game would have easily looked different right there? There were so many times that we were quite obviously saying, if Devin just had damage, if Devin wasn't tank, if it were just that raw damage that the Divine Thunder may have been there, or the Trinity Force or whatever, that could have been very, very different, right? The kills could have come through and everything. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there. So maybe we get to see it more refined later. Maybe we get to see the more refined composition come out. If we do, that's going to be great because I want to see that innovation come out. This is what these leagues are all about, finding that innovation, finding your own niche to take it home and push for the win. Again, that'll be a 3-0 series score for the side of UBC Amber, your alma mater, of course, RMC. For the side of Pitt State, though, they will have to try and work their way up from the ground once again, as they are now into the 1-2 region, I believe. So a little bit worrying moving into the second half of the season, but still plenty of time to work with. Of course, that'll be it for the NECC here as we have finished up our day. That is 6 series of League of Legends that has been played over the course of about 6 to 10 hours. I don't know the time. I guessed that. I'm so sorry. It's been a fantastic time, though, and thank you to everyone that has stayed and watched. We appreciate you so much. My name is Orbital, alongside Random Minion Caster, and on production side, we had PETA and Shiro here on the main channel. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a good evening.
you. So can you.